Oh, hey!
Ah!
Speaking of whom.
Oh god. All my sound settings on Discord are not here because Discord stores those things locally and not globally. And so because I'm using this laptop temporarily,
Ugh.
like everyone's voice is so goddamn loud initially.
Do I sound awful? Is that what's about to happen here?
No, you're fine. You're fine. It's just.
Let's see.
I'm
gonna hear my voice real quick.
No, you've got a lovely voice. Thanks for being here, and who has an even lovelier, loveliest voice. Hello, Vivian.
Hello, Prime.
Hey, it's still super British. All right, love it. All right, so
we got a problem with the British.
No, I don't. I'm saying it's still British, and it's a good thing.
Oh, good. All right,
sounds good.
I'm glad.
I don't make Do I make fun of you for being British? I don't really do that.
Yes.
You would never ever do that. True. Oh, should we show our faces? I guess we could show our faces a little bit. I don't know.
Okay.
My animated avatar thing's actually pretty entertaining though. I worked really hard on that.
Okay.
I'm not putting my face up. It's not happening.
All right. Here, I'll do this. I'll compromise. I'm gonna put myself up, but like in the most obnoxious way possible.
Exclamation point open in chat. I forgot to do this. It's an open walk-on panel, in case you didn't know. Ron's members like you, yes, you may participate.
There we go.
Join Discord server and go into the rowboat waiting room so you'll be let in. This link for your convenience. We'd love to have you. And thank you for the follow, Bud561. Hello, hi. Anyone else out there you want to follow? Hit that follow button. We'd love to have you.
Is this gonna be annoying? All right, fine.
What?
I'll show my face.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing.
Yeah. No,
right,
it's gonna be pretty annoying.
Oh, come on! Look how happy I am, though. I'm like really happy. Fine. Hello.
You look so handsome. You're a handsome-looking guy. All right. Let me put you on screen so everyone else can enjoy your beauty. All right. Let's.
Okay. I'll accept this. This is a compliment.
All right.
I feel flattered. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Now I'll keep it here. I'll give myself the striking background to make it all completely. I'll turn on the light too.
Do regularly drink sparkling water.
Ooh, wait. Speaking of things that are
never thought of that. I know Brits are known for tea, but I did not know we were known for enjoying sparkling water. And I don't think most Brits do, but I do. It was just like a healthy alternative to soda, basically, when I was trying to lose weight and I developed a taste for it.
Is sparkling? Go ahead. Yeah. I see the nuke. Good work. Is the sparkling water is just like carbonated water, right? That's all it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I got a soda stream. I've been guzzling these. You just fill it with water and then you plug it in and then you push the button and instant sparkling water.
It's nice. You get the tingle, right? Get a bit of a tingle. It's more refreshing. It makes the water more refreshing.
It does. But you know what I really like the most, actually?
What?
I'm on my way down, but today I had 2 of these and we're working our way down from this. Yeah, I did that today.
Mm-hmm.
Well, right, so what are we talking about? We're talking about who shouldn't be allowed on Twitch.
Yes.
Ooh, interesting topic.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Twitter today was ridiculous. Okay. Can I just say, when I saw that post, Viv, I was just like, "What the hell?"
That is even if Kurt had accurately represented my position, right? Which he didn't. But even
I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you gotta.
Oh, we need context.
Fine. Context. Context is Stardust accused me of being a white supremacist because Kurt, who used to help manage the panels or whatever, Twitch debates, said I do not approve of Daryl Davis and defended my stance against reforming militant racists, which is a gross misrepresentation of what I believe. I'm not against reform and rehabilitation. I simply don't agree with the methods of one individual in that area. Like, But even if it was my position that like attempting to de-radicalize people was a fucking waste of time or like entirely harmful, like that still wouldn't make me a white supremacist. Like it's fucking absurd, honestly.
I mean, to be fair, Stardust does post things on Twitter that are intentionally absurd for the the stuff, right? For the drama.
She's just
that was like over the top.
She's just jumping on the current like drama bandwagon. Like, DGG have got it in for me. I've been receiving like copious fucking messages. I had to lock everything down. My Twitch, my Twitter, my YouTube, my Discord. Because I was getting about fucking 10 messages a second calling me everything from a mentally ill tranny to a fucking a terrorist and a whatever. It's fucking annoying as shit.
It's ridiculous.
So
things that shouldn't be on Twitch, by the way. I think like people like that, like responding to Twitch debates is a problem, and anyone who is like letting their minions do that is a little over the top. They need to work on that.
You have to work on your rhetoric, right? I think basically Destiny left after I was like, yeah, no, I agree with whatever it was that you said, and he was like, oh, I guess I don't have a problem. And at the end of the panel, he was like, oh, well, I guess by my definition, we're all stochastic terrorists then a bit, right? And like, but I'm the one that gets like zeroed in on as apparently some kind of fucking terrorist, which is just ridiculous. No. But that doesn't matter. Like, I'm just kind of fucking annoyed at Stardust going, oh, here's this current drama going. I'm gonna like add to the fucking drama pile by making this stupid fucking accusation.
And this is the thing that really irritates me about this, actually, is that it's constantly happening. It's not even just like your drama. It's like
it's pile on after pile on after pile on.
And like people get rewarded for that, right? Like that's the problem.
I know I've spoken about it.
Money to be made for this.
I've spoken out against it like on multiple occasions and like lost friends and stuff over it. Like when Destiny made his first set of comments about the Car Rittenhouse case, right? The mowing down dipshit protesters who start fires comments. Like I was there saying like to a bunch of people, like, I don't know, you're taking the most hyperbolic interpretation of its position. You don't like all you're doing by like harassing people on the platform is like perpetuating this cycle of like toxicity and hate and shit. Like I spoke out against the fucking harassment of Doe, Lexi, who historically I haven't got on with, right? Like I generally take a pretty like fairly firm stance against this, like unless somebody is like blatantly a fucking neo-Nazi or whatever, like just don't. These are just people trying to fucking do their best. But the Twitch drama cycle must continue, must feed people into the fucking drama mill for our content flower.
Now if it's just like, if everybody's aware that they're just generating content and everybody's in on the joke, that's like one thing, right? Now it feels like that's a lot of what's going on, frankly.
You know what? Like, Chat is right. The doxer list stuff does linger, which is also a fucking misrepresentation, right? I don't fucking have a dox list. I never advocated for like just fucking lists of people with addresses and shit. But hey, Twitch doesn't give a fuck about nuance or whatever.
No, I mean, it's just a matter of getting views. Like the second something crazy happens, like, you get the people involved on a panel show or like on the stream, and then like 1,000 people like go into the stream and then dump all their subs and bits and whatnot, and then they'll raid the next person, and then that person gets to have all the fun. It's crazy.
It's
and like the worst part about it is that like it's not just profitable for like the streamers who are like conducting this stuff. It's also very popular or profitable for Twitch as well, right? Because like Twitch gets half the subs, they get 20% of the bits donated. So like Twitch has no reason to actually implement like some sort of like harassment policy or anything, because they're going to profit too. Also, Twitch, sorry for saying that. I would never want to offend on your platform or anything. Everything's great.
So they do have TOS about like harassment. They have TOS about like multiple things, right? That are allowed to go on without any kind of real redress. Yeah. I mean, if you're a trans woman who happens to be doing exactly the same fucking hot tub streams as every other cunt, you're going to get your account taken down and you're going to be banned. But if your channel is constantly hosting conversations on the Great Replacement, then that's fine, apparently. And one of these breaches Twitch to US and one of these doesn't. You can guess which one it is, right? There is no enforcement of the terms of service. The terms of service are literally just there for for legal protection of Twitch. They can just go, well, these are the behaviors we allow and don't allow, but in practice, it's incredible. I mean, there's been so many panels on how arbitrarily the TOS are enforced. I don't really need to labor this point. Everybody knows it's the case, right?
And they probably, I mean, I think half of it is by design, and then half of it is just actual people power, right? Just individuals hired by Twitch to actually manage this stuff. I'm wondering if they're just they don't have a bureaucratic apparatus available to actually work on all this.
Sorry, I missed the last few things. I'm handling something in the background. Chris Cosmic, thanks for coming through as well. Much appreciated. Once again, it's open
Cosmic.
Yeah.
Not Os. When did this happen?
Slight change. I had to fix some things. So,
you've been gone for a while.
I mean, yeah, true. Oh, speaking of things that I've been gone for, by the way, buy my book, everybody. It's beautiful. Shit. God damn it.
You have a book now, don't you?
I have a book. It's a book. Hello. Hi, book. This is a book.
Tell us about your book. What's the book?
It's called The Next to Last Mistake. The author is National Master Jeremy Kane. He is the person who does all the curriculum for chess.com. This means he's very big-brained and smart and chessy. And this book is good for chess players of all levels. And it's about not giving up and stuff. And practical advice on how to not ever give up. Yeah, so get it on Amazon before December 14th, so Amazon loves me. There's an algorithm. Oh, I should post a link. That's important. We need links for this shit.
Okay, yeah, do that. Okay, yeah.
Antifa are awesome. Suck my nuts. Anti-fascism is good, actually. Don't at me.
Okay. No, I mean, that's... Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Oh, hey, and Zomig's here. Zomig, get on the panel. Quick.
Who's Zomig?
He's helping me run. Okay, so we started a chess club, right? And he's right-wing coach, and I'm left-wing coach.
Oh, God.
Right? It's brilliant. Okay.
Right-wing people can't play chess, can they?
Don't
you have to be... I
don't look
guess
at Zomig for proof.
I
guess
you could
prove your point, but there's some.
I guess you could play chess without being able to count to 10 or know your alphabet, but usually if you want to at least record your moves, or especially if you want to teach it, you probably want to be able to count to 8, right?
I do want to kind of get started on the actual content.
Okay.
All right,
fine.
So yeah. This is, not necessarily the first time we've had this conversation, but I think there are different ways that we can take it. So, there are certain individuals who will make it on Twitch, right? And I'm not even talking necessarily about Twitch politics, but certain individuals who might be problematic. For instance, what if we had a celebrity who came on Twitch, was doing a thing, right? Let's maybe a singer, right? I don't know, whatever. But someone as well known had a problematic past. What if Chris Brown, for instance, came on, right?
There he is.
Yeah, and he.
Who the fuck is Chris Brown?
Okay. Well.
Ooh, how about the singer from that band that had the little issue at the concert recently? She had a fan walk up to the stage and she literally R. Kelly'd him.
Oh, she pissed on him. It was fucking. That was fucking. Honestly, as long as that was consensual and there were no children in the audience, that was based as fuck. That was. What was it? It was brassed off, right? That's the name of the
Uh,
band.
brass,
They're-
brass against.
Brass Against, my
Brass
bad.
Against, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's like
And
a
they
cover
do
band for
brass
Tool and
covers
Rage
of
Against-
metal. Yeah, brass covers of metal music. They're pretty awesome. That cover of Rage Against the Machine's like really cool. Yeah, good shit.
Yeah, there you go. So Golden Shower happened, and now they're gonna get on Twitch. Let's use that. No.
Why?
Fucking
Because it's like
awesome.
it's not really interesting though. Like, go piss
Okay,
on
fine,
someone.
fine.
What does that make?
Who
Chris
cares if you?
Brown.
Yeah, who cares if you pissed on somebody on stage once? Like,
Yeah,
again, as long as it was consensual and there's
I
no
never
kids
even
around.
bothered looking into that because
Yes.
it didn't interest me at all. Okay, it was pissed on someone, whatever.
I get it.
I don't know. It's a hell of a video. It's fucking steaming as well. Like, it must be a cold day because there's steam and everything. It's wild.
All right, Chris.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Chris Brown, who beat up Rihanna, and apparently when they were dating, and also I heard afterwards. This wasn't too long ago. That there were other accusations against him from other women, which is not surprising. But Chris Brown, massive singer, so he decided to come on Twitch for whatever fucking reason, right? Because he got so much goddamn money, I don't see why he would need to do that. But let's say he did. Would a person like that, who I'm not sure how repentant he's been. I mean, like he did like the whole PR apology tour type thing. But would that be a person that should be welcomed in a community like this? Should others, and more than that, rather than like, should he be able to come on, because as long as he operates within TOS, that's fine. But should other people be welcoming him, right? Like what kind of interaction should he be on? Should people be trying to get him on their channel for his massive ability to bring an audience?
I had a convicted kidnapper on my channel recently. I don't necessarily think it's about like what people have done in the past or whatever. I think it depends on like how you're presenting them, what is likely to happen to the community if you do this. What are you endorsing, right? Like if you just have Chris Brown on, and I assume the problem with Chris Brown, even though I don't really know who the fuck he is repeated recent credible accusations of domestic abuse, right? Domestic violence. So is that an unfair characterization? That's basically what Prime seemed to communicate.
No, these are past accusations, and because the Rihanna thing wasn't an accusation. He did that, right? He had confessed to that. Like
we saw her all beat up and
so like he I don't know if he served any time for that. I remember seeing him in court. I don't think he did.
I'm almost certain he did not. I feel like into that.
So, but he stayed out of the limelight for like a year or so, right? And then he just came back full force. And this was like almost a decade ago this happened. And he came back full force. Now he's been working every year since. Like he's still as popular as he's ever been. Like he releases tons of music. He collaborates with like every artist now. Even though when that incident happened, like everyone was like they're not working with them anymore and they're not going to platform on the stations. A year later, everything went back to normal. Like everybody completely changed their stance. Even though, right, they know what he did. He faced almost zero consequences for it. He had one more incident with a woman called the police on him because she said she was holding her hostage. That was kind of a bogus issue. That really wasn't what happened, but he does have other claims. Like, so the people did.
Chris Brown has done a lot. I'm like looking at this People article. I'm just gonna post it in chat. There's a lot. Like he was sentenced to community labor and 5 years probation or whatever for the thing, which is like seriously underwhelming. Sure. And then like he gets trouble for brawling. He tests positive for marijuana while doing community service, which I mean, I guess that's not really the worst thing he's done, right? Attends a Halloween party dressed as an Islamic terrorist. present at the party is Rihanna, which is a violation of the restraining orders, which means he has to go back to court. Another fight. Apparently, he hasn't actually been doing the community service. Felony assault in DC. Rehab. Kicked out of a treatment facility. Oh, he does go to jail. He sentenced 131 days in jail. All right, we did it. Cool. Assault. Probation's revoked. Gunfire. Denied entry to Canada. Battery case. Goes to the Philippines. Cancels the tour. Blah 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 blah. He gets arrested.
If you're banned from Canada, I feel like you probably shouldn't be on Twitch.
That's like pretty. Yeah, that's like the line. Actually, if you're banned from Canada, you're not allowed to be on Twitch.
No. Hold on. If those moose fuckers don't want you, then I definitely want you. Like,
Did you just say moose fuck? Oh,
Didn't know you were such a big fan of the Proud Boys, Prime.
The Proud Boys. Is that what they call the Proud Boys? Say that?
No, Proud Boys. The Proud Boys are banned by the quote-unquote moose fuckers, aren't they?
I see. That's what you're saying. Yeah, that's true. That was a good thing that Canada did. I remember that, actually, yeah. But anyway, yeah. So,
along with James Mason at exactly the same time. It's just fucking wild.
So, Chris Brown is our hypothetical. And, like, clearly we don't want him on Twitch, but I bet that they would totally be fine with having him on Twitch. And this is actually kind of analogous to the whole Lawrence Southern situation, right?
It's not. No, Lawrence. Let's move away. Lawrence.
Well, these are different, right?
Yeah.
Because you've got one person whose like behavior is fucking disgusting, clearly, right? Who like you could kind of have on your channel and just talk about music, and then you have somebody whose entire public persona is based around essentially advocating for the ethnic cleansing of European nations, right? Like, and that's the conversation you're going to be having with her, and that's the conversation that you can be platforming. These are two different, one is a political activist, one is in his private life a violent misogynist by the sounds of it, right?
Sure.
Right. So I guess like the point though would be like if you have a violent misogynist like on Twitch, and like the thing is with Twitch, there's like the official, okay, we're gonna talk about music, we're gonna talk about whatever our interests are, but like that background personality like gets to shine through on Twitch versus like most other media forms, right? Like wouldn't the misogyny, I mean, I guess the violence wouldn't necessarily show up, but maybe, I don't know, there could be like lots of yelling at the computer, things like that too.
Yeah. So again, and I'm curious what everyone else has to say here, but like, Chris Brown, and we can use other celebrity examples as well, but Chris Brown just really was the first one that came to mind. Well, R. Kelly was the first one, but I didn't want to go there. Chris Brown, okay, it was the second one that came to mind, and
until there's been a process of repentance.
Yeah, so exactly. So that's
right.
Sorry, that's exactly what I want to focus on. What do you guys all think? So a person who is unrepentant, right? Unrepentant, but like that is a separate thing, right? Like as Vivian said previously, you can bring them on and have a conversation about like the music industry, right? Like about like producing music, and keep it just like that. Is that too much? Should we not? If a person is bad for doing a thing, can we not interact with them otherwise?
Oh my god!
Do you want somebody
to stream?
Do you want somebody like that in the music industry? Plenty of women work in the music industry. Would you feel comfortable having somebody like that in your workplace? I know we think of the music industry as being like this fucking ethereal fucking thing, but it's made up of buildings and workplaces, right? Which have a significant amount of women in them. I would not feel comfortable having somebody like that in my employ or in my community or in my environment, right?
Sorry. Yes, I'm really Jay. Put twitch.tv/Bill Cosby.
I saw that. But no, I mean that's like the thing though. Like I agree. Like the idea of having someone like that in the workspace or like broadcasting is like a problem.
But hold on. But we do that all the time, right?
Exactly.
We have individuals in all workspaces, unfortunately, right? We have abusers there, but they're not necessarily abusing an employee, right? And it's like the only difference is like whether you know of it or not. But like,
Right, you can't do anything about what you don't know about.
Sure,
If you do know
okay.
about it,
but if you
then-
do know about it, right, is that a reason immediately? So you find out someone has been arrested, not convicted at least, but arrested for a battery. Do you think that employer should fire them then? If they're convicted and then only do a community service type thing, should they be fired then? Or if they are still doing their job and being a valued member of the team, should they stay?
Nah, like if someone's arrested, that's whatever, right? Like administrative leave, let them figure out their lives, whatever else. If they're found guilty of doing something heinous or something that like you don't want your company associated with, then you should absolutely let them go. I mean, we're dealing with this like right now with the whole like Blizzard thing. Right now, the Bobby Kotick is now under fire because he threatened people who spoke out about sexual harassment and like knew about all these things and violates the clear zero tolerance policy he laid out. And then that I forgot the name of the person who's like the former Bush administration official that works for Blizzard now, but apparently he wrote her email, let her take the public flack for writing this tone deaf email, and then like called it tone deaf, acting like he was better than the thing that she sent out, right? So like you got like this really toxic individual that doesn't represent like any positive values, who's still representing this like major video game company, and like that's bad, right? And like even if it's like on a lower level, like let's say you had someone who was being very, very threatening and was just like a developer or programmer, like yeah, Blizzard should let that person go, right? Like you don't want someone who's going to threaten fellow employees or
but that's too easy. That's like and that's what I'm saying. Someone who has maybe been convicted of something that has nothing to do with their work, right?
Okay, so like what about
but it does have to do with their work. If you're a violent misogynist and you're working with women, that has to do with your work.
Hold on, you aren't necessarily okay. Okay, so one of the reasons why it's so difficult to deal with domestic abusers, right, is because so oftentimes what you'll hear from people, and it's an honest answer, right, when they're told about the possible behavior of someone that they know, is that he's such a good guy. He's so charming, he's so fun, he's been really helpful, because their experiences are of a person who is, has been all those things, right? Who's been a great individual to be around, right? So when they hear,
that doesn't mean shit.
I know. Oh my God, let me finish my fucking point.
Okay.
So when they hear that this person has done something else, it's hard for them to believe, right? It's hard to believe. My mother had this really interesting story. She told me about this woman, which was that she knew when she was a child, right? And she went to this funeral. I'm pretty sure she was there in person for this. But she went to the funeral when her husband had died. And there was a whole cavalcade of individuals who went up there and talked about how amazing this guy was, right? And how he was just like a pillar of the community and all that. And how they were honestly sad that he was gone. At the end, his wife gets up there. She goes around to the casket and she looks in. And she's like, well, I'm sorry, I just had to make sure. I had to make sure that we were talking about the same person. This is the man that beat me for years. This is the man that terrorized me. On and on and on. So when I hear that you are praising this individual, talking about this guy, how amazing he was, right? It's hard for me to believe because he's been terrorizing me forever. In fact, my mother actually had known about how this guy had been terrorizing this woman. Like she had like either witnessed it or seen like the aftermath in general. So like, but the people in the audience, this is a shock to them because they don't know that's a side of them. So if you are an employer who has this person, and the other employees agree, as far as they know, this is a good guy, right? And they may have indeed been convicted, but again, they're not serving jail time, so they're available to be a productive member of your team. Should they be fired? And,
Yo, is this about to be like Rittenhouse gets a Twitch channel? Is that what we're about to like?
God, please,
No.
let's focus on what I'm talking about now, please.
All right.
Can we
Sorry.
do that?
Yeah, focusing on that. Yes. Sorry. I just put some things together.
I think it depends on what you're comfortable with. For me personally, no. Of course not. I would like fire that person. Like they would never be a part of my team. But like there's some people where like that's if they're convicted, they serve their time and they're still productive member of the team. Some people opt to keep that person on if they don't have any issues. But I wouldn't trust that those issues would come up at some point, especially if they've done no work for rehabilitation at all, right? You just get off with a slap
Yeah.
on the wrist and like go back to work. That's just weird.
But what,
Yeah, I kind of agree.
go ahead.
Sorry, I agree with you, Chris, and kind of like Matt, like what you said earlier. I think it depends on whoever the company owner is and their values in their company, right? And you see a lot of companies are just all they care about is the bottom dollar. You know what I mean? And they don't have any morals, or their morals are suspect or whatever. But I think if someone can be productive afterwards and they've done their time or whatever, then there's nothing wrong with that. I think too many people that make a mistake one time and then they're paying for it for the rest of their life afterwards. But I think specifically when you talked about the music part of it, like with like someone producing, I think you can also appreciate someone's like art or whatever their craft is, and also realize they're like a complete scumbag, right? Like, so you can have someone who's an awful moral person, but they painted the best painting ever, and like separate those two things. I think realizing that's the best painting, but the guy that did it is a douche or whatever.
Right. So like you wouldn't want to necessarily like hang the most beautiful painting in the world if it was like painted by a douche, if that painting represents that douche. And in the same sense, like if someone is like an unrepentant individual, like they've done some harm privately, then it's like something you wouldn't ever necessarily see, but like there's rumors. I wouldn't necessarily want to have that person working in my employ at all, right? Now, if they like gone through restorative justice and everything's like come together and they're like, they've learned their lesson, then that's something, and we can work our way past it. But like if they're still like shitty at home, I don't think it's worth the risk.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think it all depends on the type of crime, honestly, is like whatever we're talking about here. I mean, I don't know what everyone's like beliefs on different like crimes and which people should be rehabilitated or not, but I think it really just depends. There's some things I think you can come back from, and I think there's some things you don't.
Yeah,
right.
So that's why I want to go through this one at a time so we don't get scattered. Domestic abuser, right? So this person, domestic abuser, maybe not have been repentant about it or whatever, right? But of course, like for everyone, unfortunately, there aren't like pure bad people. They have other things about them, and those things might be worth in a vacuum talking about, but we don't exist in a vacuum. So the fact that they've done this thing, right, domestic violence, and they've been convicted for it, and gone through the court system or whatever, and here they are available on Twitch. Should we talk to them, or and should we talk to them, or if you don't want to use Twitch as an example, like if they were with a 9-to-5 job, should they be fired for that?
I would say like I would not want to have person hired, but then I mean I guess if they went through the system and they were rehabilitated, that could be a thing. It just kind of depends on what the rehabilitation process was, right? Like if the rehabilitation process is like a signed certificate from the victim saying yes, they aren't hurting me anymore or something, I guess fine, sure. But like
what difference
we
is
don't have
that?
any proof of that, right?
What should that actually make a difference to others? I mean, like, there's a person who has gone through, they paid their debt to society through, like, maybe, okay, so you could say, let's say this person has served time, right? They served 2 years. So at that point, they've paid their debt to society. Is this forever punishment? Do we not?
No, I think that's fine. Like, I think if they've
But they're unrepentant.
Unrepentant. Yeah, well, then the debt's not over because they're still engaging in the behavior, right?
Is that no? Didn't say that. Don't add that in. Unrepentant, saying that like whatever I did, there were reasons for me to do it, right? She forced my hand or whatever the fuck, right? But I went through jail, and they have not hit anyone else. Just like that was a situation that happened, and I'm moving on.
I don't know how you could be unrepentant and not like ready to abuse again in the future.
I think he's more like so talking about like they went to jail and they just go, oh well, that shit happened. It was just.
I mean, I think that's like kind of a. I mean, I guess like if they're unrepentant and they're like, so like, okay, at the job interview we talk about their prison time, right? And we ask about it, and they say, I had a good reason for beating my wife. Then like, no, I wouldn't hire them. But if they said, yeah, I did my time and I feel really bad about it, but I've become a better person, then yeah, I would hire them. Right? Like you could like literally ask about it in the interview since it's public knowledge. It's not like it would be some sort of like top secret thing. You could actually get a direct answer from the person, right? So I think we could like kind of evaluate it directly. With Twitch, you wouldn't be able to do that. With Twitch, it would be just like literally someone just hopes that the community embraces them and accepts them. And I wouldn't accept them. I wouldn't embrace them. I would feel kind of repulsed by them.
Without any explanation?
I mean, I'm not gonna like show up and be like, hey, I saw that you have a criminal record. Can you? I mean, like if people are like advocating for them,
I mean, it's. I mean, I feel like it's clear that to some extent, some people do have a criminal record, which doesn't actually, like set the kind of person that they are. Obviously, like my brother, for example, he was in San Quentin for 3 years for assaulting a police officer. He owns his own business now. He's a wonderful human being. Like I don't think anybody would hate him, as a person. But like, because he has that criminal record, he will never ever be able to get a normal job in his life ever. Period. Like it's not going to happen. Like assault for a police officer is, I mean that's toxicity, in its purest form for people who run businesses. So, I would just say like, I mean. Obviously, I think that like talking to somebody about their, criminal record is probably going to be the best option, or at least engaging with them about what exactly it is and learning the history of it.
I mean, like, I think it's fine to like engage in learning about an individual, right? Like if there's, I guess, a reason for it. But like, if I was told that someone had done something very heinous against someone who's like, unable to defend themselves, it wouldn't be like I would immediately be like, charging in glamour, like excited to, discover the truth and get to the bottom of the matter. I would let like, I would let others inform me on some level, give me an idea of whether I want to even engage or not. And then once I got that, background noise telling me what's going on, I would check it out. Like if I'm being told, hey, you need to check out this channel over and over again, I'd probably do it. But otherwise, like, I don't know, I'm not necessarily likely to go out of my way to find the right of it. I'm kind of a lazy.
Wouldn't that necessarily kind of end up with somebody who, like, let's say, for example, like you have somebody who comes on, right, and they're accused of being, like, a child molester, right? Like, accused of being a child molester, right? And they have a charge of, let's say they were, like, charged for, some sort of like sexual deviancy, right? Like they're on the sex offender list, but it's not for anything that relates to being like actually assaulting a child. Let's say that they like passed out drunk pissing on an electrical box or something, like they were like in public, they pissed somewhere they weren't supposed to. They passed out, woke up in a drunk tank. That person ends up getting put on the sexual offenders list. when somebody tells you like, hey, I was put on the sexual offenders list, if your initial thought is, oh, they raped a kid, as opposed to, oh, this, maybe I should ask this person about what their exact offense was. The offenses for ending up on, something as serious as a sexual offenders list are really, really, really different. Like,
Yeah,
I
because
feel like realistically, you should actually engage and be like, hey, what was your crime for? Because, I don't fault my brother for assaulting a police officer with a deadly weapon, because, as much as I say that that's a really bad thing, he did it while he was like violently high on PCP. So, like it's not like my brother did that willingly, knowingly, being like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill this guy, or whatever. But like in the same way that like somebody who passes out pissing on an electrical box because they're drunk, like it's not
That's
like
what.
not like they
background-
mean to end up on the fucking sexual, predator list.
wait, so were you talking about how like people just assume the worst once they hear like sexual predator or something?
The second that you hear that anybody has any sort of felony or sexual assault, whatever, like there's immediately it's like, oh no, I'm not gonna hire.
I
this
mean,
guy. Or,
like,
oh no, I'm not gonna talk.
Okay, so like I understand that there's people who are put on the list that are like put on the list for like unfair reasons occasionally, right? Like I understand that.
Yeah, well, occasionally,
but
it
like,
happens a lot.
well, I mean, right, and I don't have any like numbers or percentages or whatever else.
But this isn't
Yeah,
like.
But like this is not the same thing, right? Like we're talking about like someone who was like sent to jail for like, for example, I had a correspondence chess game with a guy who stabbed his wife 17 times. Okay, like he was in jail and he like sent me a letter, and I would play chess with him via mail. That was fine, right? Until COVID happened, and actually I feel bad I lost track of that. But I mean, things went crazy then. But like my point is that like I didn't hold it against him. I just, kept playing chess, whatever. If I was asked whether I'd feel comfortable hiring that man, I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like I don't know if I would feel comfortable having someone who, I mean, I guess if they're reformed and I got to know them and there's like, ways I could, do extra checks to make sure that they would be able to perform the job and the tasks and not engage in violence at the same time, I think it'd be okay, I guess. But like,
yeah, sure.
I obviously don't know the specifics of that case, right? But I think there are some crimes where like it is reasonable to be concerned that they could do something like that again, because we don't really have good mechanisms for understanding if somebody like truly is rehabilitated in the case of the case of quite a lot of extreme crimes, right? So you kind of have to measure up the like how likely is it you think that they will commit this thing again versus how much harm could be caused if they did commit this thing again. And I'd say stabbing your wife 17 times, I think like without any other context, right? I don't know, maybe she was threatening to murder their baby or whatever, right? Like that would mitigate it, but without any further context, just like, oh, this person like stabbed his wife 17 fucking times. Fucking like I think you'd be well within it would be entirely reasonable to say, no, I would never feel comfortable hiring this dude because I have literally no way to know if he's quote rehabilitated or not. Like how do you even assess that?
Right. Yeah. So this is why
I think.
Go ahead. You go.
I think ultimately, like it
go ahead.
Right when you're saying give
I guess he
anger of a
there you are. You lagged out a bit. Please go ahead.
Sorry. No, I think it goes back to just if the business owner or whatever is willing to make that choice, right, and free choice capitalism, whatever you want to call it, like is willing to accept that risk. I think it goes to a lot of the prison system and victimless crimes and people that are actually put away, whatever people's thoughts are about life in prison or the death penalty and things like that. I don't know, you know what I mean? But like I think that has a lot to do with it. And if someone's out of jail, they should have paid their debt and they should be normal person. So obviously their rights shouldn't be restricted, but a private business can make that decision to hire them or not. But I think like something like Twitch, like we were saying, I don't think Twitch is probably going to care because it's it's a remote kind of business. As long as it's bringing them income and they're not violating terms of service and not bringing so much bad publicity, it's a win for them.
Well, I mean, unless they like proceed to engage in the crime again on Twitch.
Can we get more cameras
Right,
up here?
or alternatively,
one second,
it
hold
is
on.
possible that.
Can we get more cameras here? Like, it'd be actually quite helpful. You don't have any. Oh my god, dude, you're just dragging your mic across something. Please mute yourself.
True.
Hey, sorry, just getting
So
out. Sorry.
the problem, Zomic, with what you just said, right? You said, like, oh, it's the employer's choice. But the employer employs a whole bunch of fucking people. So, like, they have a responsibility and a duty of care to their employees, I would say, right? And having a dangerous person like that in their midst shouldn't be something that is forced on employees without their consent. I think that, like, if there's a decision that could put their lives at risk in the case of, like, somebody who's stabbed their wife 17 times, like, the rest of the employees should be in on that decision making.
True. That's very true. If we have somebody who is violently criminal, who is trying to get a job somewhere, right? Like, as much as we like to say, like, you know, rehabilitative, you know, justice is a good thing, you know, which it is for the most part. Like, let's be clear, rehabilitative is much better than punitive justice. But at the end of the day, if you have a guy who's going to kill 17 people and wants to get a job somewhere like a Walmart, like, it's not unfair for Walmart employees to be worried about whether or not that guy's gonna, like, commit, you know, another murder. Like, let's be very clear about that.
And it's like I would say, protection against this kind of shit has to come before the concerns of rehabilitation, right? Like, rehabilitation, good, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
But see, this is why this part of the conversation is boring me. So if you're talking about someone who's like a violent murderer, right, things are more clear. That's why I want to talk about more complex cases. Yeah. So go ahead.
I want to.
Let's go to Chris. And I want to see if Doobie has anything to say, and then Yamato.
Yeah, if we like when it comes to like private citizens, it's more of a case by case basis. The employer makes a decision. Like when it comes to Twitch, right? We usually, when we have these discussions, we're usually talking about well-known individuals with a past and a present that is problematic. That we don't see as a good thing that they're coming onto the platform. So I say like a better example would be like, say, take Alex Jones, right? If he was coming onto Twitch to start like his platform here, right? Would that be a good thing? And like, well, not a good thing, but like, should we push that person out? Should we like make an effort to not like allow them on the platform? And I think that we definitely shouldn't allow them on the platform, right? Even though they haven't committed any like, say, like violent crime or anything like that, their like platform is one known to like spreading like propaganda, hate, conspiracy theories, and they've caused a lot of damage. Like they just recently lost a case with the Sandy Hook victims, like, right, the civil suit. So like there's a bunch of reasons, right? But having the person like that on this platform is extremely problematic, right? And we should do a lot to like, if we can't, like, if like Twitch is just like, well, if they follow TS, we're not doing anything about it, right? We as individual streamers and people on the platform should do our best to like avoid that person and make an effort to push them out. But but the way people like take advantages of that, like, if I don't know, if Alex Jones came on this platform, there would be a ton of people, right? They would just try to engage, right? They like knew it'd be big for their platform, so they like try to set up all sorts of debates. Like they go on their platform, right? They help them, like they provide their own audiences to this person, right, to help them even grow on the platform. Like even though they say they're against that person, right? It gets really weird, and it gets really negligent the way people act when they see like a big fish to like feed off of.
Doobie, thank you for the 15-month resub. Awfully kind of you. He says, quick reminder, Paul is beautiful. And Paul is beautiful, one of my great mods. But thank you, Doobie, for being a long-time supporter of this community. Doobie, please, I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think I'm wondering if there's like a line for any of you guys. Right? So like beyond, you know, the damage that it could do to the community if their rhetoric or their ideas get out there and they convince people. Let's say we had someone on the platform that we knew, 20 years ago had like sexually assaulted a couple people, or had sexually assaulted a child, right? This person, totally separate from all their political opinions, right? Would you guys be okay with ostracizing that person for something they did 10, 20 years ago?
Yep.
Because I would be.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
I'd
For
be
me, it
worried about
depends
having
on-
him around children.
Yeah,
Like,
that.
This
Yeah.
platform gives power,
That
right?
that particular example, I think yes, absolutely. It would depend upon other examples whether or not we would, yes or no.
Okay, so what about something like first degree murder, like 20 years ago?
Well, it depends on the circumstances of the case.
Okay, wait. So we're saying, okay, hold on. So we're talking about whether someone who got convicted of rape 20 years ago should have a platform on Twitch. Am I?
Yeah, should be able to come onto this panel like us right now and share their opinions and beliefs about anything.
Probably not.
I would hope
on
no.
what they're on the platform to do. Right? They should be around kids at all. I don't believe so. But if, like, they're here to
Let's say they want to talk about healthcare reform.
or advocate against the
it-
things that they did and like try to find help for people who like have
Yeah.
those things.
Yeah. That's what I was
They
gonna suggest.
just want to talk about healthcare reform. Like,
Wait,
they-
no.
20 years ago, no
Why-
further crimes.
so-
I don't give a shit.
So politically speaking, why exactly would you want somebody who is a convicted child rapist
Wait,
on
I,
your
think
side?
that was,
Like,
I think it was just a rapist, right? We didn't go.
Wait,
Okay, so
like,
this is
wait,
what-
no,
we-
okay,
like-
my bad. Maybe if
Like we
if
just
I-
assuming the worst, right?
I thought you
Just
said. I
really-
thought you
Sure.
said. I thought you said child rape.
I'm sure I'm out here assuming the worst.
Oh no! I mean, Doobie, you did mention like he possibly could have.
I gave three different. So I gave one like first degree murder. I gave one like sexually assaulting a couple
fair.
people. Another like someone who sexually assaulted a child. Right, like 20 years.
Oh,
ago.
to be fair,
To be clear, like what I'm getting at here is, like you guys, like you seem like lefties, most of you.
whoa.
Like rehabilitation is something that's pushed really hard on the left, right? So like if you believe in rehabilitation, why would you ostracize them from this space if they did something 20 years ago, no other offenses, right? Nothing since, and now they're coming on here to talk about healthcare reform, to talk about a policy that you agree with them on. Why would you keep them out of the space?
Because
But-
rehabilitation doesn't mean like magically believing that people are not going to do horrible shit, right?
True.
Rehabilitation means engaging in a process of trying to correct behaviors, right? Make restitution and so on. Show a pattern of behavior that is consistent with somebody who is regretful of their past actions and unlikely to commit it again. And it requires an assessment on the behalf of people who are going to let them into their communities as to how much potential danger this person poses. You can't just go, we believe in rehabilitation, so we're just gonna let convicted fucking rapists like chill with our like babysit our kids, right? That's not how
Yes.
fucking rehabilitation works, obviously. It's a very, very stupid like attempt at some kind of weird gotcha. There's no hypocrisy
Well,
there at all.
there
You
was
have
no-
to affirm. You have
okay.
to.
Now
you have
we
to,
can't.
wait,
Super
I'm not.
fucking
I'd like to respond
almost
when
done.
she says
Almost done.
okay.
Like 10 seconds. You have to be able to confirm that somebody is rehabilitated before you can judge that they are safe to go back into those spaces. And with some crimes, it might never be impossible for you. It might never be possible for you to confirm, like to a satisfactory degree, that other people are not put at risk by that person's presence.
Okay, so that's a weird response because just before I restated my position, you said you wouldn't care if they did something 20 years ago with other offenses. Now it's a stupid gotcha that I was actually agreeing with you.
No, I wouldn't
It's
care
like
if they
I
were
don't
just
understand.
if they were speaking
So I don't
on.
understand why you're suddenly upset
speaking on
about me
Twitter.
restating the position that I had before if you agreed with it like 10 seconds prior. That makes no sense to me.
No, because
Unless-
you
unless I
attempted to
misunderstood
point
you.
out a hypocrisy that didn't exist, right? And what I said when I said I don't care is I said if somebody committed a rape 20 years ago and hasn't shown a pattern of behavior, went to prison, came out, whatever, right, and there's been no problem since, and they want to talk on Twitch, I don't really care. If they
Well,
wanted
that's
to
exactly the hypothetical I presented.
if they wanted to babysit my children, I might have a different opinion.
Well,
right?
I'm
It's
not.
all about
Well,
being
I
able to
wasn't
assess
talking about
that.
babysitting children. What you stated is exactly the hypothetical I presented. So I don't know if you weren't listening to me or you were just
I was
waiting to
listening
jump
to
in and get
you,
on my neck.
but you said no.
But
with the
I-
height. Yeah.
Well, hold on.
That's fine.
Crime, am I going insane? Didn't I say exactly that? They're on this platform. They're not babysitting children. They're on this platform to talk about healthcare reform. No
Yeah.
other offenses. Something they did 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's exactly what you just said is exactly what I said. So I don't know why you're pretending.
Okay, well,
I said
I'm glad
something
I
else.
could
Well,
provide greater context. then.
are they showing remorse for like the stuff that they did, DB? Like Are they
I don't
talking
fucking know. I'm just wondering where the line is for you guys, right? So for me, the line is I'm much more like vengeful, I guess, because I wouldn't want them around at all, right? And we actually had a really similar situation on my Discord server like 3 years ago. We had someone on the mod team who'd been on the mod team for a couple of years, no problems with her at all. She was actually one of my favorite people on the server because she was a trans person, but she was also very Christian, and she could get into like really deep philosophical debates and deep biblical debates and know every fucking. She knew the Bible front to back, right? And it was getting her in a debate with other Christians where they bring up like the trans issue was fucking amazing. But one day she accidentally doxed herself. People looked up her name and found her on a sex registry, for like a child sex offender registry, right? Because I think like 10, 15 years prior, pre-transition, she had sexually assaulted a little girl. And this was like, obviously, became like a massive issue on the server. And I had to ban her, obviously, because there are a lot of children in the community. I just couldn't have her there. Even if this was something that happened 15 years ago. And so far as I knew, she had no other record of any other like criminal offenses, never had a problem with her interacting with children on the server, but I couldn't have it in my community, obviously. So I don't know. I feel like I'd apply that same standard to Twitch or to any of these spaces, right? I think that if there's a line that you cross where you do lose, in my opinion, you would lose access to most of polite society, right? To things that non-rapists and non-murderers get access to, like sitting on Twitch and chit-chatting with a bunch of nerds on the internet.
I mean, I think there's like probably a way for folks who've done really scuffed things, who've like reformed and rehabilitated themselves. Like, I think there's a way for folks like that to have a career, or there should be. But I think that like just the act of like violent social deviancy is enough to kind of make it okay to kind of keep them away from social situations where they can be exposed to like the sorts of things that caused them to commit the crime in the first place.
Are we talking about the title that's on here right now, or what are we talking about? Because I missed a lot of it.
So hello, hi Brittany.
Hi.
Nice to
Hi.
Hey guys.
God, your mic is super fucking sensitive though. But
Mine is?
Yeah. But we
can hear every time you twiddle with your bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But,
I'll mute myself and I'm not.
Sure.
Sorry.
No problem. But so what we're talking about is like what is too extreme for Twitch, and we're throwing lots of different hypotheticals.
Well, we should ask Vivian that. I think Vivian's the like the decider on what's okay for Twitch and all the platforms actually. Right, Vivian?
What?
No, I'm simply one member of a group of people who advocate for the removal of people who push things like the Great Replacement that you were red pilled recently on, I believe.
You think it's better for them? Hold on. You think it's better for them to be pushed into the darker fringes of the web where there's no pushback, and then they can get radicalized even further? You think that they're not going to have these views if like you just don't hear them? It's like out of sight, out of mind for you.
No, I'm more interested in protecting the community than I am in.
How are you protecting the community if you're radicalizing them further, though?
Because they're not in our community anymore.
How do you know? Okay, I have a question. Really quick. So it's better, okay, when you're online in these online spaces, where you have no actual physical contact with somebody, I don't think that's as dangerous as like in-person contact, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
it's
so
still
then,
but it would be downplaying it to say that it isn't dangerous at all. I've been the subject. Exactly. I've been involved in like 2 international police investigations that have only involved interactions online. That have involved terrorist threats and multiple doxings and so on.
I'm sure you contact the police a lot.
I generally don't. But you know, once we started getting bomb threats, we kind of had to because we don't have the infrastructure to be able to cope with that.
Make it cringe.
I would say like it's like Viv is ACAB, so I don't think Viv would call the police unless it was absolutely necessary.
I prefer not to involve the police like wherever possible, but we have to recognize that we don't have the anarchists, anti-fascists, people working on de-radicalization, whatever, right? We don't have the infrastructure to be able to cope with like an international terrorist organization sending bomb threats. Like we just don't.
Just as an aside, given the topic, I mean, it seems like a really wild accusation to make. Like really? Like
Brittany's just butthurt because I said that they should probably report her YouTube channel if she hosts a conversation on the fucking Great Replacement or the Jewish question. Right?
True. If members of that Discord channel are getting like notifications about why your Discord is promoting like racist and hateful behavior, like I mean, hey, I don't mean to be like combative or anything, but like, damn, dog, you gotta dial back on that shit.
Well, okay, yeah, of course we're gonna. Do you know how many people are out there like trying to report us and mass reporting us and?
Right, you're not doing it. No, I'm sorry.
Let her finish, please, Brittany.
Our Discord,
not enough.
Our first Discord that we got shut down. Yeah, that one had a lot of problems. But after that, we had it started getting it modded. We had Doobie who helped us with one, and it was modded really well. He even said like there wasn't any TOS violations.
Shut up.
Hey. Okay, so that didn't have any TOS violations. We've modded them further and further each time, and it just they can't control what we're doing, so they need to shut us down completely. And maybe this is a power thing for you, Vivian. Maybe this makes you feel powerful, and that's why you do it. Because I don't think it's actually about your end result of trying to, get rid of like these radical views. Because I really do think you're radicalizing people further.
I am radicalizing people further. You're absolutely right. Radicalizing people further left, and that is great. That is really good.
Wait,
that is
Vivian,
excellent.
Hold on. Because I want to point out. Okay. So I'm really sorry. Your Discords, every single one of them, have been like the bastion of the most hateful speech I have ever seen in my entire life.
I have no idea who you are. Were you even in our Discords?
Yes, every single one of them.
I mean, didn't you just say that it was happening in your Discord though?
Yeah, it was. In the first one, it was.
Right, so
you don't think that was the fucking problem?
Because you guys have to do one at a time if you guys are going to talk, because I can't.
But it's not necessarily. It's not necessarily just about what's in the Discord, right? I think it's ridiculous for you to expect us to believe that you're going to have people on your show advocating, for the Jewish question and for the Great Replacement, and not have people in your Discord advocating for the same stuff. That seems absurd to me.
Well, I never said we don't.
Exactly. So you do have people in there
I don't understand.
talking about the Jewish question.
That's not the issue, though.
Yeah. I mean, that is the issue. That's
how is
precisely
that
what I'm
issue?
talking about.
Because that stuff is violently anti-Semitic and violently racist. How are you
Wait a minute, though. No, if they can talk about these kind of things, doesn't mean like that you're breaking.
I'm sorry. If somebody is if somebody is in your Discord advocating for the literal non-existence of the Holocaust, how the fuck are you going to?
Nobody's talking about that. That's not what the JQ is.
Okay, what is?
No, wait, what do you mean?
Are you telling me
Monday, one second. Monday,
talk about
this is so cringe.
Monday, can you stop? It is cringe.
Can you stop yelling? Know what's going on in your own Discord?
Monday, can you please stop yelling? Can I just ask you? Wait, I just want to clarify what Monday said, because that was a really weird statement. So when you say they're advocating for the non-existence of the Holocaust, do you mean that they're denying the Holocaust?
There are people who will do the. If you know the whole
I know everything. Just what
are
they?
So the Nick Fuentes whole oh my god, wait, hold on. Oh my god, shut the fuck up for 2 seconds.
You predictable. I know where you're going with this.
Oh my god, you're doing it. No, I'm sorry. It's a shame that you run a Discord of fucking fascists.
Let Mundane answer. Go ahead, please.
So the whole meme was, right, obviously there's that old Nick Fuentes meme of like, hey, oh my god, I did the math. How the fuck can you burn 6 million cookies in all of these fucking there's this stupid joke. At the end of the day, Brittany's Discord allowed for massive amounts
Holocaust
Holocaust denial for one, but there was also like a significant amount of other like really wild conspiracy theories that were like rampant throughout the entire Discord.
Yeah, so wait 1 second, Brit. So do you think that people shouldn't be allowed to discuss Holocaust now, or
Like, what's your
I
stance
think
on
if Discord as a company does not want to allow Holocaust denial on its servers, they are completely within their right to. If there's another company who is
Discord doesn't
totally
ban
fine,
Holocaust now.
Can I say something?
Wait, what? Do they not?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, they don't.
What's up, friendy?
Okay, you can
I
talk
don't
about
believe that, I don't
you can
believe
talk
that.
about whatever you can talk about whatever the hell you want in your Discord, but don't expect for people to like
No,
be
I
happy
agree with
about
that.
it.
But can I just say something? Like, okay, so if people don't want that, they don't have to come into those spaces. Nobody's forcing people to come into these spaces. Leave if you don't like it. Why do you have to shut it down for everybody else that do want to have these
Because
conversations?
people see it as
People who are willing to get out of their echo chambers,
Because
people who
there
are
is
willing
a
to get out of their
because
echo chambers, why the hell would you push them back? Not everybody wants to do that. Why would you push them back into their echo chambers where there's not going to be that kind of pushback, and they can be radicalized further?
So you're advocating
Yeah,
creating a
sure.
new echo chamber so that these people don't get pushed into a different echo chamber. So if I don't want to be there and listen to this anti-Semitic shit, then I can leave and let that space become a new echo chamber.
It's not an echo chamber though, because not everybody's like you. There are
It
people that
sounds
are
like an
wanting to
echo
have these
chamber.
conversations.
Yeah, there are plenty of lefties on
This
this
is not how
I
political.
would
Oh,
rather shove people
Yeah, if you watch
into
if you
the
if you were
corners
to,
than to invite them in to try to corrupt folks who
I mean, but
that just says that you're like you
Isn't
feel
the-
like your
isn't
arguments
the-
are weak.
isn't
And you're
Discord
afraid to discuss
the
with these
platform
people.
itself
No,
telling
like-
you to get off? That's why you guys get banned. If you guys,
I
if you guys
just-
are getting banned,
before we get
right?
too
You're,
far.
arguments
you're
don't
technically even
make-
breaking Discord TOS by having a Discord account, right?
No,
No,
you are
because we-
breaking.
no,
Okay,
because
but you
we
are.
had
Wait,
somebody
wait,
else
wait,
that-
wait. You
that it was
are
somebody
breaking
else that
Discord
created these accounts.
TOS. You are breaking Discord
It was
TOS
Chilton
by like
idea.
advocating for like things
I mean,
like
both-
re-immigration, so ethnic cleansing and so on. And I just want to note that there's one really disingenuous tactic going on here, right? The conflation of talking about these issues, which is important and should be done, and advocating for the fascist position on these issues, which isn't important and shouldn't be done.
I'm sorry, but what's the difference of talking? Like, how do you like distinguish the difference?
So,
So you can
actually-
talk about these
That's what
issues.
All right, really, when I'm asking you.
So you can talk about these issues, right? You can talk about things like the Jewish question and the Great Replacement and all of that, right? I do very regularly, right? Without having a Nazi sitting there going, yes, actually, this is good. The Jews do run things, and we need to remove all non-whites from the country, right? We can do that. It's very, very easy to do that.
I mean, I think it's very brave of Prime to have two people who've had their Discord accounts banned and breaking Discord TOS on his stream and on his Discord. So.
And have basically been forced off of Twitch for having people repeatedly advocate for ethnic cleansing and genocide on their channel.
Yep, exactly.
Wait, who's been advocating for genocide?
I'm sorry. What do you call the removal of all non-white discrimination?
You've had multiple people on your whole channel advocate for things like these white ethno states. Unironically, the fact that you let Mio on for even more than 30 seconds is like the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. That is nothing short of a literal white nationalist.
Mundane, do you think that advocating for ethno states is not allowed on Discord?
It shouldn't
be.
That's not what I asked.
I don't. To be fair, I'm not 100% certain on Discord's rules. I don't know. Okay. To be fair, if according to Discord's rules, it's not, then yes, ban them. If it's not, then that's totally fine.
I mean, if it's not against
wait,
Discord TOS, then do you think we should lobby against and campaign for Discord to change that TOS?
I don't think that Discord should allow for literal clear
neo-Nazi propaganda farms. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. There's a massive difference. There's a massive difference.
There's no difference between a neo-Nazi propaganda farm and
hold on. There's a lot of people.
Right, so advocating for an ethno state and advocating for violence aren't like the same thing, right?
No, they're not. No, not even
close. That's what I'm asking you. So do you think that people shouldn't be allowed to advocate for the creation of an ethno state on Discord?
I think people
and
should
if so,
be allowed to advocate
why
for
not?
violence. That's
I'm not talking about violence. That's not what I asked you.
Well,
right, for an ethno state, for an ethno-state.
Let's say somebody's a supporter of
No,
we should
country.
Okay, so we should wait. Did you say that we shouldn't allow people to support ethno-states on Discord? So you wouldn't allow people to support like Zionism or the creation of a Jewish state on Discord? You think that
well, I would be okay with people. Sorry. Well, this okay. To be fair, hold on. As somebody who spent like 6 years of their life studying foreign policy, I really don't think that labeling the very gist of Jewish existence into Zionism.
I'm not talking about Jewish existence. That's a ridiculous
no,
thing
but
to
you
say.
like.
I'm
Okay,
talking
I'm
about
sorry,
the,
I'm sorry, but you are.
nation
You
of
are.
Israel.
If you want to talk about Zionism, yes, you are.
This is like
all
really
Jewish
silly.
people in
Like,
Israel.
So
That's
hold
not
on. To be fair, if we want to make it really simple, no.
Yeah, there's a really.
We're trying to no.
There is a really.
Okay, we're not going to paint some. Right, we're not going to paint.
What do you mean
like,
just don't talk about it?
No,
Wait,
okay,
you're not going to say that saying anything against Israel means that we're against Jews. Like, what are you talking about?
Would you let Mad Lad talk?
Well, no,
Honestly,
I didn't say
it's
that.
It's a very
Mad Lad has a good point.
Really
I want to hear
extremely
Mad Lad
complicated topic.
Matt
This
Lad,
is like
go
really
ahead.
ridiculous.
Oh
Like
my
you're trying
gosh.
to take
No,
like one. No, shut up. There's one giant brush that you're trying to like use to paint across all the ethno-states and say it's all the same shit, and it's not. Like there's a very clear distinction.
Thank
We
you.
shouldn't promote
Thank you.
Nazis on any platform. It's like that straightforward. White supremacy bad. We don't need to advocate for it. And having a marketplace of having a marketplace of ideas is fine and all, but there's certain things that we shouldn't even allow for because it's so dangerous and so toxic. And it doesn't matter the strength of argument. The strength of argument has nothing to do with it. It's the fact that you don't want to have this movement exist in the first place, and you can't even risk it.
It doesn't
I think it's very reasonable to
I have a really good question.
I think it's very reasonable to answer Doobie's question very simply with, if somebody is advocating for the creation of a Jewish ethno-state in which Palestinians are treated as subordinate or expelled from the nation, then yes, that is something that we should not be supporting. Zionism has multiple different meanings to multiple different people.
Yes.
But I am absolutely opposed to the creation of or advocacy for any ethno-state.
What a based response. Absolutely.
But again, if we can't live in the same internet spaces where we don't have any contact whatsoever, how are we supposed to live in the same country?
What?
Go to a different platform. If Discord doesn't want you on here,
We shouldn't be having these conversations. We shouldn't be talking. These people live in this country. You do understand that, right? They are here.
Sure.
Yes,
they don't just go away because you don't see them on the internet
Wait, I'm
anymore.
sorry. Just because
Listen.
they live in the same country as us doesn't mean that they're
You can't even live in the same internet
I'm sorry.
spaces, though.
Just because you live in the same country as me does not mean that your same dumb ideas carry the same weight as anyone else's.
Yeah, I don't think I want to share the same fucking space as a Nazi. Come on, bro. Like,
exactly.
Well,
yeah,
we
wait.
still live in the country
wait,
with
I don't.
these people.
And sure,
No, I'm
and if
sorry.
they want to do it in a public setting
like-
where they're in a public place and they get the right to do it, if a Nazi group wants to go march down Main Street and they get the fucking right and all the permits, I'm not going to sit here and say that they can't do that, okay? Yeah, they have the right to
But
do that.
again, you're talking about that's something where they are in their own echo chambers.
If Discord,
Let her finish. Go ahead.
Let her finish. She interrupted my. Let her finish. Her interruption. My statement.
What we do is we have actual debates. We have people on both sides challenging each other's views. That's not like the same thing as being in an echo chamber, reinforcing each other's views and radicalizing them further.
That's promoting advocacy.
I think you're worried that your arguments aren't going to be able to go against them.
How did it work?
Let Sam respond. Sam, hold on. No, let Sam respond, please.
I understand that Brittany's interruption was very important, but like, if Discord investigates your server after multiple reports and your account and comes to the decision that they don't want you on their platform, why do you have a problem with a company's decision to, use their First Amendment right to say, get the fuck off my platform?
Because we weren't breaking TOS. This was mass reports.
It was
that were
not
happening.
your decision to decide if you broke TOS. Discord made the decision.
They have a TOS, right? They have a TOS.
And they made the decision after investigating your server and your account that you are now breaking TOS by being on this.
It's just
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Scott, shut up. Hey, stop that. Don't start repeating. Don't do that. I don't like that. Knock it off or get the fuck out. Thank you. All right. I want to have this conversation. The whole point of this conversation was to talk about what is too extreme for Twitch, right? Or not even just Twitch, right? Who shouldn't we be interacting with when we're testing the waters here? I think it's interesting, this reaction specifically towards Brittany. Now, you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe you guys actually might know about this more than I do, right? As far as I know, Brittany hasn't done the whole JQ meme. Let me finish my words, right? As far as I know, she hasn't done any of that, right? She hasn't necessarily advocated for any of these things. Although she's had people on her platform that have talked about these things, right? So if it's true, right, that she hasn't espoused white supremacy, white supremacy ideology, right, and it's just talked to people who have espoused these things, is that does that mean that we shouldn't interact with her? Viv, you have information that I don't?
Okay, so I think a curious way to approach this would be to say that this open debate, right, has obviously not helped de-radicalize people, as in fact it helped radicalize Brittany, who is now, quote, right, I'm quoting her directly, red-pilled on the Great Replacement, okay, and has spoken multiple times about poor little Timmy who might grow up as a minority in the future, right? It's fucking absurd to say that she has not pushed these ideas. She is an advocate of Great Replacement theory.
So why aren't you guys coming up with better arguments then? Maybe.
Wait.
argument.
Wait. Oh my God! Please have me on your show. I will absolutely.
Your arguments suck. I don't know if you are, but your arguments have not been good.
Okay, so hold on. Sorry. Are you an advocate in any way for a Great Replacement theory?
Okay, the Great Replacement is where they think that the Jews are behind it. I don't think that. I do think that I'm worried about a white minority that could happen in this country because of how mainstream it is to be anti-white right now. And I think that there could be this kind of racial revenge that happens.
Brittany, you're waiting until somebody calls you.
This is what I mean.
You're Jewish.
She's literally scaremongering about the Boogaloo. She's scaremongering about race war.
Vivian, hold on. What negative outcomes do you foresee for white people in the future?
Okay, well, I just don't think with our history and everything that has happened, if it's mainstream to be so anti-white right now, that when we are the minority, it's not going to be very good. And people aren't going to be very sympathetic to white people if things are happening to them because of our history. Whereas right now with minorities, people are sympathetic and they're trying to right those wrongs because, again, of our history.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not actually going to shoot you.
Hold on.
Wait. No, this is important, okay? Right? Because what is happening now, okay, is that we are at the brink of being pulled into a debate on whether it is on whether we should be concerned about the Great Replacement. All right?
Yeah, I think we should stay on the topic.
And either we veer away from this topic, right? Or Brittany leaves, or I leave. Because I will not be part of a panel in which we are debating whether or not the Great Replacement is something.
I feel like the original topic was much better.
About. Yeah, that wasn't the topic to begin with, right? So let's move on from there.
I would say that this is.
Wait. Viv, Brit, you just laughed. So do you want to debate the Great Replacement, or do you want to debate the problem of
I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. She's the one who wants to run
you have that exhale. It's a problem. So air out your problem. I'm giving you the floor.
She's a baby.
Okay.
Woman is literally a walking fucking fish bait. Why are we?
Okay, hold on. Shut up. We're trying to talk. Okay. All right. You don't want to talk, then leave. All right, now, Sam, you want to say something? I apologize.
Yeah, I just think that, again, it's like a level of insanity that we have where it's like, if the company that is on their platform, they investigate your server or they investigate whatever, and they come to the decision that, you've broken their TOS or they don't want you on the platform, why does your right infringe on their First Amendment right to say how they use their platform?
I'm not, but I just know that it's people that are trying to get us down that
are doing. Your argument was that you didn't break TOS. So did you break TOS or did you not break TOS?
I didn't. No.
They did the decision
the decision
by not adequately
No. Let Sam go.
Discord has so I have talked to Discord because I run a server. Yeah, I run a server, and I had received messages from plenty of people in my server asking me about whether or not their accounts are going to get hit because they got messages from Discord, Trust and Safety, after being in your server, okay? So I can show you DMs of people coming to me and asking me if their server is going to be okay. So I talked to Trust and Safety. I emailed them and asked them what the process was. So everybody in your Discord that gets banned, from your Discord that gets banned, gets investigated by Trust and Safety. So it gets sent through an algorithm, and if anything gets hit, then it gets hit by a like actual eyes person investigates the account, and that is when the manual deletion of the account is. So both you and Doobie had accounts investigated by Trust and Safety and were banned off Discord. And when Doobie went to make an appeal, his appeal was rejected. And I know that you're on a second account. So both of you right now, by being on your Discord accounts, are breaking TOS.
Can I respond to that nonsense?
Please, go ahead.
So there are a lot of problems with what you said. So Discord, their Trust and Safety team does not look at things like in person, right? So they didn't investigate the Britney server.
If it gets flagged,
no, don't interrupt me. You just went on for a long time. Don't interrupt me. Okay. If someone reports it, especially mass reports it, their bot will automatically delete the owner account. This has happened dozens of times that I've seen on Discord. Right? If they appeal the deletion or the account disabling, you might get a person to look at it after a couple weeks if they fucking respond to it at all. Right? So the reason Britney's original server was deleted was because they did have TOS violations on it. Right, so that's why that server was deleted. When they remade the server, which you can do, right? You can remake your server, you can remake your account, so long as you're following TOS. Discord doesn't give a fuck, right? But what Discord does give a fuck about is remaking the server with the exact same name, which is what Britney did. Right? So when she remade the server with the exact same name, they deleted that server because they don't want the server with the exact same name on. So she had to change the name, and now that she's done that, and I think someone new owns it now, but it's still like the same politically provoked and politically
it got
provoked.
It got hit again. We're on like number 5 or 6 or something. I don't know, but yeah. I couldn't give it up.
1 second. Wait 1 second. Can I?
I'm sorry.
1 second. So the server thing is like, it's not at all the way that you're presenting it. There's no like in person like looking over these things. Secondly,
okay, so you understand that I said that the in person is if you're flagged by the algorithm. You understand that they have a model that just...
Don't interrupt me.
Sam, shut the fuck up and let him finish.
Okay, so the accounts, because you brought up that my account was deleted. So my account was deleted, like all the admin accounts on Britney's server was deleted. Not because I had any activity there, not because I posted Nazi
except for
shit,
Revolt, right? Revolt wasn't, his account wasn't deleted.
But did he have admin perm? Did he have admin perms on the server? I don't think I would sincerely doubt it, because the unless maybe he was an admin, but he had like no admin actions. Because wait 1 second, because all I did on that server was set up bots to moderate the server, right? To auto delete the N-word, auto delete Nazi shit, auto delete all this shit, right? That's what I did on the server, right? So those are my only actions on the server ever, right? So I had 2 other people help me do that. One of them didn't take any admin actions. One of them did. His account was also disabled by Discord, like all the other admin accounts that took action on the server. Because Discord, when they delete a server, they will mass disable all the admin accounts without looking into them at all. Now, when I appealed, mine was rejected. When he appealed, his was not rejected. Now, I think it's because the way that I'd worded my first appeal was not very kind. The way that he worded his was very kind. So they enabled his account. They didn't enable mine. It happened to me again. Very similar situation with what's his name? Big Papa Faster, BPF server, right? I was on the server. I had admin perm.
What? Sorry.
Big Papa Fascist. Yeah, Big Papa Fascist. Yeah, I was asked to set up bots on it. Wait 1 second. Set up moderation bots on his server. I actually never went through with it, but when his server was deleted, they mass disabled all the admin accounts again. So because my account had admin perms, even though I'd never been on the server, never looked at the server, never done anything on the server, my account was disabled. I remade the account. The politics server, my account owned that server at the time, because we tend to pass around ownership between the founders. That account was stuck there for a month, and we had to say, hey, Discord, my old account was deleted. We need you to pass this over to the new account. And they did that after a month, right? So they're totally aware that I'm on the platform. They're totally aware that I'm still on the politics server, and the politics server still exists, and that I have admin perms there. So what you're saying is just not true. Discord has no problem with you remaking an account after it's deleted.
Yeah, it just depends on what the conditions of the banning are. They'll tell you whether or not you're not allowed to recreate an account, and then they'll nail you for ban evasion if you've been permabanned.
Yeah,
it does seem reasonable to nuke. It does seem reasonable to nuke the admin on a server like that, though, because if you're part of the admin and that shit's going on in your server, like, you're responsible for it.
Yeah,
so I think it's fine.
I don't see the point
Why
of
not going after the accounts then?
arguing about Discord TOS and like, you know, like what
Because the claim is that a human goes through, looks at these things, and verifies if there's been a TOS violation.
Only after being flagged by an algorithm.
And so therefore her server must have been taken down for TOS violations, but Doobie is presenting an argument that demonstrates that isn't always the case. They're not always looking through at everything.
I mean, Doobie literally said that the first server was taken down because of TOS violations.
Yeah, the first server
one
probably
was.
Again,
Yeah.
I wasn't on the server, but it was probably taken.
It was definitely, that one had a lot of problems.
Well, so you and I talked, Brittany, like a month and a half ago on Sonsol Stream, and and I talked about some of the stuff that had been sent to me that was from your server that had been sitting around on there for a while. So clearly there were some things that were there, but according to you, though, your server didn't actually get taken down for those things. What did they take it down for? Like, what did it say?
They don't tell you. They just give you like this vague thing. It would be better if they actually pointed to exactly what it was, because then you know what to fix. But they don't do that. And I don't know what the fuck. Like, we're not doing anything bad in these servers now. Like, we have really like tightened them up. I've given up on a public server. We have somebody that uses our show to kind of have a server in general, because I would like to have a public space for people. I use Gilded for that. We have a private one that's just for invites only, that for people that go on the show. I've given up on a public server because so you guys are able to push people off of these spaces, but we'll find another space. We'll find another space.
What do you mean?
And I would encourage anybody to just, you don't have to
and there'll
take
be less
anybody
restrictions
on
in
this.
those spaces, Vivian.
You don't have to take anybody on this panel's word for it, right? Like, it shouldn't be too hard. It shouldn't be too hard to get access to Brit's Discord server. She wants people in there, and you can go there and you can have a look at some of the things that are said. And if you want to message me, I will teach you how to report specific posts and so on to Discord.
So it's actually funny that you would bring that. It's actually funny you bring that up. So when was the first one banned, by the way, Brittany?
I don't even fucking know. It's been like there's been so many.
Yeah, it was like,
when was the fifth one banned?
Yeah, well, no, Vivian, this is important. Okay, can I ask? Like, when was the first one banned? Do you remember?
I don't know. We've lost a lot, so.
Okay,
they are very effective.
I have some screenshots here that look like they're from a server that was well beyond when the first one was deleted, and I don't know. Like, this doesn't seem like it's.
Why? Okay, what is this? Like, who are you, and why do you have screenshots of like our stuff? Like, what is happening?
Why are you so afraid that somebody's gonna show the screenshots?
I don't care if people show the screenshots. I've said that there's been shit in our server. I'm like, there's nothing I'm hiding about it.
Hold on. So is there not shit since the first server, or is there not?
I don't know what you're talking about. So why don't you show us?
Everyone should just calm down here.
I'm just asking questions, okay?
Okay, well, let's see. What is it?
I'm sure you're familiar with the concept.
Just asking questions.
If you've got screenshots, put them in VC chat for people to
I'll
take a
put
look
them in there right now. Sure.
Okay,
What are these? This Todd guy is your mod, isn't he?
Oh, that one, yeah. Okay, we already went over that one. I know what you're talking about, and yeah, we've had to talk with him on that. And he's apologized, and that's not going to happen again. So.
It's a disaster.
And by the way, nobody showed this stuff on screen.
I know exactly what he's talking about.
We will not do whatever it is. Yeah. Okay. So, go ahead, Spectre. Do you have anything else to say?
No, I just wanted to kind of get clarification if this was the first server that I'm looking at here, or if this is
like, I don't know, like 2 servers ago or something.
All right, so
that was the fourth server.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me just address that really quick, because when you have a public server and there's a lot of people in there, hold the fuck on. Why am I being interrupted so much? When you have a public server, there's going to be people that are going to say things, and when you address them and you get rid of it and you moderate it, what's the problem? You're actually doing that.
It's weird how nobody ever says anything like that in my server except for when I get raided by Nazis and they all get fucking
sucks.
And they all get fucking removed
Like,
instantly.
so look, if I was running a Discord server and like one of my mods said something like that, they just wouldn't be part of the moderation team anymore, to be frank with the top thing. That's just me personally, but I mean,
No, it's okay. He said sorry.
Wait, hold on. Is this? Are we talking
Sorry,
about like?
I'm not going to hurt your optics anymore, Brit.
Well,
okay,
these
you carry on
phones are pretty
arguing for the
damning.
Great Replacement, and I won't say any anti-Semitic shit because it makes you look bad.
What?
Okay, so is this like a? Are we talking about Discord servers and Discord TOS now? Or are we talking about what should be allowed on Twitch as a platform?
Yeah,
I mean, I was just
ago, Vivian said she wanted to talk about
Correct.
great replacement, and then she keeps bringing it up. So I don't know.
So
I don't want to talk about the Great Replacement. We all
Well, you just
agree
brought
that
it
it's.
up.
We
Oh,
all
what
agree
the
that
fuck?
we all
one.
agree. I don't want to debate whether or not it is a valid
Then stop
conspiracy
bringing
theory
it up.
So,
or something
okay,
to be
I guess
or
the
something
question
to be
is-
afraid
So
of.
the
topic
I think we all agree, right? Apart from you, Brett, that the Great Replacement is a conspiracy theory that we don't need to be worried about, and that people who advocate for it are fucking wrong. Okay, so that's
but
fine.
if you're talking
And
about
based
again,
on
if you're
that,
talking
and
about the
based on that
conspiracy whether
premise,
the Jews are
and
behind it,
based on that,
I don't believe that.
and based on that premise, did I say anything about the Jews?
Well, that's what the
based on
conspiracy
that
is.
premise, that
And
is-
I don't
that is
believe in
not-
the Great
the
Replacement.
Jews-
That's
the
the
Jews-
case.
the Jews weren't- the Jews weren't even
Who's behind
mentioned
it? If you believe it, that's bullshit. What-
Yeah,
The Jews weren't even mentioned in like Lauren Southern's big fucking video on it, right? You can push it without saying the Jews are
That is
responsible.
what
The
the
Jews are
whole
responsible.
conspiracy is.
Right?
Okay, the topic here
it's really
is
not.
the
Or
topic
different
here
versions
is
of
is
that
it too extreme for
conspiracy
Twitch?
Yeah, and okay,
Yeah.
and so what I wanted to talk about, right? And like I didn't know Brit would like be in the chat, like just coincidentally that she was, but
It's not coincidental. She's got it out for me at the
It
moment.
literally
She's
was
very
actually a
upset.
coincidence.
Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, whatever.
time out.
So the point is that like what I wanted to talk about is like, can we have these interactions? Is it fair? So this this watered down version of the Great Replacement theory, or however you want to call it, right? Yeah.
Great Replacement sans Jews.
Sans Jews.
Sure.
Yes, great. Right.
Actually,
so like I think that's crazy. I think it's nonsense. In fact, you've argued against it here before. We've already done that, right? I disagree with Brittany heavily on this one, but I guess you guys could have figured that out, right?
And I think anybody who
But the point
advocates
is,
for it
stop.
should
Hold on, Viv. I was talking. Please stop.
Okay.
Everyone, I'm talking. No need to talk over me when I'm fucking talking. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, so the point is, we have these situations where we have people who believe these things, right? And having a conversation with them, right? And whether either it's on that thing, right? So that taboo subject, whatever it might be, right? Is that okay? Or is even associating with them at all okay, right? So if we avoid, right, that the Great Replacement theory without the Jews, right? If you avoid that and you talk with these people, right? Is that somehow wrong? Is that somehow crossing a line? That's what I really want to understand. Apparently, Brittany is a very good example of someone who pisses everyone here off. Okay, and you might have very good reason for that, but is it wrong?
Hey, am I the
for
person who
us to-
pisses everything off?
So,
It's the people
if I had to pick, right? If I had to pick between hearing the Great Replacement with the Jews or without the Jews, I'd actually take with the Jews thrown in because it makes it less palatable. The issue here is that when they pitch it without the Jews, that's what they do on other people's platforms, right?
Yeah.
That's to make them seem reasonable. Then you come to their platforms and they start slowly telling you what they really mean. Nick Fuentes does this with fucking genocide denial. Like we've seen it before. This is how they actually go out and recruit and get new people to radicalize. So, I mean, if you're going to do it, fucking do it. Like, make them look like actual Nazis if that's what you want to do.
The
thing about
having them on your platform, even if you're like avoiding those topics or whatever, is if you know that they regularly advocate for these positions and you know the kinds of people that are in their community, you know the kinds of people and positions that they're going to be bringing with them. What they say on your platform isn't the end of their interaction with your community. Twitch here has a huge amount of people who have found community, marginalized people who have managed to find community where they haven't managed to find community in their own lives, right? Either because they're like a black person in an all-white town, or a trans person with no other trans people nearby, or whatever, right? Like, they find people and communities here, and I want to protect those communities where those people feel safe from having an influx of like absolutely disgusting fucking people who will harass and throw bigotry at them, right? It is about protecting your community from these people.
Okay,
what's really interesting here.
I think that's fair. I just want to say, I think what Viv said is fair, right? If that individual is bringing with them a toxic community that could put like your existing community in danger, right? If they happen to have a lot of Nazi fans, they come into your community, and that could be damaging. I think that's actually a really very fair point. So I just wanted to focus on that. Thank you so much for that. Okay.
Like Antifa could be pretty.
So I have like one thing that I kind of actually have to go after this. I just wanted to like throw this out there.
Sure.
So it's actually like really interesting. Like Brittany actually makes a fantastic case study on like why this like open conversation thing just doesn't work, and why like there's a lot of like why we have to be careful about what we allow on Twitch, because like we have this situation where Brittany has like I don't even know how many servers. Like it sounds like there's been a bajillion servers that are just being constantly shut down for like various like TOS violations. So clearly Brittany's like attempt at like trying to implement like this idea of open conversation and not like bringing all the Nazis in is like clearly not working at all, right? And then we have this like presentation where she implied that she was a left-wing host at the very least, or suggested it, and like I can't say here nor there like what the actual reality is, but like she has literally created this panel show to bring in conversation, and she's been like very, very swayed by this like right-wing arc, these right-wingers like being brought on, and she's going on this right-wing arc now. And like she complains about the fact that like left-wing speakers aren't convincing her or aren't coming on her show, and like not like getting the wisdom from the left-wingers who are just avoiding her show altogether, because like that's the point. Like if left-wingers don't want to be on your show, and we like have a problem with like even having the debate, then perhaps the wisdom you need is to just not have the debate. But
That's
instead you're indulging with the right, exactly. So you're indulging.
Because she supports that petition. Let Melon finish. Go ahead.
So I mean, like my point is that like Brittany is like demonstrating precisely why you don't want to have this sort of like open marketplace, free dialogue thing when it comes to specific topics, like
Nazi bar analogy, yeah.
Yeah, anyway,
Nazi bar
analogy. I need to actually get going. It's been a pleasure. Great meeting you officially, Brittany. I'll see you guys on the flip. Take care.
Okay, so we'll go to Zonia.
I would like to chime in.
We'll go to Zonia, then Doobie.
I wanted to
and then Valency. Okay, sure.
Okay, so I think that in general with this type of a thing, as I mentioned in a recent walk-on, I don't think that we can convert people with an audience watching. I think egos get in the way. I think people get defensive, and it doesn't really work from, and this is from many years of me trying to do it myself. So I don't think that works. Now, at the same time,
I got swayed.
Except the one thing that I will agree with Vivian on here is I think that communities do need to be protected. So if you go bringing the element in an attempt to try and do battle with it, I think that you may end up running into potentially a lot more risk and harm to your existing community than if you didn't. Now, where I change my stance is once they're in the community, I think at that point it's actually our responsibility to go in there and do battle and show people how ridiculous their positions are, because they're already here. And so I think that we need to then do battle with it. Now, when it comes to actually doing something like, say, taking them down and stuff like that in terms of getting them banned, etc. That's not something that I would do. If somebody does ban-worthy things and the community reports them, well, then that's on them. And if you've done things to piss off the community and they're just going around and looking for ways to get you banned, that's also on you because you've done things to piss off the community. So I can't really speak in defense of Brittany's situation, obviously, and politically provoked situation here. However, once they were platformed, of course, I'm going to encourage people to go in there and fuck shit up. Okay. And I think it would be stupid not to, because I think that when you've got people who can potentially be swayed in the audience, I think you need someone there to basically demonstrate, make them look bad and demonstrate how bad their positions are so that they're less likely to pull those people over.
I'm sorry, hold on. I got it. There's other people got to go. So we got to go Doobie, Valency, Chris, and Turk. And Dan.
And then me sometime.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so I think what Madeline pointed to is a problem that just isn't happening. I think I've watched a lot of Brittany's work, and I've actually been on one. I think one before, maybe two. One for sure. I think maybe two. I'm not really sure. And when I was on there with other people that were arguing with these ethno-nats, right? And it wasn't like it was me and 10 ethno-nats yelling at me. There were people on my side of the argument. I think we actually outnumbered the ethno-nat people there. To the point where they had to bring him back up, and then it was still like 3-on-2, right? So it's not like these people are just like I'm spewing this stuff without like any contention. No, they're having debates with leftists who are willing to go into the space and debate with them. If you're not willing to do that, then hey, that's fine. You don't need to, right? There are other people that are willing to do that, and I agree that if these arguments are going to be floating out there, I think you need to confront them, and I think pulling yourself out of the fray is kind of counterproductive. And then secondly, I think that just really quickly. Mm-hmm. So the argument that I think there's something to the argument that you need to be aware of the community that someone brings with them, right? So if you're interacting with Brit or me or someone like Vivian, right? With us, we would bring people. We might bring people from our communities, and some of those people might not be nice. Some of them might support like doxing or whatever.
All of my community is lovely.
Some of them might support doxing their political opponents, which we've had discussions about on here before.
Which is based.
See what I mean? Which makes it difficult to have open conversations if people are worried that someone might call their boss like, oh, this person's a Nazi or this person hates trans people, whatever, right? Which is going to push people way out of your community, make your community unsafe for people. Right. So yeah, it is something you need to take into account. But I think that if we're going to be talking about that, please stop interrupting me. Please stop interrupting me. I think we should.
Well, stop being so disingenuous.
Stop. Come on.
I think we should do that on both ends of the aisle. Now, third, I think that in terms to like the idea that we shouldn't have these debates at all, these discussions at all. I think that's. I think it's strange. I think that if the reality is that we do the next 50 years, however it is, white people are going to be a minority in the United States, right? I don't give a fuck about it. Some people do give a fuck about it, right? But I think that it's reasonable for some of these people to have concerns, have questions, and to fall into bad arguments that exaggerate those concerns. And if they do that, I think it's fine to have them on here making these bad arguments so that people can tell them why they're bad arguments. I think hiding from it and disallowing those arguments just makes them feel like you guys are afraid to confront the argument because you can't beat it. So they run off to somewhere else. They run off to Brittany's space or to some other echo chamber, right? Some echo chamber out there that's just full of right wingers that are pushing the same shit. Hey, they're not going to get the pushback there, right? So they're going to fall deeper into it, and eventually, at some point, they're going to blame the Jews for it. This is the kind of the pipeline. Mm-hmm. So I think if this is floating out there, you need to confront it. And I don't think that disallowing it is useful.
Exactly. I think, Doobie, I think the problem with that is a lot of people on the left get tired of fucking having the same question. I mean, the same arguments over and over again. It gets tiresome after a while.
We don't. But we're not having. No, I'm going to push back on that part. We're not having those same arguments. We're actually not discussing these things at all, right? I think there's value in the thing about like protecting the audience. I think that's actually a really good point. But like, but we're not having these talks, right? Like we're not. Sorry, I didn't hear what you're saying. We didn't. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Then you can talk. But like, we aren't having these conversations. There are a lot of talk on the right, on the far right, a lot of crazy shit that gets said, like we know it, but we aren't having these conversations here. We aren't actually confronting them. When are we getting exhausted of these things? When we ignore these things all the time, right? We just don't give an oxygen. Now we can argue. The point right now is if we're arguing if we should, we literally never have these conversations in these spaces, right? I know, I've been here the entire time. We never talk about these things.
Well, we never have a debate over whether or not the Jews control the world or are trying to replace white people. Yeah, of course we fucking don't, right? Because these are ridiculous fucking assertions that even to like advocate for them in a positive manner is like is dangerous. You're pushing,
being so
pushing
dishonest
a
right now, because it's not
violent,
just
a
that
violent white
argument.
supremacist ideology.
Hold on, I wouldn't even say that we don't have them that often. We don't have them often on public platforms. Anybody who exists on the internet and has to deal with this stuff does deal with it on a regular basis, and some of us are fucking sick of it. That being said, I actually do agree with Zonia to a certain extent. If they're already on the platform and you're not bringing an audience with you, fuck it, go talk to them on their turf. But like to then invite them into your community, like I feel like that's dangerous. I don't feel like that's a good move to make. But
yeah, I have no problems with people going into like some Nazi Discord or something and fucking debating them or whatever. Just like don't
but
fucking
the problem,
broadcast
Vivian,
it.
is you think everyone that's not you is a Nazi.
Okay, yeah,
so
hold on. Yamato, finish your point. Then I go to valency.
Oh no! I should have been more clear. I should have said like in private, not public. Like right? We don't have these discussions.
Sure, valency.
Okay, so there is two things that I want to address. The one was about the Twitch, like deplatforming, and Discord and like TOS, and the other one is about the replacement, the great replacement. So the first one, I absolutely agree that they should be deplatformed. I mean, the better that we have them off, the best, because these are not platforms where we want to have this type of discourse. If you have this type of discourse, you are polarizing more. You are attracting more people to ideas that are contradictory. In a democracy that's polarized like America, you don't get shit done, and we don't want that. So literally deplatforming them is just the better. We don't want to hear these. This is not the time, right? The time is actually to do some action. And if you have a polarized country, that's not going to help anyone. And spreading conspiracy theory, like what this person is doing, is just like not gonna help anyone. You're just literally just like feeding into QAnon, which is just spreads more that the tension and polarizes more people. So this goes to my second point about the great replacement. What this person has said about like, oh, but not the Jewish like type of aspect. This is literally in the definition of the new type of great replacement, where people are changing anti-Semitism and putting Islamophobia instead of it. And if you actually look at the statistics, shut the
There's nothing to do with this.
So if you actually, it works. So if you actually like look at the demographics and everything, where it originated, the idea of great replacement, it originated in France, and half of the immigrants there are from other European countries, and the actual fertility rates of the like Islamic people is not actually because of Muslims or it's not high because of like Muslim French people. It's because of French people in general. There is high fertility rates. If you actually look at the demographics in America, for example, there is like 0.1%, 0.3%, 0.5% of Muslims throughout America, which in total is like 2 million people of 358 million. So the great replacement of an idea is just like out of the world. This conversation I've had so many times in these very radicalized places. If you actually like think, hey, what's the good thing? I think deplatforming these type of people is just the best idea. I think you want to have like a progressive ideal. You want to have progressive people. Now, to charity wise, I think, yes, you should absolutely try to address these people if they come across. But the thing is, which I think I found out, people who already come to these places and try to spread these rumors aren't willing to actually listen. They're just willing to spread this thing that they listen to. You cannot change people's ideas just like by just like throwing facts at them. They won't listen. Like this person won't listen to me. It's probably because of my accent and because they're racist. That doesn't matter. Yeah, it's true, right? So
I love your accent. It's fucking great.
So it's because like what you want to do is basically what do you call it? So deplatforming these people is just like the good idea, right? Yeah, this is basically my hot take. Okay.
Felicity, I don't. Can I?
So
Can I
no,
say
no, no,
something?
no, no, no. I'm
No.
sorry. We got a long line here, so we got to get people to go. Here's what we'll do. We'll do Turk next, and then we'll go to Brit, then we'll go to Chris and Dan, and then Doobie and Chinchilla.
Yeah, so I gotta say, if we're gonna start deplatforming people, we have to start deplatforming from both sides. So there's a lot of these people that are saying, let's deplatform the Nazis, right? They're really bad people. It's like, okay, cool, let's deplatform them. So who from the left are we also going to deplatform? Because it's not
Anyone
let's start deplatforming other people as well.
Anyone suggesting that we do a genocide? I'm down, man. Don't worry about it. Like, I'm good.
Let's go for it. Let's
anyone suggesting that a genocide is being enacted by a minority group, like that is not actually being enacted and it's a conspiracy theory, anybody's pushing that shit, go ahead, we'll deplatform them too. Find me these people on the left, I will be right there with you, brother.
Okay, so currently I've been called a KKK sympathizer by Vivian here on the panel, and that is a far left tactic. I would say she needs to be deplatformed because that is an equivalent attack.
But do you understand hold on? Do you understand how your personal gripe with Vivian is a little bit different than rhetoric that gets me thrown in Madison Cawthorn's leftist camp for like fucking labor camp for Jews?
It's Vivian supervillain night.
I know.
You get how this every night, right?
I don't remember calling you a KKK simp. If I did, it was
Vivian,
probably because you were.
Jesus Christ, girl, Jesus, come on.
What? I'm sorry, I don't remember every conversation.
You have to
I have with
learn
people.
faces and names. I know that's really difficult for someone on that spectrum of the political side. That's why we need to deplatform from both sides, guys. Come on.
Okay. So I'll finish because you did address me, right? Like I don't remember calling you a KKK simp. If I did, it was probably in response to you saying something that seemed to support the ideals or support the KKK in some
Prime,
fashion.
you know who I am. I don't sympathize with that shit, dude.
Good. I'm glad.
I'm curious why my comments are getting deleted by the mods and bananas aren't.
I don't mod ever, so I don't know. I'm useless.
Does anybody else remember me calling this douchebag a KKK simp? I don't even know who he is.
I'm still like Brigade's origin story.
Yeah, it does sound like something that you would do. Just to be fair.
I mean,
if
he said something, so the closest it would be right is something like if he agreed that we should let KKK members march through the middle of Pride or something, right? Protected by the police. Or something like that. I don't know if he thinks that these people deserve a fucking platform or whatever. You should
go back and rehash your memory with the Destiny debate about the Britain House.
Why would I do that?
Okay, all right. I don't know. So this personal thing,
I literally don't care about who you are. I don't know who you are.
We are moving on. We're moving on. Like I don't care about this personal thing. All right.
Don't do KKK simping. I won't call you.
That would be great. So we'll go to Brittany. We'll go to Chris. We'll go to Dan. Doobie. Yep.
All right, so I was writing a few things that people were talking about. For people who thought I was lying about being a lefty, I'm going to have a show one time where we go through all our old tweets and all this stuff. You'll see freaking how just left-wing I was. So when you say that like people can't be convinced in these debate spheres, I listen to debates every single day, they can. The problem is that left-wingers, when they go into this debate sphere, they do the debate, bro. They try to copy Destiny. They're talking to people that already agree with them. When right-wingers go into these debate spheres, they're talking to people that don't agree with them. And they're going to be more effective at it. And maybe left-wingers need to actually try to win arguments instead of trying to become Destiny and try to mimic him. So that's one thing I wanted to say.
Destiny isn't leftist, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm out here.
He's left wing, but he's not leftist.
Right. Well, he's actually been getting he's been doing good lately. I've been liking a lot.
Yeah, you've been liking him. Yeah.
Let's see. He said yeah, no, but when this first started happening to me, when I was starting to get this whole red pill happening thing, I brought it up. I made the stupid thing of being honest about it, and I wrote a tweet about it, and it was almost like, okay, I was still in that like teetering phase. I wasn't sure, it wasn't what was going on, But the instant reaction of lefties, always, when they can't handle anything, is to ostracize, is to attack, is to push, and push me back away to other people to get radicalized further, rather than actually maybe try to address what I'm saying and try to bring me back in because I was on that side. All that's happened throughout this whole thing, the way lefties have behaved with me and treated me, is just push me further into the right.
Or to call you nasty
However,
names.
you are a person who has a platform. You're a content creator. You're supposed to have responsibility over that platform. You continuously platformed like fucking like literal Nazis, right? Literal JQers and people who right?
That's only recently though.
Okay, I mean, I would say that groypers are basically fucking neo-Nazis, right? But like, I'm sure you have a different view on that. I think also that, you know, studies and research have shown that like the people that you kind of surround yourself with, you generally become more amenable to their ideas over time. I don't think it's simply just the left. I think you surrounded yourself with a shitload of fucking groypers and helped them, and they were nice to you, right? Obviously they were nice to you because you were one of the few people who would afford those absolutely disgusting ideas a platform, right? But I'm sure there are a lot of reasons why you came to the position that you did. However, like I said earlier in the conversation, rehabilitation is important, okay? However, protecting the community from these fucking people is more important. And deplatforming you because you have a platform and you are using it in such an irresponsible fashion, right? It should be the number one priority, not the personal concern from the stupid fucking path that you're going down, all right? Like, I don't know why you're sitting here praying to the left to somehow save you from this Nazi shit, right? You could go out and engage and learn for yourself, but you're not going to because your platform, your living, right? Your current fucking career and vocation relies on support from groypers. Okay.
So the entire inverse of what you just said could apply to Prime in this exact same instance.
Sorry,
how does this platform rely on groypers? Like, what the fuck is that even? Never mind. Did you want to respond?
No, go ahead. I can expand on it if you want.
Yeah.
No. Viv brought up a lot of what I wanted to talk about. I kind of think we should like treat these people like the coronavirus, right? You need to mask up, vaccinate, and social distance.
True.
Like, we need to like exercise these people from your community, and you need to vaccinate your community so they can
see how this is all
one-sided. Let him finish. Chris has been waiting a long time. Go ahead.
You can see these ideas. Make sure your community, when they see these ideas pop up, they recognize that it's a virus, right? They push back against it. They make sure that these things are out of your community, right? And like these people's platforms, we need to stay away from them. Of course, like Brittany got red pilled on these ideas. It's like she was speaking in the middle of the COVID ward in the hospital, right? And like you sit around these people all day, all the time, right? You have them in your Discord. These ideas get planted. They water the seed over and over and over again, right? And you're susceptible to these ideas anyway. So of course you're gonna fall into that. And like that's because you're spending all day around a bunch of infected people. Of course you're gonna get infected. So like, I mean,
why are people having better arguments?
Fascist mind fire.
That's how it works. Because
I'm willing to come on your platform and talk about great replacement with any of these little groypers.
I have no idea who's talking right now.
But like,
if you
I don't know who just talked.
If you've been vaccinated yourself, right, and you know these ideas are bad, you can argue against them all day, right? But if you're someone like Brittany who doesn't actually know if these ideas are bad, right, they're questioning it, of course they're going to be susceptible to it. So
okay, that I agree with.
So
I think vaccination is. You're in that phase where somebody can maybe get better arguments and they can pull you back in.
I think vaccination is really hold on 1 second. Hold on, Spectre. You said something interesting there, right? You said you would go on Brittany's platform, you would argue with these Nazis, but like, why wouldn't you then, even by being on her platform?
I don't have an audience to bring with me, dude. If I was Boschicized, that might be a concern, right?
We have them every Saturday night.
Yeah, I don't. He's already going on there anyway, so fuck it at that point. Yeah. But no, I don't have an audience.
He's been on the kill stream and everything.
I get like, 15, 20 views a stream. I'm not really concerned about that. Those people, like, I know well enough that they're not going to probably be radicalized to the right.
Yeah, we got pop-ons every Saturday night, y'all. So they're drinking chats, and we have lots of Nazis. You guys
all right. We don't need to fucking advertise that.
And they're gonna.
Look, I say go in there. I say go in there and fuck their shit up. stop them from getting their message out to other people by fucking their shit up.
Let's go to hold on. Vivian, you had a lot of time. I need to get through this list, right? Dan, Doobie, Chinchilla, and Turk.
Yeah. I think much of us have a misunderstanding about, like, I think specifically for Trek, Turk, of like both sides are the problem, and we all have to be in the center. I don't think that. I think that's really more called the false balance, like, as simply saying, like, we'll have a Nazi and a Stalinist on each side, and we'll see what else. And we're trying to find the middle green.
This guy's a fucking deplatformer. He's gonna get my.
I'm a deplatformer. Didn't you say?
Who the fuck is this?
No.
Why is he? Who put him in here?
Holy shit!
I don't know, but I can't be on there with him.
Who is that?
I don't know who that person is, and I don't know who let him in.
Not me.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, go ahead, Dan. I don't know who that person is.
Okay. Well, as I said, like, we take two extreme of both sides and look in the middle. Sure, if that will be a possibility that we'll assume that both sides are the extremes. Into the case now, I don't think there is such thing as, like, the middle ground when you have certain people either way go around and mind that anyone that's right or left to them is the worst kind of people to ever interact them and not talk to because of their certain positions. I do think that to certain people that I do agree here that we have to at least debate these people, including and along with their ideas, because then it will show the better version wins, even if that whole thing of people's thoughts of their mindset or their feelings will be to get to the main point here is that I think we're misunderstanding the whole situation about that.
Thank you.
So can I respond since you called me out?
Yeah, we'll get to it in a second. Doobie.
So yeah, I think that for some people to say that concerns about like a white minority in this country, in the United States, are always couched in like anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. For you to say that, I think it tells me how disconnected you are from the right side of this political spectrum. Because these are things that you see on Tucker Carlson, right? These are things you see in the New York Times, and in fucking CNN, right? And by like the 2050 or something, white people will be a minority. And this is among white people, there's this cause for concern among some of them, right? So it's not just because they hate the Jews or just because they're Islamophobic. A lot of people, I think, have reasonable fear, right? That I think can be dissuaded by just talking to them, going through the arguments, going through the concerns, and showing them why they aren't real, right? I don't think these things are always couched in Islamophobia or anti-Semitism. Now, if you talk to fucking alt-right people, it's gonna be one of those things. Right? It'll probably be the Jews if we're being real. They're gonna say that we're gonna have a white minority, but it's because the Jews are conspiring in the background to make sure that we're letting in all these brown people, which is fucking ridiculous, right? To be clear. So that exists for sure, but that isn't all that exists, right? So if you want to say that it's fine to remove those arguments from the platform, I can understand why you'd want to do that. I'd still disagree, but I can understand that those are more odious arguments to have on the platform, right? But to just totally throw out that a white person in the United States today might have a concern that their child might be growing up in a majority non-white country, right? And what that might mean for them in a more and more racialized America. Right? I think throwing that out entirely, not allowing them to express those positions is kind of, I think it's a misstep.
Right.
Go ahead.
But so we're not talking about like the average individual who has concerns about it, because you're correct. Like most of my friends at this point, first of all, are right wing, and a lot of them aren't worried about this because they're not even like subconsciously racist. But for the ones that are, I don't think it's coming from like a grand conspiracy about the Jews or the Muslims or anything like that place. I think that they're just legitimately concerned about like white people being a minority in this country,
right?
Which you can basically talk them through, but that's not what we're dealing with when we're dealing with people who come on public platforms have their argument shot down, and then still come back 3 days later to make the same shitty argument again to try and get some more people to come over to their place and be radicalized further. Like, these are not analogous to each other and the harm that they cause.
Yeah, I've met a lot of those people. I deal with them all the time. I don't think that everybody in Brittany's side of the sphere is like that. I think that Brittany's a good example of this. She's somebody that was on the left, somewhere on the left, we want to call her center left, whatever it is. And she was convinced into this position by interacting with these people through arguments. And it sounds like, because she's encouraging you guys to come on and to talk to her and to make your arguments against this idea, it sounds like she's open to changing her mind further if she hears a better argument. So and I'm sure and Brittany's not the only person like this. Right? So all I'm saying is that I think that a lot of these problems can be dealt with through discussion, whether it's on a public platform or not, and that shutting these people out entirely and dismissing them and saying that they're like beyond hope is, I think, really
Sonia,
I gotta be honest, I don't think the reason that Brittany has not moved over is due to the fact that she has not heard a convincing enough argument. I think the fact that she has not moved back over is due to the fact that leftists are continuing to be mean to her. That's my experience with these things.
Let me respond really quick. Like, do you think I want to have these views? I don't want to have these views. I hate that I fucking have these views. Like, it kills me inside when I started fucking thinking these things. I don't like it. So yeah, I would love.
Well, then don't have them.
Wait, just don't have them.
Whoa, let her finish. Go ahead.
So I would love for somebody to be able to unred pill me. I've been begging people to unred pill me because I don't want them. It's made my life so much more fucking complicated.
Yeah, it isn't rocket surgery. I can talk to you about it sometime. Like, it's
no,
it's
but I'm saying, like, that's not what's happening though. Like when I was asking people, why do I keep hearing voices? You guys stop. What I was asking people to unred pill me, I was begging people to unred pill me on these things. All I did was get attacked. I got fucking ostracized, and people like freaked out on me and just tried to shut us down. So that's not really very helpful, is it?
So
I understand that. That's what you guys
point,
are saying.
Zonia, give it a try.
All right, so I want to. Geez, now I want to address Brittany, but it's kind of like two things at once. Okay, let me first approach this thing that I originally wanted to bring out. Is that I think that if they're already platformed, if we don't go in and address the situation, we're basically giving them free reign to do whatever they want and convert however many people they want. And I know Viv and I. Yeah, but that's a pipe dream. So you can totally go forward with deplatforming them, but in the meantime, while you're waiting for Google to get their heads out of their asses and start taking action on some of these more extreme channels, you're allowing for their free reign to affect a lot of people who will keep coming in. Vulnerable people who are kind of gullible, people who don't have significant critical thinking skills, right? So you're effectively saying, give Politically Provoked free reign, and hopefully eventually I'll get them deplatformed. That's effectively what you're saying. And then Brittany, the one thing I want to say to you is that if you don't like that you have these ideas, you don't have to have them. The fact that you even don't like that you have these ideas should tell you that your conscience is telling you that they're wrong.
Wait, can I just respond to that really quick? Okay, here's the thing, and I think that is an issue with a lot of lefties, is we have this ideal, okay, I don't know if I can call myself a lefty anymore, but like, you have this ideal world that you wish that we lived in, and it's nice, it's a great world that you guys want to live in, but the reality doesn't always align with that. And when you start to have some of these truths that come out and it doesn't align, you're like, if you point them out, you're a bad person, and that's not what's happening. Like, I don't have any hate for anybody at all whatsoever, but I am noticing there's a lot of problems, and it's not that I'm just red pilled, I've been black pilled, because there's so many problems in this country that there is absolutely no solution to, and that is really fucking depressing.
The great replacement is not one of them. Okay, polarization is. All right. Yeah. I'm sorry. This I wanted to respond to this because, like, the thing with the Doobie one and her also, like these problems that you are claiming aren't the actual problems. You guys have actual problems that you should deal with, like really fucking scary problems in America that you guys should deal with. You have the fact that your democracy is not able to advance anything because people are super intense is a huge problem you should focus on. Not, oh, white people are getting replaced. By the way, this idea that, oh, white people are afraid, that's not the thing. The thing is, white, for me, I feel like it doesn't mean much. Are Irish people white? They weren't like 100 years ago, right? Like this thing gets diluted. I think it's more a family thing. I think these like like things that you guys speak of are just kind of insane to me. I think there is actual legit problems that should be dealt with, and you guys should focus on them. I think when you are saying like these things, and when you are just like focusing so much, obsessing over what is it, like, platforming every single one, you're actually like being devoid with the actual problems that do cause harm to the American people, which I believe like immigrants like myself who will go to America and have 13 kids there will absolutely solve them. Okay. Yes.
Wait 1 second. So Valenci, so
how many kids?
Again,
you're not helping, man.
Hang on.
Valenci,
I think we should give
like
Viv
two
a
seconds,
chance to
please.
talk.
So just like really quickly. So Valenci, you know I love you, right? But and I can appreciate that you don't care about white people, you don't care about race. I don't give a fuck about it either, right? But the reality is that they've done polls on this for years, and white people in every poll they do are more and more concerned about anti-white racism, right? And more of these people are concerned about the racial demographic shift in the United States. I think like over 80% of Trump voters said that they're concerned about anti-white racism.
Can you link me any of these studies?
Sure, yeah, I can do that for you. So it's not it's not like this far out like thing that exists on the fringes. This exists in like the mainstream, right? So it needs to be addressed.
So and really quickly, because like when we say
I'm
that,
fine with addressing anti-white racism on any platform. I don't think that's a hot take at this point. We've all seen the way the left behaves, like the rhetoric.
It really isn't.
But this is the
Nobody.
thing.
This is the disingenuous fucking tactic that keeps being used. Like I said much earlier in the conversation, the conflating talking about these issues with having people on openly advocating.
We get it, Nick, and
for
you
the
don't want to
fascist
talk about
position
any
with regards
issues. You
to
don't
them.
want to talk about these
Let her
issues.
talk. Let her talk.
That's so fucking stupid, Brittany. The constant conflation between talking about these issues, which is something that we do on a regular fucking basis. You can go to any left-wing streamer's Twitch channel and watch them rip the shit out of everyone from PragerU to Ben Shapiro to like random fucking idiot right-winger YouTube channel you've never fucking heard of, advocating for these fucking positions, right? Like we do talk about these things. There is a significant difference between talking about them and repeatedly platforming people who are arguing for the fascist position on these issues, right? And I actually, there's no point me wishing it, because I'm well aware that fascists are incredibly disingenuous and will continue to try and conflate it and say the left just doesn't want to have these conversations. They just shut down all these conversations. But see, that's precisely my point, right? And they will continue to conflate this idea that we absolutely have to have people on talking about how, advocating for the fascist position on these issues to talk about these issues at all. And that is not the case. We can talk about these issues without people advocating for the fascist position.
You are the one person, like, what are you talking about? You're somebody who literally makes sure that these conversations
Who literally talks about these things on a regular fucking basis.
To people that already agree with them,
that's
awesome.
So let's go
to people who don't.
We have
no, they're not, because they're not bringing their audience at all. They're talking to people that already agree with them. Sorry, go ahead, Brendan.
No problem. We're gonna let Chinchilla and then the Turkin, right? And then Brento.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, Brian, for having me on. I just wanted to say like a couple of points. Like I looked up like the Discord TOS, like the violations, and one violation that was basically addressing this issue was about like advocating like violent extremism. So you can still argue for extreme ideas on Discord, but you cannot advocate for violent things around that. So I cannot speak for your server, Brit, but basically, if there is like some kill in Minecraft stuff, that might be the issue there, but I don't know.
Looks like there's some stuff up there in VC text I got screenshots of that might indicate a little bit of that. I don't know.
So yeah, that might be it, but I don't know. So I cannot speak for that. But that being said, like when we talk about like these different set of tiers of like where Tubi is talking about and Brit is talking about, like around like the great replacement and that kind of stuff, like make up your own like more moderate like terms around these ideas, because of the fact that if you say like great replacement, you basically pull people into this like the conspiracy route,
Right,
right?
I don't think we should be
And-
using the names though. I don't think we should be saying great replacement because everybody's going to define things so differently.
Yeah, but
it's not
that's the
different, it's
issue.
very
No, but that's
Not
the
different,
issue.
it's the same.
That's
Yeah.
exact the issue because of the fact that when people were talking about these issues, right? You need to address, and I don't know, because if you're concerned with like white people being a minority, like within the U.S., right? You need to come up with your own term that's like more like situated.
Why? Don't let them obfuscate. This is the fucking problem, right? And this is why so many people do get drawn in.
God, you
It's
posted
because
this
we
in
allow.
chat.
It's
I
because we
honestly
allow,
think that
we
you
allow
can,
people
you
to
can have like
obfuscate.
I honestly think
Wait,
that you
can
can. No,
Oh, no,
because
you were
I
just
had,
talking.
I was talking. So I think like honestly like for Brit, like basically if you want to have like a selfish point that there's not like black pilled or red pilled, right? Like you gotta make up your own ideas that's not going into this like from the middle point or not even the middle point, but to the right point, to the far right point, right? You gotta distinguish yourself from that, right? Does that make sense? But
The
anyways,
last part didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. The last part.
no, I think so. Basically, when you talk about like the great replacement, that kind of stuff, right? I think when you are concerned with like white people being a
I don't believe in the
minority.
great replacement though.
Oh, no, you don't. Okay, fair enough.
Because we're
Okay, then we can
No,
move
you
on.
do.
Then
You do believe it. No, you do
No,
believe
the
it.
great
Okay,
replacement
okay.
is a conspiracy
She's made it very
theory.
clear. Like,
What my
Doesn't
issue
believe in the
here,
Jew half.
my shut up, Vivian. My issue is basically just white people becoming a minority.
silenced.
Shut
I'm
the
being
fuck
censored.
up.
Okay.
Okay, so
Why don't you want to have these conversations, Brit?
Brittany,
Why
Yeah,
don't
that's
you
why I'm
want
trying to have it,
them?
and then you can fucking talk. Let me just finish. What I'm saying is, okay, like with my issue and the thing that red pilled me was white people becoming the minority. Because again, in the mainstream media, it is okay to be anti-white. If you have a classroom after been teaching about slavery, Jim Crow, critical race theory, all these things, and all the anti-white sentiment, and you have a classroom now with like one white kid, and that's it, and they've been all pumped with this fucking
Anti-white
information.
racism, guys.
What is your
This is
issue? Why do
hilarious
you have
to
like
me.
such low
Big-
impulses?
big
Like,
concern.
shut up.
Okay.
No, no,
All right.
listen.
So
Well,
hold
listen.
on. You'll
So,
go in a
few
second.
things.
Oh, you're in a second. How about the hype train, guys? We got a hype train going on. This is how we split the channel. Sub, gift bits, or gift subs. If you want to help us out. So how about that hype train? Okay. Spectre, you can go very quickly, but then I want to hear
Right,
from
so
the
there's a
chat.
lot there, and before I let you, because you got gift scallop anymore, just want to address a couple
Let me just
things.
finish.
Like, I can
Hold
take these
on.
one by one. I can't take them like 50 at a time, though. So, like,
I was almost done. I wasn't finished with my point.
Just finish your point then.
Finish your
Yeah,
point.
finish.
What I'm saying is that there was a kid, that one white person, and they are going to be all these people are going to be pumped with this information. It's not going to be good for that white person.
Why?
And people will not be sympathetic to that white person because of the history that they've been taught.
Because here's the thing that you're
Shut up,
missing.
Spectre,
First
let
of
it
all, you
finish.
want to talk about CRT. Like, go read Ibermandy's book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. Like, your fucking scary CRT devil guy. He has a whole chapter about you shouldn't be racist to white people. And you can't actually be racist to white
CRT is the
people.
same in every
So your
fucking
CRT
place?
people are now on your side. Good job. There you go.
Do you
got
think
another
CRT
ally.
is the same in every place?
Second. Just because kids are being taught what actually happened in the history of this country does not mean that they are going to be racist if they are taught it correctly.
Victor,
Teaching kids about Jim Crow.
segregated into different classes for black and white.
Yeah, that would probably be a bad idea. We probably should not segregate
Though,
children.
it happens under CRT teaching.
I don't think it does, but I'm not getting into a CRT debate
It's
with
done
you.
under CRT. Why does that happen?
Let's not change
Show
the
me where we're
topic.
segregating people in CRT, and
Oh my God, we're getting
I'll
things mixed
denounce
up.
the whole fucking movement. But my point here is that just simply
Of course,
teaching
of
kids.
course not. No. Nothing that happens under it is bad.
That's
No,
Correct.
I'm sorry. I don't
Everything is
no,
good.
hold
That's
on,
correct.
hold on. Stop it. Everyone shut up.
I will PTFO the fuck out of you on CRT.
I don't want. Oh my god! Is someone talking while I'm talking? I'm sure that's not happening. That must not be fucking happening. Okay, thank you. Let's try it fucking again. So I want to have this conversation on the platforming. Right? That's what I want to focus on. I don't want to have a fucking talk about a CRT. We've done it before. We'll do it again. I guarantee you. Wait like fucking 5 minutes. We'll have another conversation on CRT. All right? So let's stay focused on this. All right? Okay. So Spectre, finish up your point. Then Turk has been waiting for a long time. When I stop talking, that's when people can start talking. So Spectre can finish this point. Don't go to Turk. He's been waiting a long time. He's been waiting very patiently. I'm going to go to Chris. I'm going to go to Doobie. All right? Thank you. Go.
Right. I'm sorry. If I'm going to hear alarmist white identitarian talking points, I'm going to respond. So again, a kid is not going to become radicalized to the right or start getting his ass beat by like other kids in his class just because they teach people about Jim Crow. Like, this is an explanation that they need to give to those kids to explain to them why there are still disparate outcomes for these racial groups. Because otherwise, they wind up thinking what most of the people in your community do, and that it all just boils down to fucking skull shapes or some shit. And we don't like that. So sorry for actually teaching kids history.
There's never been anybody talking about skull shapes. Like, people talk about that. I think it's a meme or something because nobody's talked about that on our show ever.
Total meme. Okay. You're lost in some fantasy, Spectre.
Trying to say a point you did. But
let's go. We'll go to the Turk
next.
Bang
on the rock.
We're going to the Turk next. We have a hype train going at 10% of a level 4 hype train, 90% left. Can we get to a level 5 hype train? Thank you for the kind support, especially you, Zonia. Thank you for the kind support. Helps us out a ton. So sub, gift bits, or give subs. All that helps us out. Resub, all that helps us out a ton. Thank you for that support. Okay, go ahead, Turk, please.
So this feels weird. I'm kind of like in the center. That's not usual place for me, so sorry if I'm speaking out of place, but it's like going back to, he left the channel a little while back, going back to who we should be platforming and not be platforming. I think it was Dan the Step. And if we're going to ban certain people from the right, we should also be banning certain people from the left. Mm-hmm. That also goes towards to what types of panels are allowed to be on the channel or on the platform, right? Because clearly this is a more left-leaning channel. There's plenty of faces here that are of, you know,
left-leaning platform.
A left-leaning platform. And you know, you're allowed to have that platform, right? So why are we not allowed to have a similar level of that type of conversation on another channel? Why can't that be equal?
Because the ideas are not equal. The
but
harm
that's,
that they
but that's
do
not the
is
thing.
not
That,
equal.
the problem is
because the platform doesn't want it.
There is no
because the platform
equivocation.
doesn't want it. That's easy. The answer is that the platform doesn't want it.
It
It's not the answer about like morality.
Yeah,
It's a
but
business
why
decision.
why does the platform doesn't want it?
Because it's a business decision. Because that's the
Why
easy
do they
thing.
come up
because
to this decision?
they think because they think it's more valuable for their future endeavors.
Why do you think they are more valuable? It's like, let's go with this.
Yeah, but this is like if right wing talking points and all these things were more popular overall in the world, which they aren't compared to the US, right?
Okay. Why do you think they are not popular though? Like, we can go this route and we can reach the same conclusion.
No, but we agree. So we agree.
Yeah, I know we agree.
Because it's like on a worldwide scale, it's like more popular to be a little bit more left from the US. No, it's not. It's more popular. It's more popular to be a little bit more left from the US, right? So therefore, they're making a good a business decision, and this is what corporations do. So that's the
why do you
answer.
think corporations do that?
So
Because it's beneficial to be progressive. That's why. Okay, that's why it's based
differently.
Yeah, but like in the current
for a while. I
It's
feel
just,
like
it's just such a,
and that's why I love
such a silly-
corporations.
It's just such a silly derailment to say, because we're talking about what we should do, what we should do morally, right? And then to bring up like, oh, because the platforms don't like.
You weren't part of this question,
If the
Vivian.
platforms suddenly
You
agree.
weren't part of this question,
If the platforms
Vivian.
suddenly
If the platforms, go ahead, shut up.
She's in that panel.
Oh
Just
my
let
God.
her speak.
Yeah,
platforms suddenly I mean, as the only person with the extreme fucking like left position on this, I'd have thought you'd want
So
to
you
open up
should
the
be
conversation.
banned.
But so
go on, just finish.
if the platforms decided that all of a sudden,
we were
right,
to be
that it was
fair-
perfect, holy fuck,
Turk, stop, Turk, knock it off.
Dude,
Let her finish.
I
Can you
have
mute
been
this?
good
Can you
faith
mute this
all
dumb cunt?
Oh my god.
Stop interrupting so we can just
Can you
move
mute
on,
this dumb
please.
cunt?
Go.
Thanks. So if the platform suddenly agreed that it was perfectly okay for like Nazis to come on here and say that the Jews are destroying the fucking world, right, and every gay person's a pedo and all that other horrible, hateful shit, that wouldn't suddenly make it right. We should still fight against that, in my honest opinion, and I think in most people's opinions here on this platform, right? Like, we would not want that shit in our community. And sure, that's an extreme example of what could happen, right? But like, when you allow sort of the stuff that fucking leads up to that and the kind of people who do make those kinds of claims off the platform onto the platform, right? Like, this is the kind of shit that you're allowing into your community.
Okay.
So it's a moral question, a personal moral question. It has nothing to do with what's TOS or not.
You say the stuff that leads up to that, though. Can I say something real quick?
Hold on. Turk has been wanting to respond, so we'll go to Turk. We'll go to Chris. Sorry, blanking. Doobie. Stardust has been sitting here. I imagine she has something to say, and then Brento. Okay, all right. Turk, please finish up. And we do have that level 5 hype train. Help us out. We've gotten to level 5 because of your kindness, because of your help, because of your generosity, and that's how we power all this. So if you enjoy or value or whatever, right, however you feel about this platform, you want to continue, help us out. Subs to the channel, gift bits, gift subs, resub, all that good stuff. Thank you so much. Turk, please go ahead.
So I've been patiently waiting to talk on this channel, and I was server muted while I was trying to respond to Vivian while she was talking, and that is exactly why this entire conversation is important, because if we're not expecting people like Brittany's ilk and her godforsaken community to be platformed on a channel, if we're not allowed to have them talk on a platform, why are certain types of far leftists allowed to also speak on this panel or channel?
Because there is no moral equivocation between anti-racism.
Let him finish.
Yeah, come on. Come on, Vivian.
Sure.
Vivian.
Yeah, no.
Shut up, Vivian. Shut up.
I've been good faith this entire night, and this is a prime example. This is why, if we're going to be equal and we're going to let all sorts of types of people talk on your particular panel, Prime, you've got to be consistent and you've got to show people, hey, this is what we're going to talk about. This is what we're not going to talk about. If we're going to say we're going to start deplatforming people, you've got to set the standard, my man. And if you're going to mute me, I've been kind all night, dude. I've been waiting my turn, raising my hand, and she's laughing while I'm talking. Dude, this is inconsistent. And this is exactly why this type of panel needs to be banned.
She's laughing because you're drawing an analogy between a personal gripe that she has with you.
Because she has no, she has nothing. She said the shit all the time.
Why it needs to be applicable across the board. Spectre, I respect you as a person. I respect a lot of people on this panel for their opinions and what they have to say. But if we're going to just alienate an entire thought of logic, we also need to alienate the entire opposite part of logic.
We don't. Wait, no. I was addressed there. Like so there is no equivocation between like fucking Nazism and anti-racism, right? Like we don't saying that these two things are the same,
dude,
and should be. Well, yes, because most of what we've been talking about tonight has been like great replacement, the Jews control the world, blah 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 blah.
No one's talking about that except you. You're the only ones who bring that shit up.
Except that's literally what's on Brit's fucking channel and in her Discord. So shut up, Brento.
She's not part of this conversation right now, Vivian.
What conversation do you want to have, dumb fuck? There is no equivocation between racism and anti-racism, between pro-trans rights and transphobia.
You're hating a specific
there is
race.
No equivocation.
Unless you're hating a specific race and calling it anti-racism. I'm not hating a specific race. Not you. No one's talking about you. We're talking about ideas. Fucking Christ, shut up.
No, but Turk is arguing that I should be fucking deplatformed, essentially. right?
Well,
That's
you're kind of a
basically
crazy
what he's
person.
angling towards, all right? So there is no equivocation between my positions and the positions of people that I oppose, right? The reason
that's
that
not
one
true,
should
actually.
be platformed and one shouldn't,
You're
right,
kind of nuts.
is because one advocates for genocide and the other advocates against it.
Okay, let's go to let's go. We got a lot of people on.
Quick response to that.
Quick response, and then we got to go to Chris. We go to Doobie, Stardust, and then Brento and Beyonce. You want one? Okay, Chinchilla, do me a favor. Take over for a second. I have to step away, but I'll be right back. Turk, go ahead, please.
Many people of the far left advocate for the violence towards people like Kyle Rittenhouse, who was acquitted of what he actually did of self-defense, and they're also advocating for the removal of the American justice system. You can go and look at Colin Kaepernick's tweets. There's a lot of really strong verbiage that's really negative that's coming from the far left side of things that, if you look at it from a very moderate person's perspective, could be considered bad, as could be, Nazi sympathizers, which I've been accused of a stupid accusation.
Advocating for the overhaul of the justice system is not the same. Brento, I will not.
I think that the ad homs and yelling "shut up" at somebody is inappropriate.
I'm sorry. I'm upset, Vivian. You're right. That's right. I'm sorry.
It's really
you're right.
inappropriate. You can't be yelling at people like that. It's disrespectful.
You're right. I apologize, and Vivian, I apologize to you too. I shouldn't just apologize.
Don't apologize.
No. I should apologize if I'm incorrect, and I was incorrect, and that was incorrect.
Okay,
it doesn't make it right that I'm apologizing. That's true.
Let the Turk go, and then we go on and going to Doobie. Okay.
My point has been made. I've said my piece.
I think Chris also was right.
Was Chris first?
Chris and then Doobie.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So what is Brento saying?
No.
Go ahead.
No.
It's fine.
No, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Chris?
The Turk.
I thought you said.
Go ahead. You're finished. Okay, then Chris, go ahead.
Okay. I don't think like these Twitch debate panels are at all conducive to learning, right? We come on here to duke it out and to debate. If you're coming on these panels, or if you're setting up debates so you can learn, I think that is like a mistake. Like step one, that's the biggest mistake you can make. If you want to learn something, right? If you want to be unred pilled, if you want to be blue pilled or whatever, right? You ask somebody about these things. You set up a one-on-one conversation, maybe private, right? And you put yourself in a position to learn. Like setting up debates, doing it this way, right? We know this is blood sports. We know people, even if they're wrong, right, will still will hold they'll hold on their position no matter what, because the appearance of losing is too great for them, right? They don't want to take that L. It's too much for their platform, and they feel like they're losing out monetarily on that. So that I don't treat this space as a space where all right, I'm gonna have my ideas change. I'm gonna learn something here. This is going to change my perspective on anything. It's not. It never does, right? If I want to learn something, there's plenty of Twitch channels set up. They have their content where they do these educational things. That's the way you can learn. You can look up lectures, you can look up studies and things like that, and have these things explained to you, right? But this constant going to this place of, well, if we don't address these ideas, then people are just gonna fall into them. People are already falling into these things, right? The best you can do is protect yourself, protect your community, give the knowledge to your community, right? So they can protect themselves against this thing. Constantly engaging with some of these people is it gives them an excuse to get let on this platform. It gives people an excuse to find people right outside of the platform they know are problematic, to bring them on, because then everybody has well now they're here, we have to debate them now, right? They're just going to constantly be used. So there's it doesn't matter. So if that's your excuse for doing this, I think that's the lie. You wanted to do it in the first place. Just give you an excuse to do it now. Again, I will say what I said before. Exercise these people. We see how desperate they get, right? They have to make discourse over and over again, or if they have to go to different platforms, the audience completely keeps getting dwindled down, and they keep making a desperate plea. Well, these people are going to get more radicalized. These people are going to fall further and further down. If that was if they weren't hurting, they wouldn't be making these arguments. If they were getting bigger, if their platform was getting bigger, and they were getting more of an audience, they wouldn't have.
You don't think our platform's getting bigger?
I don't think that's the important thing.
Talking about you.
You wouldn't be on here
I don't know.
complaining.
It kind of seems like a lot of this conversation was about me. So.
Oh, Brittany,
no,
that's Brittany. That's not necessarily the most important thing to focus on. But what is?
You brought up a point.
We gotta.
Can we cycle through?
Yeah, we got it. We got to keep going. But no, Brittany, you can finish your response, and then to Chris, and then if Chris is done.
No, I was finished.
Okay, Chris, are you done? You sure?
There's so many things I want to respond to, but I'm done.
Are you sure? Like, dude, if you want to respond, now's the time.
Go ahead, because I've completely forgotten a lot of things.
Dude,
there was something I wanted to address from Doobie.
Write it down. Write it down, buddy. I really enjoy your perspective on things. So please write it down. I'm going to hear.
I addressed the main thing, so I kept in mind the main thing. So I did address that, but it was from a while ago when we were talking about Brittany's thing. So that's why she responded.
Gotcha. Let's go to DB.
So first, I think if you're not entering these discussions with an open mind, willing to change your position as you're presented with new arguments or evidence, your presence in the discussion is probably a net negative, and you should consider backing out for everybody else's sake. So that's a side point. But I'm actually way more interested in the platforming discussion, right? And I guess I'm going to continue to use the white minority thing as an example. Because earlier when I think I brought up anti-white racism and how this is a concern for some people in the United States, people in this voice channel agreed that this is a concern, right? That some people have, and that it's a thing that they've seen as leftists on the platform and on Twitter and all these other places, right? And I've seen it myself in mainstream media on CNN, right? Very what I would call anti-white racist statements being made publicly with zero pushback, right, by their pundits. So if this is a concern that most of us can agree exists, it seems strange to refuse to take the second step, which is that given that there are people concerned with anti-white racism, and given that we know that white people will be minority in the country at some point in the next 20, 30 years, well, hey, it's reasonable to expect that some of these people are going to be concerned about that. So if there are genuine concerns that they have, why not let them present those concerns on your platform, Prime, and have and discuss them, and it's whether or not these are real concerns that they should be having, right? Because it seems like a reasonable.
Which won't allow it? Vivian won't allow it.
I don't know. Is that true?
I don't have control over Prime's platform. Prime does what he wants.
You have control.
I will advise against it.
Please, guys, can you really quick? So I don't know Twitch's TOS that is as deeply as I do Discord's. But I'm pretty sure Twitch does allow discussions about like anti-white racism, and would probably allow discussion as to whether or not white people becoming a minority in the United States might lead to an increase in anti-white racism, or might lead to more white people that are concerned about anti-white racism, whether or not it exists at all. Right? So that seems like a reasonable discussion to have. So I don't know. I know that if you go into some spaces, that discussion is going to be couched in Nazism and racism and anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and all this kind of nonsense, right? But that's not all the conversation is, right? So, and given that it's a concern for a lot of people in this country, it seems like a reasonable discussion to have. So, Prem, I'm like curious as to like whether or not you'd have that. Maybe not in the open panel.
We literally had it a couple days ago.
Oh my god.
Maybe on like a small council. Right? So, because I thought that the topic was about deplatforming. I don't want to get into personal attacks with people, so I'm trying to avoid that. But given that this is seems to be like a hot button issue among some of the people here, why not allow it in like the small council or the Reverend or something?
So we literally had this conversation a couple of days ago, right? That's the night Vivian was called. Yeah, well. We had this conversation multiple times, and then, like a couple of days ago, right? That's where the conversation started, because Vivian and Pyro, they would usually joke around with the whole Britain America versus America thing, right? And we slid into a conversation about anti-white racism. Is it ever okay? That led down to the Cal Rittenhouse conversation, like it always does. These
no, I was there for that. But that's not the kind of discussion I'm talking about.
Yeah, but no, that's because you got there later on. But we were having that conversation, and we have had this conversation before. It's not like we don't have it, and we're not allowed to have it. But if there's people coming onto the platform advocating like some like terrible fucking ideas, right? And they come back like some people will like at least one time, right? They'll get that one time to come on and they'll advocate for whatever belief, right? And we'll like shoot it down, right? If they keep coming back doing the same thing, that's an issue, right? Especially if they're bringing a community with them, like messing up the chat in this community.
Who is PrimeCayes on like that to defend like concerns about like a white minority, and over again they bring a community with them to cause all these issues? Like maybe it happened before my time here, but I've been part of the community for like a year now, or so, over a year, and I just don't remember anything like that.
And more broadly, who defines bad stuff, right?
Well, it's
White stuff.
Yo, Mom, I think Doobie's question is far more relevant. I think the answer is no one.
Twitch does.
So
on this platform, Twitch does.
Like, can we just let
so
I think Aunt Doobie's question was good. I think it deserves at least an answer, at least.
Great.
I don't think there is one, actually.
Before I do, hey guys, if you're enjoying this content, if you're new to this place, hit that follow button, make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live, okay? 6 nights a week, so hit that follow button if you've been enjoying this. Exclamation point social. I just got to do this. Exclamation social chat again. Follow us on Twitter because we talk about this stuff all the time. That's where you'll find notifications. Jump to our Discord. If you're new to this community, that's the heart and soul of our community, so be a part of that Discord. And then YouTube's where you find the VODs. So like, comment, subscribe, our YouTube channel. Okay, great. So I will answer this question. So from the very beginning, I've talked about how I think it's extremely important to have these tough conversations, right? Where people who are opposed to you, diametrically so, right? So I am certainly not afraid of these conversations, not all, but the thing that Zonia has been saying, and I think Viv has been saying, and other people have talked about, I think the thing I find most compelling about the argument is this idea of like your community becoming toxic. Like, while I myself, I don't care if someone comes on here and calls me the N-word, whatever, I don't give a shit. Like, whatever. Like, it's funny if they think that's what's going to hurt me. Like, that doesn't...
Nutcracker.
That doesn't... What? Okay, that doesn't...
Yeah, Nutcracker! It's a fucking meme! Laugh, bro!
Let him go.
I have no idea. Okay. But, like, I am more concerned about other people, right? I want people to be able to come here and feel that they're safe, feel that they can, I mean, at least they are physically safe, right? I don't want them to feel that their ideas are safe. Everyone's ideas should be challenged. But like, if people start throwing around slurs or whatever, right, dehumanizing members of my audience, that's when I have a problem. That's when I have a huge fucking problem. So it's because of that, because of this idea that, like, yeah, the community gets worse because you invite a bunch of fucking Nazis in, right, to even have a discussion, right? And then their friends come and then they make things worse, right? I've seen that. I've seen situations where that happens. And then we have them go through this whole banning process. And I don't know if that is worth these conversations, if I'm going to destroy what we've already built so far. And I'm very proud of what we've built so far. So, Doobie, you can respond to me. Doobie?
I was pressing the wrong button. So yeah, I think that's reasonable, right? If you're concerned about the community, and like I said earlier, I think that's that is something that exists, right? So if you have someone with a large platform on here, they're going to bring the community, and if some of the community is dangerous or just totally fucking toxic, it might not be a good idea to have them here. That being said, I don't think that most of the people you'll find on Discord, on Twitch, right, in these spaces that have these concerns and is willing to present these concerns in a good faith way, are going to have those big communities, right? They're going to have a couple friends that come watch the stream with them. They're not necessarily going to be racist, not necessarily going to be anti-Semitic or Nazis or any of these things, right? Like I said, 85% of Trump voters are concerned about like anti-white racism. And I'm sure a lot of those people are going to be, or if you've did another poll, are going to be also concerned about a white minority in the United States. Right? I don't think they're all Nazis. I think they're just misinformed. Right? Right? They have concerns that aren't real. So if you were to find some of those people, right, that are willing to come on, that don't have these big platforms, don't have the big community they're going to bring with them, they aren't racist, they aren't going to come here and call anybody the N-word or dox people or any of this stuff, would you be willing to have that conversation?
May I add something else?
Add something else quickly. And then I got to go to Stardust and CTV.
It's not just that the people that you're engaging with have a large audience, right? All it takes is for like one random fucking Nazi to like find that conversation and then share it on their fucking Telegram or on BitChute or whatever, right? And then all of a sudden you've got a whole bunch of people attending your panels who want to be involved in this conversation. They are begging for the oxygen for these fucking ideas, and if you start giving it, they will come.
I think that's fair as well. Yeah.
I'd also like to chime in at some point.
Okay. We'll start us first, please.
Okay. I think that there are ideas that you can find on the right that can be discussed without the presence of Nazism, but the only way that you can have those conversations without the presence of Nazism, without the presence of right-wing conspiracy theories, is to initiate those conversations yourself within a like left-leaning space, within a framing in that left-leaning space, which is not going to encourage those conspiracy theories to pop up in that conversation, right? There's a way to have a conversation about anti-white racism without talking about the great replacement, right? We can have a reasonable conversation about these things. But I don't think stopping the entire conversation from happening really aids. If anything, that just kind of hammers it in more that this is a conversation that is only going to happen on the right. And then when people want to have that conversation, they're going to go to the right to have it.
To be clear, nobody is advocating for that.
Advocating for what?
Yeah, advocating for what?
For shutting down the conversation entirely.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, we should talk.
Why do you keep saying that?
Conversation.
Look. Can I have some space to like speak without being interrupted?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because you like of all the people who interrupt on this panel, you probably do it the most. Another thing that I would say is that obviously there are very, very harmful ideas that come out of the right, 100%. And when I go onto other channels and other spaces that happen to be more right-leaning or happen to be super far right-leaning, I look in the chat and I realize I can't look at the chat because the chat's so toxic. Either way, the only way that we can prevent some of these ideas from being completely tainted by this far right conspiracy theory stuff is to have those conversations, frame them ourselves, and not let them dominate the narrative. What I fucking hate is I hate that the right dominates the idea of what family values are. Why the fuck do we let them dominate that conversation? Family values are not necessarily a right-wing thing. The left has family values too. It's what those values are to you. I hate that shit. So I just feel like we need to allow these conversations to happen, but we need to frame them in our own ways to have a healthy conversation about them. And when people say there's no moral equivalence for the hatred that you see on the far right, I disagree. I 100% disagree. I see anti-white racism. I don't think any type of racism is okay. I see people on the left who if you go far enough on the left, they go into complete race doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is your class, and racism isn't really a big deal. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? No. So I disagree. I 100% disagree. There are people on the left who will advocate for the killing of people just for supporting a cause that they might not fully understand. If that's not hateful, I don't know what the fuck is. That's incredibly dangerous. It's incredibly hateful. And And just because it's not implicitly morally equivalent doesn't mean that it isn't, like, in the underground kind of sense, right? You're justifying extreme actions with little to no reasonable basis for them.
Yeah, I basically don't disagree with anything you've said and don't think that I've advocated the opposite at any point.
Let's go to.
Why do you lie so fucking much? Holy shit!
Can I ask? Can I say that? Wait, you say? Can I say? You say you don't advocate for the opposite, but like, I mean, the entire past panels over the past week have been you advocating for violence against people who disagree with you.
Not even true. But
What? I mean, yeah, one
Blue Lives Matter.
Where have I been on those panels?
Blue
Yes,
Lives
you have. You've been
Matter
on those
apparently
panels.
are all white supremacists, according to you.
Look,
So
I mean, like literally, the entire past week has been nothing but Vivian being like, everyone who disagrees with me should be
Yeah,
shot,
it makes
and
me
then we're
think
like,
that you
that's
might
crazy,
be.
and you're like, well, I didn't say it. And it's like, are you crazy?
Okay. I want you, okay, to go
Yeah,
and
right
find.
now. I'll just do it right
go
now.
and find-
Right now is when I'll do it. I'll do it right
Okay,
now.
you
I'll
know
just
what,
stop
you
what
can
I'm doing.
do it
I'll just
later.
fucking
I
You
do
wanna
can do it
hear.
later.
I'm sorry, stop with the childish shit. Sorry, stop with the childish shit. Let's go with the Paula.
On topic.
This needs to be addressed, right?
Yeah, right.
In your DMs.
There is
Please,
no.
the adults.
There is
Okay.
no. There is no example you will find of me saying that everybody who disagrees with me should be shot, or even
No, just the
anybody
entire
who
past
disagrees
year.
with me should
You won't
be shot.
say those exact words, of course.
I've never
Well,
said
okay,
that.
if-
I do not
wait,
advocate
wait.
for that. I explicitly
Betrayal
fucking
box,
said it.
you have to be more
shit.
concise. You have to be more concise, right? So when you talk about stuff like that, it's specifically, you would have to specifically bring up things like Blue Lives Matter. Anybody who supports Blue Lives Matter is a white supremacist.
Yes, a white
Anybody who is a conservative is possibly a white supremacist. These are specific examples
over and over and over.
These are specific examples of things that I've heard in the past that I disagree with, that I think are incredible generalizations, and advocating for the
They would be if I'd said them.
doxing. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Well, this is just
advocating-
incredibly disingenuous. You're basically
I mean,
lying about my
look,
positions. If
I
you want to
know,
ask me what my
look,
positions are,
let her.
if you want to ask me what my positions are, you can ask me. Feel free. Like, I'm very open about my
What
positions.
happened with the whole Kyle Rittenhouse discussion we had?
What
bunch of
what
people
happened
made
with the Kyle
outrageous
Rittenhouse
claims and had to walk them back later on. That's what
Always
happened.
constant.
I mean, if
walking
you're
back
talking
forever.
if you're talking about my assertion that Blue Lives Matter is a white supremacist movement, then yeah, that is
But
and remains
you're
my
also
assertion, and I've
your
justified it.
assertion that somebody is a white supremacist just because they support Blue Lives Matter.
I mean, if somebody is acting in support of white supremacy in that moment, they are being a white supremacist. If I
That's not
run
what
down the
she
street,
even said. That's not what
if
she
I
said.
run down the
That's
street,
not what she
calling-
said.
if
You're
I-
not
if
even
I-
responding to her point.
Oh, I'm sorry. What point am I not responding to?
What she just fucking said. The word that came out of her mouth.
I'm responding
Okay.
directly to
Just
that.
a
I'm
Just
literally
chill.
responding.
I know it's a heated topic.
Responded directly to it. Brenda.
Betrayal box. I understand.
Literally
but
responded directly
we
to
have
you.
to-
Okay, stop it.
We have to be a little bit more civil. That's
You're
all.
right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know, and you're right. And maybe I should just
No,
bow out
fuck
at this
that.
point.
Don't be civil.
No, I understand. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I've been watching.
Oh, you're
and
fine.
I'm
You're
sorry.
capable.
I don't know
You're
why
capable.
else
You're
I'm capable.
100% capable.
Wow.
I've been
Okay.
watching, and I've been trying to take part in this.
Getting real
And it's
mad.
just like, at a certain point, someone says like, everyone who agrees with this is a white supremacist, and we should use violence against them. And then goes, "You're crazy," and they go, "Well, I never said that." And it's like, how many times over the fucking years are we gonna watch this happen? And then we go like, "Oh, well, I guess they said they didn't, so that's not."
I wonder why anybody who supports police, the police in any capacity, then we're gonna later on say, like 5 years from now, how come all these people are right wing? We can support the police too, right? Or the fact that like so many minority communities are pro police, like what? You know, I do we not want to acknowledge this? Or is every minority community that supports the police now white supremacist?
Any community that supports the police in its current state is supporting a system of white supremacy, I would say. But that doesn't make
You're going to
them
call them white supremacists?
That's not what
say
it
they are
means.
acting in support of white
Everybody's a white
supremacy. if they're-
supremacist, Vivian.
I mean, if you,
Don't
it's
have
really,
purpose.
it really is. I don't. Well, Stardust called me a white supremacist earlier, so I don't think she's got a particularly
I
good.
didn't like the tweet too.
She's got a particularly good fucking judge of it, right? But like,
I mean, you're a great judge of it too, right?
Okay, Viv,
I
finish up. I do want to. I don't want to make this all about Viv, but go ahead, Viv, and then CTV.
I am actually an incredibly good judge. With incredibly, I am an incredibly good judge with incredibly well-defined definitions for these terms, right? And whenever I say something like
According
this,
to who?
I am always very willing and like perfectly able to back up the claim.
Okay, CTV, Zonia dead, and then we'll go back. Yeah, we'll go back to you.
Oh yeah, CTV.
Okay, so I'm going to say this ahead of time. Everybody has noticed how quiet that I've been this entire time, not being interrupted on a panel, not being what it is that you all know I could be. So I'm showing respect for the room, and I expect the same when I'm
He's
speaking.
high.
Now, okay, so now that we all understand each other, everything that you guys have been talking about tonight has everything to do with creating the divisive rhetoric rooms where you drive people apart. The fact of the matter is that any of these people that you don't agree with, what you need to be doing is to try to find some type of common ground. Maybe not through political ideology, maybe through video games, maybe through hobbies, maybe through a lot of things, so that you can connect with that person and then be able to try to throw in from time to time why the way that you do things ends up making sense. But this also means that you would have to be philosophically consistent with the things that you do in your own life to be able to point to you as examples as to why that they should be following them in theirs. And if you can't do that, you're not ever going to reach the person and therefore never be able to attack the ideology that you seem to have such a problem with. So excluding people from the space is only going to guarantee that you never have any types of conversations where people can come together and just be cool in the room and be able to get past some of what they think their experience in life has been and why it's true to them in that moment, and why there is a much bigger world out there for you to be able to see and experience, and maybe come to the conclusion that, you know what, people in different parts of the world are all right. They're going through the same struggles that I'm going through, putting food on the table, being able to wash my ass every day, being able to go take a shit in a toilet, like these nice things are something worth working for, and they're doing the same thing that you are. And like being pissed off about a political ideology that probably both parties don't have, enough understanding of to be able to just sit there and go all fucking day and just blah, 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 and just create the divisiveness. You got to have a reason to come together.
Did you, I just want to ask, you removed Ankar from your community, right? Why did you do that?
You want to be honest?
Yeah.
Because
I'm just
because he said a few things in the Discord that's against Discord TOS. And right there is where like these different companies that we agree to their terms of service, you have to do some type of enforcement of that thing. And everybody in my community is pretty chill when it comes to not pushing the line, because we also understand that as me being a conservative, that I'm already got a target painted on my back from the start, which is frankly why it's hard to do things. And I think that not trying to have conversations with people in Brittany's community is only going to end up pushing the divide even more, and you've got to be able to reach people on different levels.
Is that person part of your community, Vivian?
Can I ask you one more question, and then I'll sit back and let you guys hash it out for a bit. Have I advocated or like tried to deplatform you, CTV?
I don't know of a specific time, but if I'm gonna have to just be on the whole left, yeah, there's been some people out there that I think probably would have liked to have seen that happen. But
I mean me personally, right? Have I taken action to deplatform you?
He chose the line, Vivian. That's
I'm not going to make
it.
That's
I'm not
going to
make
example. It. I'm not going to make it.
Well, how is it told?
I'm not going to pretend that I don't completely disagree with a lot of the stuff that you say, and I would prefer.
Oh my God! Stop! Go ahead, CTV.
Yeah, let me say this, right? So, I don't know the line that you think is being towed, right? The fact of the matter is that there's a certain amount of respect that people should have for individuals, And individuals have their own fucking problems that they have to work through in everyday life. And if you want to have a relationship with that person, you have to accept them as they are. You don't.
A woman?
Say again?
Do you call Vivian a woman? Do you
woman?
go by her pronouns? Yeah.
Yeah, whenever she decides to speak to me, I address her how she likes, because that's the individual respect thing that you do. Now, the other thing that I will say is that whenever the whole Jurassic Park meme came out, and everybody here is aware of it, including Vivian, she didn't come over there and it's like, I don't believe she was one of the ones that came over Airzonia either, right? They didn't accuse me of transphobia. They went, you know what? I see what you did there. That was kind of clever.
But
that
I'm just saying, you
fucking
chose
funny.
a line
You know what
that
I mean?
like that makes it like where you're allowed to be in these spaces where other people who are very against this stuff, they're not going to do that, and that's not okay. For
Okay,
like,
but
Vivian,
the only
they
point
can't
I
have a
was trying
voice
to
at
make,
all.
the only point I was trying to make, right? Because we disagree on where the line is, obviously, Brit. But the only point that I was trying to make is that clearly I don't agree that like everybody who disagrees with me politically should be shot or fucking deplatformed or any variety of those things, right? I disagree vehemently with CTV, and I wish he wouldn't say a lot of the things that he says, but I don't think that he's like a viable target for any kind of deplatforming or anything, right? But that's the only point that I was trying to make out of that. So the
people like CTV. You adamantly will call them
I don't really
KKK
like
sympathizers, and that has its own can of worms attached to it, and that's not cool. And
I know you have your personal gripe. I don't remember calling you a KKK sympathizer. I can almost guarantee, in fact, I can totally guarantee it wasn't because you said you liked CTV.
Okay, all right, okay. This person. Let's go to Zonia and Valency. Zonia and Valency. Chinchilla, you want to go next? All right. Zonia and Valency, Chinchilla. Go ahead.
3 days later. Okay. Jeez, so much time has passed. I'm trying to figure out what I was going to say.
Gotta write it down.
Okay, so CTV brought up a really good point, which is that bridging a gap between people, finding like relatable experiences is really important, and that's one of the things that I do. This is something, you know, Viv, you and I, you know, approached this a couple days ago on the other walk on, where I talked about how I don't think that people can be converted with an audience. They can't be like pulled away from extremism with an audience, but you can absolutely work with them in more relatable spaces behind the scenes, and I do that. Sure. And I find that to be, especially with like video games and watching movies and stuff like that, I find that to actually be a really effective way of creating relatability and the ability for both parties to empathize with each other. And then you can get to the point where they start recognizing you in humanizing terms that allow them to kind of you become sort of a reflection, a mirror back for them when they start doing or saying things that are phobic or bigoted in some way, shape, or form. They start realizing that, oh, that's not the way my friend who I relate with, who I don't want to offend, behaves, and there's a reason for it. And then it kind of leads them to the next step, which is to start questioning why it was they even thought that way in the first place, or why they wanted to say that thing in the first place. And so that was a really good point, CTV, when you brought that up. Now, the other thing that I wanted to bring up, which I still haven't really gotten any clarification on from either you, Viv, or Chris, which is there is time moves forward when when, you know, as I mentioned before, you want to deplatform some platform. Let's say Politically Provoked. You want to deplatform them. And so far, they have not been deplatformed from YouTube. And
deplatformed from Twitch,
they're still there. They're just not
We
using
have
it.
a platform. I've just chosen
So-
because I know you fucking psychos are going to report us for everything, so I'm just not going to risk it.
Before you two whip the swords out to go at it and, you know, try and steal each other's quickening. Well, let me finish this. So she hasn't been deplatformed yet, and especially not on YouTube. So there's the time problem, right? Where there's basically, you just allow them to do whatever the heck it is they want to do while you try to figure out some way, shape, or form to get them deplatformed. And with YouTube/Google, all bets are off. We know how they are. They basically they allow a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, very difficult.
So there's that problem. So I do want to hear from you and or Chris on what your thoughts are on that. But then in addition to that, one thing that I wanted to bring up, and I just thought of this. So I hang out in a number of right-leaning communities, and one of the most common statements about the left is that they're cowards and they run from the fight, they run from the debates, etc. A lot of stuff like this. And one thing that's very common for people who have been indoctrinated into a lot of right-wing thinking is this whole concept of strength being one of the most important things, right? And so they see us on the left as being very weak because we won't put up the fight. We won't get in and do the battle, right? So the thing that we have to consider as well is, as people are indoctrinated to right wing and in particular far right thinking, those people are going to be harder to pull away from that so long as we continue to look like basically weaklings, because we want to just constantly cry about them even existing and won't actually go and challenge their ideas on a platform.
So are we weak or are we powerful? I'm not, like, I'm confused.
Oh,
Like,
I get that.
Weak
That
and
is
powerful, right?
Yeah, I get that. That is fascism in its own right. The enemy is both weak and dangerous, and overwhelmingly strong. But if you want, people will be indoctrinated into this thinking, and what you don't want to do is just abandon them to it. You do want to have the ability to pull people out of it. Obviously there's the method that CTV brought up and what I was talking about, but in addition to that, you also don't want to just create this image of the left just being a bunch of weaklings who will never challenge them.
The reason this doesn't hold up, like we debate, like it's like people think like right-leaning people don't come in here all the time and debate, right? The problem is they run off crying
Who
about
are the right wingers that come here?
And who runs off crying?
Usually it's 15-year-olds, right? Like,
who runs off crying from these platforms?
Brento regularly.
I know.
No, never. I've never once. I mean, that's just kind of one of the bullshit that you say.
Come on.
That's why you come back on here so triggered when Vivian comes on. This is like
I just don't like Vivian. Hold up. I don't like Vivian constantly interrupting people nonstop when they're trying to make a point.
So many people
I
interrupt
agree with
people
that.
on this
I agree
platform.
with that because it's really rude.
Look at this shit.
I've done so many panels where people interrupt people all the time, constantly.
No. Not like on this. Not like Vivian. Not on this
To
panel.
the same level.
Okay.
Not even
Chris.
I was talking about Chris earlier. I meant to talk about Betray Box. That's who I was praising.
All
So
right.
I didn't mean to praise you, Chris. That was on accident.
Chris, please.
I spend tons of time in this community, right? I heard Vivian speak. Done at times, yes, he does cut some people off sometimes, but just about as much as a lot of other people, right? When they feel like the position's been mischaracterized and they want to cut people off to make sure they can clarify what is going on, right? I hear it a bunch of times. Like, I get cut off constantly. I don't make a big complaint about it because I know this is the nature of these big panel debates. There's so many people, everybody wants to talk, right? But it's like when it comes to Vivian, right? She's hurt some of you guys' feelings so many times, right? It's just every time she gets on the panel, right? You guys you get so triggered, you feel so hurt. You have to do everything you can to not engage.
This is stupid, dude. This is bullshit, Chris. You have no concept. You're relatively new, by the way. You're not. You're kind of new school.
You cut off Chris to tell him that.
Come on,
Brian, we gotta get him.
I think the mischaracterization thing is
Chris, did you finish? Just want to make sure.
No, I haven't finished. But I've been here pretty much damn near a year, right? I started actually participating in panels 8 months ago, but I've been here longer. But that's not the point, right? I've seen it, I've interacted with it, and I've heard Vivian's arguments constantly over and over and over again, right? To the point where I can see when you guys come in and make your these crazy claims about what she said, how you were mischaracterizing them, how you're trying to poison the well, paint the picture of what she's saying. If she really advocated for those types of things, right, and those direct manners, do you think Prime would have her on the platform at all?
Yes, because she does, and she is.
there's people who come on here, right, who say some crazy shit. They get banned immediately.
Yes, you're right. They do.
This place is
it's almost like there's a double standard.
It's almost like you continuously mischaracterize my positions, and the reason people get cut off quite often is because I need to. It's because I need to. It's because I often need to clarify.
What are those good points?
She does.
I mean, you're literally doing it now,
It's
Stardust.
like, well, I mean, yeah, I am.
Yeah, it's almost like
everybody does it. And so so when people mischaracterize me, I do often feel the need to cut in and clarify, because otherwise they go on a 5-minute rant attacking something that I don't believe and haven't said.
Okay, so let's go to
Valency,
Doobie, and then Stardust. Okay.
Based. Okay, thank you. All right, so I have some 4 points. 4 points, I think, yes. I want to go back to the platforming thing, because we did run off like multiple times because of children shit. All right, so about this like panel shit, Chris, you mentioned about it like being blood sports and like you don't actually gain from that. Absolutely wrong. Actually, this I agree totally with Doobers here, where if you come here to learn, you will absolutely learn. I today learned something about like the anti-white racism thing, where it's a concern, right? Which actually bolstered my own thoughts about this. This is actually amazing, right? Because you have these people that we should deplatform, like this person. I don't know what their name is. And like that push for great replacement. You. We should like so like the great replacement, right? Like, let me finish. So the great replacement, like ideas, like you said, also Doobers, thank you. You mentioned Tucker Carlson, who also uses these concerns to twist them into really fake shit, right? Like the great replacement and other like really racist shit. So while I understand that like there is like this concern of anti-white racism and that it must exist and all racism is absolutely wrong, right? These type of narratives that are being generated by these types of audience, we should deplatform them. And here is why. First of all, the toxicity thing that has been...
Didn't you say that you should engage with them, but you're also saying to
I've been waiting an hour. Okay, so yeah. So this toxicity thing. This toxicity thing that's like very absolutely important. And the thing that absolutely is based that Zonia was talking about, which I agree with, we should absolutely confront them. However, we shouldn't confront them by debating them, by engaging with these toxic rhetorics that are absolutely hateful. So hateful, in fact. Can I finish? Can I finish, please? Por favor, Habibi. I love you.
I just want you to ask.
I love you.
Ask one question.
No.
Keep going, buddy.
Just
this is
let
really
me
on
finish.
point.
Just let me finish, and then you can go. I love you. Okay. So yeah, there is like the second thing that was Zonia is talking about, which is very based about confronting these ideas, right? And even you, CRT, you mentioned like, hey, we should like
Stay
try to do
TV,
this.
since you were saying my fucking name wrong, you're getting a whole different side of me if you don't know how to fucking speak. Now the question that I have for you,
I love you.
is, can you kill an idea with a gun?
No, you can't kill
No,
it.
so this is where your ideology breaks down. It's fucking stupid to listen to.
Let me finish.
Cool,
You
nobody's
can-
advocating
No.
for killing
Let me
ideas.
finish. Let me finish, please.
I wanna
You
hear more
can't kill
from
it.
CRT.
CRT, let them finish.
I mean, you fix your fucking panel, or
let me-
and
but
I
can
have
you
to
let
jump
me
back into the
finish? But can you-
Discord.
Don't
You
come
are
after
a
me.
reflection of your community.
Don't come after
this
me.
right here.
Don't come
you're
after
the
me.
moderator. Who
Yo,
the fuck else is gonna
I'm
go
sorry,
after?
CTV.
You're the moderator.
CTV.
You're the
I'm
moderator,
about to
right?
moderate you too. CTV. Don't come after
You will
me.
guarantee that I never fucking come
Bye.
in.
What the fuck?
Okay. Nice.
Yet another time, hold on, let's pause. Yet another time, CTV has threatened to never come here again, right? And then here he is. The moment the view count comes up, he's back. Okay, well, we'll wait a few months. We'll see it again. All right, go ahead, Valency.
Yes, thank you. All right. So we do actually like confronting them by deplatforming them is much more effective than actually confronting these toxic ideas that we ourselves actually like talk about. So here is the thing: when I talk about engaging with these ideas, I wanna like have it with what Doobers said, which is amazing, which I love Doobers for. If this person is willing to change their ideas, absolutely welcome. We have the Calliopean Club absolutely built for that thing. We actually engage with people who think they don't think that the Holocaust, for instance, has happened, and we change their minds. If they don't, we get them off, get rid of them, right? you don't want this. So why I say about like deplatforming these people, because hitting their bolsillo, hitting their money is much better than actually like taking it, because defunding these people, not having money for these people. Yes, I know this is like your income. That's why you're afraid.
No, I want to say something.
If you defund these people, they don't have a platform. They don't have to propagate these ideas. They cannot radicalize these people. That's why this is actually very important. I love this because I am a corporatist liberal piece of shit. I love Twitch because it has all of the money and it's supporting progressive social ideas, which is a very amazing thing. It lines up very well, right? And we should continue with this progressive. It is not about like these weak ideas and these based. This is absolutely like stupid. We should, and we also are like, we hate each other in the left and center already, right? Like we always debate ourselves. We can bolster these ideas while propagating these ideas to other people, right? So this is like something happened, like the third and I think the fourth one, which is like the last one.
Wrap it up, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Can you? Yeah,
last one.
Abibi,
Okay.
I love you.
So, okay, I love you too.
I love you. This is your hypocrisy showing, dude.
Finish your point. Finish your point. Please finish your point really quick.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I wanna say for Stardust, I think I love you. So in the Stardust thing, she said amazing things.
Come on, let me finish. Come on.
CTV and this person just like interrupt. Okay, so the thing about the family values that she mentioned actually bolsters this idea of that we can like engage with rhetoric that actually makes us learn more and more and more, and we have the rooms for that, right? And we can learn much more. But there is some rhetoric that's absolutely useless to the discussion, and that absolutely doesn't help any problem in any majority problem. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Okay, really quickly, can I just go really quick? Okay, he said something about we should deplatform them and like hurt their money. And I know Vivian's a big fan of that, like trying to make sure people lose their jobs and stuff. What happens when people lose their shut up, Vivian? Hold on. What happens when people lose their job? They have a lot of time on their hands. They're really angry. What are they going to be doing? They're going to be spending time online.
Not
They're going
much
to be
with no money.
I am still talking, my dude. You had a long time to talk. All right, so they're going to be getting radicalized online. Also, you also at one point said that you encourage deplatforming, yet we should also engage them. Those two don't really fucking align. So which one is it?
They do. Okay, so the first one, they do.
Deplatform or engage.
They do.
Which one is it?
So yeah. So they do. So the first one,
God,
if they don't have money,
10 minutes, aren't we?
No. No. It's simple. It's just two sentences. If you don't have money, you cannot do much. Second of all, because we have the money, the progressives, which is based. The second thing, which is wait, let me finish. So the second
if you
thing,
don't have the correct think, you shouldn't be able to have a job. I mean, shouldn't it be like, okay, you lose your job if you do something wrong at your job, not what like your views are outside of your job?
Okay, so the first thing about the money, if you don't have money, you can't actually propagate. You can't do much. Second thing about engaging, I was specifically saying about people who like engage in really toxic ideas. If you have toxic ideas and you want to change them, you should absolutely try to engage because you are willing to change. You are like, what do you call it? Questioning these values. You're always like looking for like the truth and whatnot. And if like I was raised in a toxic environment and with toxic ideals, and I got like raised and like learned new stuff because I was willing to. Doobers here actually helped me, right? It's actually very based. So I mean, like, yes, you should engage with people who are willing to listen, but these people who aren't willing to listen, they're just harming our society. I think, yeah, definitely, this is the platform.
So okay, I want to go to Doobie, and I skipped him before. That's my fault. So Chinchilla, then Stardust. I apologize. I did skip you. So Doobie, Chinchilla, and Stardust.
Okay, so Prem, I don't think you answered my question before. Maybe I missed it because there's a lot of people talking, but I'm just going to restate it. So if there was a person who is not a Nazi, not a white supremacist, not a racist, but had genuine concerns about white people becoming a minority in the United States, and what that could mean for them and their children, to the point that we're advocating for a slowdown of immigration from majority non-white countries, or an increase of immigration from European countries or majority white countries, would you allow them to express their position on your channel and to have that discussion or debate? And I have a follow-up question, if that's okay.
Okay, I now answer them both. So here's the thing, and what I've learned doing this is that this person that you're assembling is, if they exist, there's very few of them, right? Who have that series of beliefs, but is not a white supremacist, right? Like, we've had a few people who presented themselves, right, as what a civic nationalist. We've been here, right? Civic nationalists, and like, oh yeah, it's not about white supremacy. No, certainly not. Certainly not. It's just about immigration, right? I'm just a little concerned about these people, right? And from non-white nation, like I don't know how you can limit immigration from non-white nations. That specifically bothers you, right? Europe, nothing. That means nothing to you. Europeans can come over, right? And then the brown folks can't. But not a white supremacist. This person's fucking imaginary. This person's imaginary.
Can I speak to that? Because you're full of shit, dude.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah. So whatever. Those people are fucking imaginary.
No, you're being called out on your own channel. You're full
You're
of shit,
actually
dude.
an imbecile.
Okay, how am I full of shit? No.
Don't do that.
Oh,
Don't do that.
No,
man.
okay. How am I full of shit?
Dude, okay. I am a conservative. Prime, we have never had beef other than you calling me out. That's a long time ago. Dude, I grew up in a majority Mexican neighborhood. I went to a middle school of majority Mexican people. I went to a high school of majority Mexican people as well. I have been a minority throughout my life, as in my local community. So that's like 2 of the boxes you've listed, right?
What?
No.
No. What the fuck is this?
Literally not. Doesn't have anything to do with anything he just said.
Okay, so me being a minority in my own local community can't aspire to what Doobie has been saying.
You being...
You're already in a minority. Why does it matter?
It doesn't. That's the thing.
So why bringing this up? Like, that's not what he was talking about at all.
No, so Doobie is claiming all of these different questions towards Prime. Prime says this doesn't exist.
Yeah, so what he's saying, I think, Turk, let me just try to restate what you're saying. What I think you're saying, maybe I'm incorrect, but so what I think you're saying is that you are one of these people who has concerns about white people becoming a minority and the concerns about anti-white racism. You're not a Nazi, not a KKK person, you're not a white supremacist, but you're concerned about becoming a minority in this country and what that means for you and your children.
I'm not concerned. I fully am aware of where I live. That is a reality. It's what's happening. And I'm not a racist. I don't think ill of other people that are different than my own skin color. Why do y'all have to demonize a person like me?
Doobie assembled a very specific individual, right? So, like, are you saying... so you have a problem with immigration?
I do, yes.
Okay. What about specifically, like, does it matter? Does it matter if it comes from...
Yes.
Latin American
It should be legal.
Latin American countries or European?
It should be legal. If someone overstays their visa, it should be prosecuted according to immigration
law. Then you're not the person that I'm
if,
talking to. Then you're not the person.
Then if someone comes
Brit
across
is more
the Rio Grande, they should be held accountable.
Talk to me, Prime. Let's do this.
Yeah. So, okay. All right. I guess we're doing this.
Do it.
Brit, you're saying specifically that you would allow immigration from Europe, but not anywhere else.
I don't want anybody from South America for sure, but I would want like you would have a merit-based immigration, so people who have at least a college degree, basically. That's what I think should be.
Why not from people from South America?
Because I think that most of the people coming from South of America are coming because of economic reasons. They are coming to take low-skilled jobs that are going to be replaced by AI, which is going to happen whether you like it or not. It might be like good short-term economic gain, but in the long term, it's not going to be good because those jobs will all be replaced. We're going to have enough Americans that are going to have to get replaced, and then what do we do?
Okay, so you are. Hold on. fine. Okay.
Let's do it.
So,
I'm drunk enough to do this.
Doobie,
This is gonna be fun.
Doobie wanted me to have this conversation, so apparently we've stumbled into it. Okay.
We've been trying to push it all panel.
To be clear, I don't think it's a good idea to have it right now.
Okay.
Probably a pretty bad idea.
Okay.
But this is what these people do. They angle for it, and they try and twist the conversation around.
Yeah, I'm
a
white supremacist.
About their talking points. I'm not talking about you,
really quickly. So Prime. So I do think that's Brit might be this person, or it might be this unicorn that I constructed in my brain. It might be interesting to have her on something like the Small Council to discuss it, right? With intelligent people who can go through it and go through these concerns. I think that'd be a great conversation if people can be good faith and avoid ad homs and all these things.
I agree.
Because I do have a follow-up question.
Okay, follow-up question, yeah.
Okay, this one, I'm gonna be nice, okay, as nice as possible. In Prime, you know I love you, okay?
Oh boy.
I'm afraid of nice.
Oh,
people.
here things come. Here comes.
Go
ahead. No, go ahead, JB.
I respect everybody on this panel right now, okay? So it seems like one of the major concerns you have is about the safety of the community. And I think that's admirable. It's something that I've dealt with on my server, right, my community. And it's true that the majority of your community is on the left, at the end of the political spectrum. But you do have plenty of centrists and right-wingers in your community too, and in the audience. Right? So if you're concerned about the safety of the community, isn't it also dangerous to have someone in the community and on your platform who regularly advocates for the doxing of people on the right side of the political spectrum? Someone who says that Blue Lives Matter supporters, like people on this panel right now, are white supremacists, and if they gather for a lawful protest, they should be forced out of the community by force to the point of killing them if they resist that force strongly enough, which is in effect the same kind of rhetoric that we hear from Nazis who advocate for quote-unquote peaceful ethnic who advocate for quote-unquote peaceful ethnic cleansing that everybody knows is going to lead to violence and the killing of minorities, right? So if the concern is safety of the community, why isn't this concern being applied across the board?
Wow. Okay.
You are such a king, Doobie. I'm obsessed with you.
That level of equivocation.
I think. So, I have individuals in my community who invite controversy, right? Doobie is one of those individuals, right? Doobie knows it. We've gone through it. Many people have tried to get me to toss Doobie off. I fucking refuse, right? Maybe there'll come a day we'll cross a Rubicon, right? But that hasn't happened. So, I won't let people tell me how to use my platform. It's not gonna fucking happen. Not gonna happen. So Doobie is one of those people, and for good reason. The controversy, like, it's real, right? The reason why people want to watch is for good fucking reason. But on the other side of it, Vivian is also one of those people. Vivian is a person who for whatever
what have I always said, Prime? I've always said, like, this is your channel, you do what you want, like, or all you can do is ask me.
So nice of you to let him keep it, Vivian.
Yeah, that was really nice of Vivian to do that.
All you can do is, like, ask my opinion, and I'll give it, and that is, you know, if you ever get to the point, right, where you're like regularly platforming Nazis and they're JQing all over the place, then I'll advocate for deplatforming you too. Yeah. But I don't think you'll ever get to that point. But beyond that, like, I can't force you to do what you want to, you know. It's your
and to be super clear, I'm not saying that Vivian should be on the platform. I think it's great that Vivian's on the platform. Right, so that's not what I'm saying. I'm just wondering, you know, if this is concerned, this was keeping you from having other people on. Why? And I could be one of these people, right? That says crazy shit sometimes that might cause issues. So, like, why? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
Say something.
Okay. Here's the thing. There was a lot of equivocation that you're doing. What Vivian says, right? And this happens in the other direction about you, right? What you did is say equate Vivian's speech to Nazi speech, right? That Vivian has her anti-fascist views, right? and will confront and advocates confronting fascists on all levels. So just leave it at that, right?
It defines fascism very loosely too, though.
In every way, right?
I'm very specific.
And
I don't think you
really
are.
specific.
Oh, boy.
Really
Okay.
specific.
Yeah, great.
Hugely specific. We've had whole panels on
incredibly
it.
specific.
Hold up,
everyone.
I want to answer this question. I want to answer this question. So, Vivian, so equating that with Nazi rhetoric is just, it's unfair. It's completely unfair. And on the same token, right, people have said all kinds of crazy shit about you. All kinds of crazy shit. And we know most of them are true.
Who are they? Give me their names.
The majority of the shit aren't true.
Denounce it.
And so, when I hear that hyperbole, that doesn't move me. It doesn't move me. I've judged Vivian very closely. I've listened to her, right? I had a lot of time listening to her. And she doesn't say anything that I think threatens the safety of the community. That's the determination I've made for her and the determination I've made for you. And people have said disturbing shit. Right?
Yeah, but Prime, I would never advocate for doxing people.
And that's the sad thing. You're equating
she did that earlier today.
actions.
Let me jump in real quick. So
Depends what you mean by doxing, but sure.
Yeah, of course it does.
Well, yeah, of course it does.
Yeah, of course.
Not
Yeah,
the same
right.
thing.
Of course,
No,
it
don't
doesn't
worry
mean
about it.
exactly literally.
Are you ever
doxing
going to make
people.
Are you ever going to make a meaningful contribution, or are you just going to throw out atoms every time I say?
I mean, are you ever going to admit like exactly what you like say and what you advocate for, literally, repeatedly, and all?
Yeah,
the time?
Zonia was saying something. Zonia was saying something. Zonia was saying something.
Zonia, you said you want to jump in. I got to go to Chinchilla afterwards because I've been waiting very patiently. Chinchilla, then Stardust.
Okay, so one of the things that so I wanted to support what Doobie was saying about having Brittany the unicorn on the small council, and I think it is an important thing. And part of the reason why I think that she should be platformed is because she herself heads up a platform that is growing, a platform that you, Vivian, would like to see taken down, deplatformed, right? And I think that she was, and this is not like an insult towards you, Brittany. I just think that you were swayed with rather weak arguments, in my opinion. And I think that some of the people who regularly are on these panels, the Reverie and the Small Council, are very intelligent people with pretty good arguments. And
I'm open to them. I said I would be open to any argument. I want to be on Red Pill.
And I think, having someone who heads up a platform like that, the same platform whose panelists moved her over with pretty weak sauce arguments, in my opinion, I think having her on the small council it would be a really good idea. Now, in addition to that, with Viv, your situation, like not wanting to be in the same space as her, I think it's honestly a good area for you to be able to also be a part of that situation, or just
I will never be part of any panel debating the Great Replacement. It's not happening. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let's replace Vivian really quick.
You can debate something else as well, right?
Yeah, you can debate other things. You can debate other topics. It's up to you. I don't think there's any reason for you to be like chased off the entire platform.
Who, Vivian?
Chased off what?
I would happily chase her off.
I know you would, because you're very butthurt. Bless your little triggered face.
I'll be
honest though, Viv.
Look, we have to be consistent, right? Like, Brittany, I know that you're hurt by this, but like, if we're going to advocate for different people to not be deplatformed, then we should probably advocate for Vivian to not be deplatformed too, right?
Oh no, I don't care. I'm just specifically going for her.
But
I don't care if it's hypocritical.
Yeah, because you have a personal vendetta.
No, because I think I have a personal vendetta against you.
And
now.
I have
Absolutely.
a moral philosophy.
I have an absolute personal vendetta
and
against you.
And moral standards.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So
Zonia.
I have a personal vendetta against you. I barely even know you.
Zonia.
You seem to talk about me.
Zonia, please.
Personally, I don't want to see Viv go anywhere. I think descriptively, we tend to agree on pretty much everything. Prescriptively, I have a lot of conflicts, but still align with her on many things. And I think that I've been watching you for like a year now, maybe more. And I originally learned about you and Vosh's community early on. But
dear.
back in the early days.
Was it like when Vosh liked me, or was it like after we fell out and we hated each other?
Like
or is it
early
like recently
2019.
He hates you. You guys have like the exact same
It
views.
was like early 2019. But I've been watching you on panels for a good year now, maybe a little more than that, and I think that you bring some really interesting insights. And though I may disagree with you on a lot of your prescriptions, I think that you're able to convey certain situations and types of information based on fascism and racism that are very insightful, and I think you bring a lot of
terrorism. Yeah, I'm based.
Extremism of any kind, basically. And so I think that you bring a lot of value. So I don't want to see you go, and as a matter of fact, I want to see you turn that value into something actionable.
To be clear, like I generally like you too, and I generally like most of the people. Like, there are people that I have significant disagreements with, and I've said this before, right? About like who you should platform, how you should platform them, and all that sort of stuff. Who I still have like decent relationships with, right? If you're gonna have Brit on your fucking channel, I'm not gonna be advocating for you to be fucking deplatformed or whatever. If you're gonna do all that sort of shit, it's really, really like people do this shit all the time. There's such an incentive on Twitch to have like really extreme views platformed, right? Because it gets shitloads of views. It's good for your channel, right? The more extreme, the more controversy, the more drama, like all that shit's good for your platform. And I can't really hold like that. There's a moral standard there that like there's no point in me holding the line on, because it's just absolutely fucking impossible to enforce and unreasonable to expect everybody to agree with, right? But I think there is a moral line when we get to things that are like open, outright, blatant and obvious, like fascist rhetoric, right? That sort of line, I think we probably can hold, right? If we say that like the Lauren Southerns, the Nick Fuenteses, the JF Gary Eppies and stuff, right? Like maybe we shouldn't be platforming those fuckers. I think that's a line that I think that a lot of people, or a lot more people, can agree with.
Yeah.
How about people that think that Rittenhouse was operating in self-defense?
Let's go to Chinchilla.
What about them?
Oh,
plenty of people have that.
Okay.
No, because Turk keeps interjecting with this kind of dumb shit, right? If people think that about Rittenhouse, then that's perfectly fine. Like, everybody has a different fucking take on this trial. I don't care.
They've never tried to get me deplatformed for like thinking that, right? So
Chinchilla Stardust.
What would you be deplatformed for, Stardust?
Chinchilla Stardust. And then Chris. Yeah.
So I basically want to respond to somebody that isn't on the platform or here right now anymore. CTV, like CTV was basically making the argument around like you gotta touch grass, you gotta reach out, and you gotta talk to other people from the other side, and by having hobbies and that kind of shit. I've been a politician. But obviously, I think if you want to reach out and you want to make like things more concrete, you gotta talk about like several like policies, like the praxis of things, right? So you gotta if definitely on a local level, you can definitely do that better than on national level. The thing that a Brit doesn't. Brit, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So a Brit, you were saying like merit-based immigration. Honestly, like
Me?
I'm not.
I didn't say that. You weren't talking to me. You were talking to somebody else.
Brit,
I wasn't.
Oh, Brit. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
I apologize.
Sorry,
I apologize. Go ahead.
I wasn't.
Brett and Brent. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. Merit-based immigration. Yeah, you can have some policies around that, but to exclude like South America from there. Or
Stupid
something along
people.
those lines. Well, if you think that South American people are stupid overall, then I only have to say to you that you are fucking racist. But if you think that a merit-based immigration policy is a thing that you can do, then you have some smart people from South America as well.
Yeah, if they have a college degree, I'm good.
Yeah, whatever. This is the thing, right? You cannot say like, well, I don't want to have South American people, but I want to have like European people.
No, I'm okay if they're coming from South America if they have a college degree. It's a college degree, is what I want.
But the same thing. This is the same thing. You're talking about the same thing. You want to have
a college degree,
right? This is the thing. But that being said, you're talking about merit-based immigration.
Yeah,
and
that's what I want.
Then yeah. Well, if then you're not talking about South America. But yeah, that being said, like fantasy, like.
You think it's a fantasy to get merit-based immigration?
No. I wanted to address my last point to fantasy.
Right.
Fantasy is right because progressive liberals have the economics on these platforms, and we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, buddy. We're gonna make it.
Merit-based immigration is just silly because, like, most of the people in the United States wouldn't meet the exacting standards you have. Like, and if you say that they're not, that other people outside of the country aren't deserving of, citizenship because they're too fucking stupid.
Vivian, that's the fucking point. We have enough stupid people in this country we're gonna have to take care of. We don't need to bring more in.
How do you suggest we take care of them, Brit?
I'm saying that we're gonna get to a point where we're gonna be in a jobless fucking world because there's gonna be technology is going to take over so many jobs across every single industry, and we have never seen anything like this in all of human history.
Holy shit!
This is happening whether you want to admit it or
going
not.
Down the Ted Kaczynski route? No, I don't think that automation is going to get rid of.
It's coming. I cannot believe you're trying to deny that it's coming.
Okay, all right.
Okay, who's going to manufacture and repair the robots? Come on, like this is every industrial economic revolution in technology.
We've never experienced this in all of fucking human history. You're crazy if you say this.
So
industrial revolution.
We don't have to do this now. Chinchilla, were you done? Then we got to do Stardust, and then Chris.
I don't really have anything to say except, sorry. Well, if you guys want to finish, yeah. Sorry.
I just want to say that I love Stardust. So
Oh, thank you. I love you too. Look, I don't really have much to say. I just think I see a lack of consistency in a lot of areas, and I see that on the left and on the right, and it's just disappointing because I think that when we're not consistent in our values. I just don't trust people who aren't consistent in their values. It just doesn't. It rubs me the wrong way. If you truly believe in your values, then hold everybody to the same exact fucking standard. I'm talking about everybody. I'm talking about everybody on this on this panel. Not just
not
about
me.
you.
I'm very
okay?
No, not you, Vivian. No,
really?
just
Really,
everybody else. Everybody else, just not you. Not you.
We're not friends anymore, Stardust. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I have problems with multiple people. Like I like everybody. I can get along with most people, but the fact of the matter is, if you're inconsistent in the way that you punish people for the things that they believe, then it's hard for me to really take you seriously. I just can't. I
kind of like how you were with me and the whole BX Bullet thing.
Yes, that, or like with Viv.
Well, that was like inconsistent with you.
No, excuse me. I am talking not just about you, Brittany. This is not just about you.
I just want to make sure we're all consistent here, though.
Yes. So
I'm
yes, I do have an
consistent.
issue. I do have an issue with the consistency of yes. If you have a platform in which you don't enforce things the same way for different people, right? Or if you are a person who advocates for violence or has advocated or implied for it, then I can't, I don't know. It just really really rubs me the wrong way. I get that these things are not necessarily intentional, but I see it on both sides, and I can't handle it, man. It's just too much for me. So
would you say that one of your values would be to make sure you have the truth of a situation before you start making judgments about whether or not somebody's a white supremacist, Stardust? Would you say that's a good value to hold?
Sure. If that person has the same moral consistency in that too, though, right?
Cool.
Like if that person has
if
made,
somebody else
if
is
the person's
inconsistent,
made
it's
probably
okay for you to be inconsistent.
if that person has made sweeping generalizations about like a 17-year-old because they supported Blue Lives Matter, then yeah, I don't really
So if
find
somebody
that
else is
view-
inconsistent, it's okay for you to be inconsistent. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that I don't
Okay,
really.
so you should take that Twitter post down then, right? Because there is zero fucking evidence
Right,
that I hold
I'm
the
sorry,
positions
Viv.
that Kurt claims that
Viv,
I
I'm
hold.
still
in them.
not convinced, to be honest. I'm
About
not
what?
convinced. I'm just
You're not
convinced.
You're not convinced that I have spent like the last 3 years on this platform talking pretty fucking in depth to multiple experts about the process of rehabilitation of people in white supremacist and other cultic groups, right?
I mean,
Like,
I don't buy it because you
don't buy it.
advocate.
Right.
I don't look. You may have had this thing for 3 years, 100%, right? And I agree with some of the stuff that you say, and I appreciate the way that you've explained certain things on this platform. I think it's incredibly valuable and incredibly important. But I still find that it's incredibly problematic to imply that it's okay for people to get doxxed or for people to get hurt because of their beliefs, or to imply that people are a white supremacist because they support the police, or to imply anything like that. These are like blanket statements. I wouldn't support it from the right, and I don't support it from the left.
I said if somebody's acting in support of a white supremacist cause, then that's something we should oppose. I can't see into people's. We had this conversation on fucking.
That's not what you said.
Like Supreme.
You flat out called them
whatever.
Like,
You didn't call him a white supremacist. You called a 17-year-old kid a white supremacist.
I mean,
it doesn't even matter
if you're acting like a white,
they're going to still come up with the same conclusion.
Yeah, I know. But if you're acting like a white supremacist, right, in the moment, you are a white supremacist.
No,
if you're running down the
Jesus
street screaming the N-word at somebody, it doesn't
No,
matter
but-
like
yeah,
what your
but he
general
wasn't doing
fucking
that.
character is.
No, that was not him. That was Rosenbaum.
Yeah,
Holy shit, I wasn't saying that that's what he
you're
did.
constantly fucking dishonest about what you
No,
said.
you're dishonest.
You're being
And
dishonest
I'm
right
not
now.
gonna fucking
You
have
flat
it.
out said that Blue Lives Matter supporters are white supremacists. You said that. Now you're saying you
Same
didn't say
exact
that.
thing
I
with
said Blue Lives
conservatives
Matter
and
is
family
a
values. If you
white
don't
supremacist movement.
adhere to family
Yeah, you
values and you're a conservative and you claim that you're family values, then I just don't I don't buy it. It's the same exact shit. I see it on both sides, and I don't know. I just don't buy it. I don't buy it
Hey,
anymore. I'm really
Viv.
black-pilled on this whole thing.
Thing.
But the claim you made about me that I advocate against like rehabilitation of people in extremist movements, that's like quite blatantly not true, right?
But all the other stuff you did wasn't true.
I literally work fairly regularly with like people who are
Did you
former
not,
white
like,
supremacists.
2 sentences prior say that you don't support the like every you don't
I don't support
like, the
every
various-
effort and method, obviously.
Okay, right.
Because some of the
So-
methods I think cause more harm than good, and some of them I don't think are effective, right? But that doesn't mean I'm against the thing that people are trying to do. I've proposed like methods and
I
people,
still think
right? Because that
the
thing was about
advocacy-
Daryl Davis or whatever.
I still think the
I've said there are other
advocacy
people.
of people being white supremacists just because they support the police in itself is perpetuating a really bad look for the left. And I think, if anything, that in itself is pushing more people towards those types of ideas. It's
Do you
ridiculous.
think the police system as it stands, right? The justice system in America, do you think it is a system that is white supremacist in effect?
Yeah, it has aspects of it that are
Okay.
white supremacist, 100%.
So if you were to say that like the police system needs the justice system in general in America needs no reform whatsoever, would you say you're supporting a white supremacist system?
Not necessarily, because the person who says that does not realize the full implications of what they're saying.
Okay,
right?
fine. Yes, that doesn't mean
There
they're
are
a
people-
horrible.
there-
That doesn't
there are
mean they're a
whole
horrible
communities-
person. It
There are
doesn't mean
whole
they're a bad
communities
person.
of people who rely on the police, minority communities who rely on the police, and the moment that you start talking about the police that way, they get scared. They like to take away the police or to like dismantle the police is a terrifying concept for people who live in those communities.
Yeah, I
I'm in one of
agree.
those communities, by the way, and yes, it is.
Oh my god, is Vivian one of those all like I want to abolish the police people?
Yes.
Of course.
By the way, hey Viv,
I mean-
someone in chat is
Sorry.
saying that you might be on the wrong mic.
Oh no, I'm on this fucking this Trust GTX microphone because my Yeti broke.
Poor Yeti.
Sorry.
Wait, hold on. Can we just say, so Vivian, you did say that Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist, and when asked why you believe that, you said because the group he was a part of, the group he supported, posted Blue Lives Matter stuff on Facebook at some point.
What?
Is that correct? That's what you said.
No, I said the Kenosha Guard were taken down for like violent and white supremacist posts and so on. That was one of the groups that you went down there to hang out with.
When you were asked what the white
but I
supremacist
also
post
said,
was,
why are
said
you
Blue Lives
interrupting?
Matter. Because you're lying, and I'm trying to clarify like what you asked.
I mean, why are you?
You were asked what the white supremacist.
You want to
post was.
clarify?
You said Blue Lives Matter.
So, I said a lot of fucking things in that conversation, DB. All right.
This
if
was
you
one of
want
them,
to, if you want to know what I believe, you can fucking ask me.
This
Right?
was, no, I just like
I'm not here.
You said this thing at some point. Did you say
said
that?
what? Said what thing?
Okay, I'm gonna go through it again. So you said that the Kenosha, that white Kyle Rittenhouse was a white supremacist. When asked why, you said, "Well, the Kenosha Guard."
I said repeatedly that he was there in support of a white supremacist cause. Right?
Hold on.
These
No,
are two
no,
different
you're doing
statements.
You're doing it again. You're doing
But
it
it
again.
doesn't matter. It doesn't
Doing it
matter.
again.
It doesn't matter. No, 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 no,
Consistency
no, 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 no,
It doesn't
no, no,
matter.
no, 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 no.
I'll let him finish, Vivian.
Again,
Keep
matter.
talking so he can
Because
finish and make his point.
no, 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 no,
Keep
no, no,
talking,
no, no,
Vivian.
no.
Vivian, keep
Oh
talking.
my god, let's stop.
I will keep
please.
talking because Doobie interrupted me halfway through
No, he
my
didn't.
fucking
You interrupted
answer
him.
to him.
You
Shut up,
interrupted him.
Brento. This
No,
is not
you
your
interrupted him.
conversation.
Oh,
You're a dweeb.
God.
Go away. Honestly,
You
you've
said-
not
Right,
contributed
go.
anything to this
Can we not?
conversation.
Can we not do that? So why don't
So
you say
it doesn't matter. It
No,
doesn't matter because
Guys,
it doesn't matter
this is
because
useless. This
it
is-
doesn't
this is-
matter because
Why doesn't
it
it matter
doesn't
what you-
matter. It doesn't matter because right? Because I'm quite happy to say right that like Kyle Rittenhouse in that moment is being a white supremacist. He's doing a white supremacy, right? I don't care. So there is no lack of consistency there. If you think that I said Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist or whatever, he was being a white supremacist in that moment, just the same as somebody screaming the N-word in somebody's face is being a racist. They are a racist in that moment.
Okay,
right?
And when you were pressed on how is he a white supremacist, right? It's because the group that he was with was in support of Blue Lives Matter. And then when you were asked directly if you thought that all of Blue Lives Matter supporters were white supremacists, you said yes. That's what you
Yes.
said. Okay. So all
They
Blue
were
Lives
all acting in support of white supremacy.
Okay, so
yes.
all Blue Lives Matter supporters are white supremacists. Okay, then you also said that if these people come to your town, right, and they want to protest in support of Blue Lives Matter, you should force them out, right? They should be run out of town, is what you said. Then we asked, okay, what if they resist? Well, you should use a minimum amount of violence necessary to get them out. Okay, what
I
if they
said
re-
it depends on the
what if they
nature of the
resist that violence?
protest, but
No, that's
yeah,
not what you
in
said.
general.
That's not
I
what
did.
you said.
I did
Why are we
say.
lying?
Don't lie.
Why are you lying, DB?
No,
Why
you're
are you
lying.
lying?
Vivian,
Why are you
Vivian,
lying? Why are you so
Vivian,
dishonest? What is wrong with
Consistency
you?
matters.
So what I
Okay,
said,
I know
yes,
you don't-
consistency
I know you
does
don't want me
matter,
to
and
go
I am
through-
very consistent, Stardust.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm
And if I change my position ever,
I know you don't
I will
want me to.
explain why I've changed my
Because you
position.
know that you're lying,
So,
right? And I just
you
like
know
to draw
that you're lying. I can just throw out the same fucking
We're
accusations,
advocating for
DB.
violence on this platform again.
Holy
you don't want to be
fucking
put out
shit.
for it.
This is so boring.
Yeah, holy shit! It's so boring that you're so dishonest.
You
all
know
the time.
what's boring, DB, is that
did Kyle
keep
shoot a
throwing out.
No one let like
guy?
Vivian like
Did
shut up
Kyle
so
shoot
someone
a
else can finish
racist
the fucking
white guy?
sentence.
Is that what happened?
Doobie cannot finish
Rosenbaum
a
was
sentence?
running around saying the N-word, right? Did he shoot?
Saying
Did he shoot
shoot
a
me
racist
N-word,
white guy?
shoot me, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will-
Chris has been waiting a whole for a while. So
so many people with so many fucking bullshit accusations and lies. Like, it's just disgusting, honestly.
we get it. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so
No, you shut the fuck up, DB.
Oh,
okay.
Both of you cool it right now.
All right, Chris.
Swear to
and
God,
then
if we were having this conversation in real
Chris
life,
and
fuck me.
Zonia has something to say.
Yeah. I wanted to address something Zonia brought up about like having like Brittany come on to.
We can
like,
hear you.
small
Mute yourself. The crackling of your thing. Go ahead, Chris, please.
Yeah, bringing her on, doing a small council, getting her to change her mind. And I think the misconception you're having is the problem. The big problem we have is the community she's cultivating, the platform that she's running, right? If she was already a leftist before when she was running the platform, the way she was running it. So if we change her back to a leftist now, what does that matter if she's still upholding her community the same way? She's still cultivating the same type of like audience and letting these people platforming the same type of people. It does nothing for us, right? So if we, no matter how many
living in Florida, so my vote might matter.
The conversation where like that you'd have with her, no matter how many times you have it, right? Even if she becomes a leftist again, she still has the belief that this like she should run her platform the way she's running it. And with that, like that means like we shouldn't even waste our time, right? If she wants to believe in these things, right? She probably already believed
I'm
them.
so glad how honest you are.
Doesn't matter.
Don't bother with her.
Well, Chris,
She's
you
a
did say
lost
earlier that you don't
cause.
come on here to change your mind, but I don't think that's the way that everybody interacts with this platform, right? Plenty of people come on here and have their mind changed all the time. So if you're not interested in that, that's
sure,
fine. Don't project on other people.
So, do you want me to respond, or you still got more to say?
You can respond. I didn't want to talk to DB anyway.
Wow.
So the thing is that she's heading up a platform, effectively the platform that red pilled her, according to her, right? It's it's her creation. And we all agree that her platform is very lopsided in terms of representation, in terms of what it is doing.
It
right?
used to be lopsided in the other way, though. It used to be more leftist, and we only had BPF was the only right winger, really.
Well, back when I was supporting you guys, I was pretty hopeful that it would remain either left-leaning or neutral. But then obviously that kind of cascaded around May.
Yeah, thanks to fucking Banana.
That's the problem, though, isn't it? The Nazi bar analogy, right?
Well, does it always happen, though? I don't think it always does. We do have the one problem that as you start introducing people with really vile ideas, you do end up, people with a moral framework and strict standards will walk away from it because they're like, I just don't want to deal with it. But some people still find a way to make that work. Like, Stardust still goes on. Well, I guess you don't anymore, but Stardust was still going on to politically provoked panels to do battle with them. Jangles still does, others still do. And what they want to do is they don't want to allow it to just be taken over by the people with the vile ideas. So there's continuously the ability to cross-pollinate less vile and more left-leaning ideas.
Plan really backfired.
I actually watched the debate Stardust had on like one of the. She had a debate on there. I actually came on their platform to congratulate her on because I think she did a really good job. I don't think that changed the community at all, though, right? And it still continued to get worse, right? And no matter how much I think like Stardust did a good job in that conversation, and how much
There's
her
more
community
lefties left, though.
Yeah, I mean, still. It's still a daycare.
I mean, I'm basically I'm helping people like build their own platforms, and I'm finding good debaters that are left wingers that are unknown, and I'm fucking gonna help them build their own platform. That's what I'm doing. So,
So like she didn't need your platform to grow. She was already getting big. She just did that.
I'm not talking about Stardust. I'm talking about in general. I've helped a lot of people build their platform just from our show, and I put I've helped a lot of
yes.
On the right. Is it the same with Prime on the right?
There's no lefty got famous off going on Politically Provoked. Come the fuck on.
I'm saying that I've absolutely helped lefties that were like completely didn't have any fucking thing, and they have been building their platforms through us. Absolutely.
But to be fair, again, I have made friends at least from that platform. I've made friends on Politically Provoked's platform 100%. I've been introduced to other content creators through that, right?
wherever
But just
you
like
go.
I've been introduced to people here through Prime's platform as well, right?
The
I
worst
don't think
people,
it's
really.
completely. I'm sorry.
I'm making a joke. I'm just quiet, please.
Okay.
Fuck you, Brian. Fuck you.
No, I mean, look, I think there's value in both of these spaces. But I guess I'm just super. I feel like I'm a super void pilled right now on everything.
Yeah, me too, buddy.
All right.
Yeah, I think that we obviously we've got the problem that I mentioned, where a lot of left-leaning people are going to walk away from it because of how vile it is. And I was one of the people who did that. I felt that the Discord community was really vile, and the platform had gotten really vile, and I walked away from it. Honestly, I think that though leaving them with not enough interjection from left-wing people has allowed them, as I mentioned earlier, to basically get free reign and build a platform that is very much a groyper haven, and it has brought more and more younger, easily influenced people over to the groyper way of thinking.
Disgusting and predatory, yeah.
Well, yeah, and so while you talk about deplatforming them, and that's your prerogative if you want to, I still wait and say, I sit there and watch, and I'm like, well, they're still there. They're not deplatformed. It continues to grow, and they continue to pull more people to the right. And so as I watch that, I think, well, somebody needs to get in there and shake things up.
Are they pulling people to the right, or are they just hoovering up the people that are there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, they're pulling a lot of young, easily influenced people to the right, and groypers are really good at.
Yeah, Vivian, we are your worst fucking nightmare.
The whole Fuentes ethos.
I mean, if you're just like, we're your worst fucking nightmare because we're making people into Nazis, like, I don't think that's a boast, actually.
Yeah, not a
Sorry.
good.
Make them into Nazis. Fucking Christ.
I'm sorry, if we're talking groypers, yeah.
Fucking, groypers pretty much.
Groypers are kind of white supremacists, right?
White supremacists.
I guess if I was there, then I suppose I don't know.
Racist anti-Semites, right? Who kind of advocate for an ethnic state in general, but like try and disguise it behind a sort of veil of civic nationalism, but can't help worshipping the guy who keeps talking about putting cookies in ovens, right? So let's not fucking.
Really
if you
talk
want
about putting
let's not
cookies
mince
in
our
ovens?
words here. Oh,
No,
that's
it's
Fuentes,
fucking
right?
Yeah,
Cookies and ovens jokes.
I haven't listened to much of Fuentes.
6 million cookies or whatever.
He was reading a super chat. He made a fucking joke, and he's never living it down.
He wasn't joking when he was telling people not to take the vaccine.
It was just a couple months ago where he talked about the need to have to veil what you actually mean, so that people don't catch on to what you're saying. But those
And it's been a long.
will
It's
catch
been
on.
a. It's been a long time tactic of the alt-right, like especially around the time of Charlottesville, right? Like that's what the white polo shirts and khakis were all about. Kessler like reached out to the Klan, for example, and said, you know, we want the Klan, we love the Klan are fucking great, but we don't want the robes, okay? Because it's really bad optics, and so much of it is about optics. And Fuentes is really all about optics, and he talks about it all the fucking time.
Vivian, Fuentes would have been kicked off of like every fucking platform. Hold on, Fuentes has been kicked off of every single platform. He has now created his own platform, and it's actually a good platform. He's able to he's pulling in a lot of people and a lot of content creators that have been
not
kicked
nearly
off
as many as he did before he was deplatformed.
No, this is like, I mean,
but America
Vivian,
First got a huge boost during the million MAGA
This is what you do, though. Now there's no rules on those fucking platforms because you've kicked them off of all these places, and now they've created their own platforms, and it could grow. It could grow because right-wing freaking stuff is very, very popular. It grows way faster than left-wing because hate is going to sell a lot more than freaking love. Sorry, but that's the case. And so when they have these platforms, why am I being interrupted? When they have these platforms,
okay,
and
you can't make that argument, Chris.
Again,
I'm sorry.
by
You
the
guys
destroyed
fearmonger too. You guys fearmonger too. You can't.
Let me finish.
Go after her.
So when they have these platforms that they have complete control over, now you have absolutely no say in the matter, Vivian, because you can't report to TOS because they are the TOS.
True. So what we advocate for is what we advocate for in those kinds of situations, right, is we cut off their revenue streams, we cut off their service providers. We managed
Not
to do that
working.
with.
They've thought of all these things,
we
Vivian.
managed to
You've
do that
done all
with
these things to
Asians.
them. It's not going to work
Managed
now.
to do it. So there are a lot of tactics that we can use to make their lives harder, but obviously we can't get rid of them entirely, right? Without resorting to some things that I actually wouldn't fucking advocate for.
Bet you wouldn't.
So no, I wouldn't. So but that doesn't mean that we suddenly have to facilitate their rise. I think one of the things that was very, very good for Fuentes, right? The reason that he has such a large platform now is because he was repeatedly platformed when he was growing. His growth was almost entirely due to fucking like debates with like left-wing people. This is where he got his following from initially, and it's been dented, it's been killed like multiple times over and over, and he got huge prominence during like the Million MAGA March and stuff that happened before, and that's bad, right? That's why we should be opposing shit like the Million MAGA March.
Okay. Are you done? Okay.
Well, I guess the one point I would make is that nobody who is sort of trolling through Twitter, it's very difficult for people trolling through Twitter to come across like Fuentes positive content right immediately. You have to do a decent amount of digging, and if we get rid of them from these front-facing platforms, it stems their ability to recruit. It doesn't completely halt it, obviously, and there are big people like Fuentes that have other avenues and supporters within the GOP and so on, right? That are a lot harder to deal with. But if we get rid of them from these front-facing platforms, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, right? Then we really do like hamper their ability to recruit.
Okay. Well, then how do you get politically provoked off of YouTube?
Oh, I mean, you can flag the channel every time they do some kind of debate on the fucking Great Replacement or whatever. It's perfectly easy to report that channel. But you just have to get enough numbers to do it. To be fair,
nothing's happened to us.
Yeah,
because we don't actually break the US.
Yeah, exactly.
But at least they're not. At least they're not here.
About it.
At least they're not here streaming on Twitch right now, right?
Let's go to Doobie.
Yeah, so I feel like what I was getting at before wasn't addressed. So, Vivian, given that you think that Blue Lives Matter supporters are white supremacists, and plenty of people on this platform are Blue Lives Matter supporters, right? And you said that if these people gather in support of Blue Lives Matter, they should be forced out of a community, and if they resist, that violence should be used against them, the minimum amount of violence necessary to get them out. But if they resist strongly enough, right, whether if they use weapons, you should use weapons against them. If they try to resist your violence with guns, you should kill them. You should kill them, right? So proportional violence.
Yeah, if somebody points a gun at you, you should shoot.
You said that?
When you're attacking, hold on. So when you're attacking, when you're attacking somebody, if they lift a gun against you, you get to kill them. That's what you said, right? So
no, that's not what I said.
That is what you said.
That is not what I said. I said you should only. I said you should only. I said repeatedly during that conversation and conversations since that you should only meet violence with the same level of violence.
That seems like against TOS, Vivian, to be advocating for that.
Advocating for self-defense.
Vivian, if you're initiating the violence, right? So what you're saying is, if they resist the violence that you're initiating, you get to use more violence against them. That's what you're saying.
We spoke about several situations, right? Like one of my main advocations for stopping people coming into town.
Right, but I'm talking about
set up a people barricade, right?
Right. I'm talking about this.
If they try and push you, then I'm okay with you pushing them back. If they try and punch you, I'm okay with you punching them back, right?
That's not what you said.
I said that. No, that is what I said, Doobie. And as much as you try to characterize it otherwise, it's what I've said repeatedly.
You just said.
I'm very, very tired. I'm very, very tired.
Tired of defending the crazy shit you say. I understand.
I'm tired of your dishonesty.
We spoke about several.
Can we move on, because this is just boring. Like I've talked about it ad nauseam.
Right, where they should be run out of town, and that force should be used against them, and if they resist that force, you might need to kill them. That's what you fucking said, right? You also said that if a community is aware of KKK members living
the community should gather together and use violence to force them out of their home and out of the community. And if they resist, you might need to kill them. You said that too.
Some
Right?
serious stuff, Vivian.
Yes, it's some serious stuff.
Can we just admit that you're advocating for violence? Like, can you just
serious lies?
Chris, if you want to white knight every time I speak up, why don't you tell me what she said about the KKK living in the community and what that community should do?
Okay. What she said was that you should let the people in your community know what's going on, right? That there's a Nazi. We can pull up the debate.
We will. I'm not going to right now, but later on, I'm going to do it for you. And then I want you to go on Twitter. Publicly, hold on. So here's what I'm going to offer you a challenge, Chris. I'm going to offer you a challenge, right? So I think you're on Twitter. Well, I think you're on Twitter, right? If you're not, then what I'm going to do for you, because I don't want to go through this right now, right? But when this is over, I'm going to go through, pull up the exact clip I'm talking about.
Why did you say you didn't want to go through it right now, but you asked
I don't.
me to go through
Because I don't.
right now.
One second. We'll go because I don't want to go stream through the fucking VOD right now to find the exact moment that I'm talking about.
But
I'm
you
going
brought us to this topic.
Hold on, because I don't expect.
And when
I
he
don't
answered,
expect.
you cut him off.
I don't expect that people are going to lie to me. That's why.
You're sitting there fucking lying. Chris Cosmo has had a history of lying.
Yeah, what the fuck? So here's the challenge, right? So I'm going to clip it, right? I'm going to present it to you. By the end of by tomorrow afternoon. If I don't, I will go. If I, for whatever reason,
let them finish. Then you'll find out. Go ahead, please.
Go onto Twitter, and I will acknowledge that I was full of shit. I was totally incorrect. Vivian's right about everything, and I'm a dumbass. And I'll stay off the panels for a month, right?
Make her unprivatize our account too.
And then if I do find
unprivate my account,
if I do find it, and I send you the exact moment I'm talking about, where she said exactly what I just stated, I want you to come on here tomorrow or the day after or Monday or someday and acknowledge that what you said was incorrect, and she did say this.
So what are you saying? Wait, I just want to know.
No, stop, Chris. Go ahead. You can respond to that.
Yes. Okay. I sat there and I listened to the debate verbatim. I've repeated what she said. I'm going to pull up the clip. I'm going to go ahead and post it to everyone. That's okay. If you want to look it up too, go ahead. Right? I remember exactly what she said, and she's very careful about what she talks about. It's not about being white knighting, right? Even if I didn't agree with Vivian on anything she said, I can still listen to what she says, and I can repeat back to you what she said verbatim. She's not lying, right? You guys want to push that narrative because you hate her so much. I understand that, but you're not gonna convince me otherwise. I don't feel the need to sit here and lie, right? I'm not trying to I'm trying to build my platform with art stuff, but I don't care about the politics stuff other than debating for fun. So I have no need to sit here and lie for some fucking clout or some shit. This is stupid, Doobie. We've had this
challenge.
She's not the person to get clout from if you were.
Hold on, do you accept the challenge? Hold on. Do you accept the challenge, Chris?
The challenge? Yeah, I'm about to pull it up right now.
No, do you accept the challenge?
Yeah, I just said yes.
Okay,
I'm about to pull it up right now.
So what is it you're actually even accusing me of saying about a KKK member in your neighborhood? I don't even understand what the accusation is. So I started off with saying make the community aware, right? You could probably get them fired from their job. You might even be able to get their landlord to kick them out or whatever. But ultimately, if they have a sympathetic landlord and a sympathetic employer, then there isn't a huge amount that you can do. I even explicitly said, because who was it who was pushing me? Gappy V was pushing me on this particular fucking thing and being well, you'd be okay with them going over and committing violence. And I had to say multiple times, this is really stupid. No, you absolutely shouldn't be going around and popping your fucking neighbor in the head. That doesn't help anybody, right? I said this multiple times. So what are you actually accusing me of saying?
I know. No, hold on. No, I know you did say that later, because that was the position you retreated to when you were called out on your bullshit.
Okay.
As you always do, Vivian. You always backtrack.
Exactly. I'm not
backtracking. And then gaslight everybody and pretend you've been holding the same position all along. You do this constantly.
And you continuously lie about misrepresent my positions. Just get on with it.
What you actually said is that the community should get together and force these people out of their homes using violence if necessary. That is what you said, right? So don't. Now again, I'm giving myself this challenge, even if Chris doesn't do it, right? If I don't do this, I'm making the commitment. If I don't present this clip by noon tomorrow, noon Pacific, my time, right? Tomorrow, I'm going to go onto Twitter and then post that Vivian's correct about everything. Chris is a large dick and I want to suck it. And I'm a dumbass. I'm not going to come on here for a month, okay?
Doobie!
Also,
do that.
That's a commitment on me right now.
Remember, like for verbatim, Viv actually said that you shouldn't confront with Nazis in their home. That's dangerous, right? You do I'm not sure. Like you were I think you were on that panel.
Chris,
I don't know if you weren't listening or something. She
Chris,
literally
I understand your perspective. This is a challenge. This is a challenge. If you don't accept it, that's okay. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. Okay.
If I said that,
I don't agree to that, Doobie. That's terms.
If I said those exact words that you're claiming I said, I'm pretty sure there would have been some qualifiers there, right? Like,
Well, she did.
But I don't think like I ever said we should go around there and like kick the shit out of your neighbors or whatever, right?
Well, we're gonna find out. Okay.
I mean, sure, go ahead, but like, I think we were having a conversation like about violence in general as well, right? Where I was trying to get to delineate different forms of violence, and we can talk about like getting somebody fired from their job, right? That would be a form of like political violence. It's economic
Maybe
violence.
said anything like that on our channel, you would fucking have us shut down. That's
Okay,
the
I
point.
literally don't care.
But it's the hypocrisy you should care about.
Literally don't care. If I could get on your channel and get it shut down, that'd be amazing.
I
Look,
know you would, but you can't, and that
no,
must
I know,
bother you so
because
much.
I told you to fuck off when you asked me to, and now you're all butthurt. Now, look, so there are some things that could definitely be considered like political violence, like getting someone fired from their job, or like letting their community know that there's a fucking Nazi in their midst, right? Or getting them kicked out of their house by like contacting their landlord. All these things would be considered political violence. But in terms of physical violence, this is like straight up my prescription, right? No, if you have a fucking Nazi living next to you, don't go round their house and beat them up. Like, I've never advocated for that. I never fucking would, right? Or anything more extreme than that.
Actually, not true. But I've just realized, Prime, that
It
VOD
is
from that
true, though.
Okay, that's fine. So
Yeah,
Go find the evidence or stop slandering me.
The VOD from that night isn't out, so I'd request your humble.
Which night was this? Was that last Saturday?
I think it was during the big.
Gabby was the one asking those questions.
No,
was it the Reverie? Because the Reverie sounds all fucked up. Are we talking about?
It was before the Reverie.
So
it was the Saturday before, and then we had the day off.
Okay,
Reverie, yeah.
I'll put it back up for you.
Just make it available so
I
that
will.
Chris and I can go through it. Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
I love you.
Okay, love you too. Wiggle, did you have anything you want to say?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's always so great to listen to all you streamers always have this like this theatrical like performance of like it's about donning the blade and going into the battlefield of ideas and chopping down and slaying different bad ideas, and then that's what it's about, and it's about platforming and it's about the importance of it. No, you don't care about that. Your streamer brain is like you're just money hungry individuals looking for content. Tomorrow you're gonna go wherever the content is. You follow the content. We watch you because of the content. Brittany, like your channel is literally has horrendous people on it. We watch it for the content because we want to see like ridiculous people who are horrible people argue with other people, and there's no other reason. It's not because of good ideas. Listening to Mio is like it's brain rot, but it's entertaining to watch him battle.
How dare you say that about Mio?
in the battlefield of ideas with somebody that is like more smart. That's the only reason. There's no other reason. There's no other like glorious mission. And like all content creators they're so tied to this idea of like I have to protect my revenue stream. I have to create this grand idea that it's because well, I'm doing the good thing. Realistically, people don't watch you for being good people. Nobody cares if you're a really good person. They just want to see content. You could be the most horrendous person and still sell. The only thing you fear is TOS. As long as you can skirt by TOS and you can be a horrible person, people will watch you. People will watch you be horrible. They'll laugh. That's why we have reality TV. And so it's so funny coming from another perspective and listening to this. You guys all know the deplatforming argument that Vivian is portrayed and probably Chris is portrayed. I'm not too sure, and maybe even Chinchilla, etc. It's all right. Like that it's the right move. It's the right thing morally or what have you. But
I have a
at the end of the
question.
day.
Wiggle.
It's about content.
Wiggle. So Nair Fox or something said you will like Wiggle if you are white. You are inherently racist. Is that one of your views?
No, I don't believe that. But Nair Socks can go ahead and say that because he's one of the people you guys foster in your communities. Because
I don't know who the fuck Nair Socks is.
He watches content and he listens to you guys.
I have no idea who
rhetoric you guys use.
Nair Socks is
Not
this
you
community.
particularly, the content
Yeah, no, I have no
creators.
idea who Nair Socks is.
No, Nair Socks is Prime's community.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm speaking to all of you content creators. You foster people
Well, you're
like him.
I'm beefing with 3 people on this panel now. I'm beefing with 3 people on this panel now, okay?
Hang on.
Number 1 on my shit list, Wiggle, okay? Again, and then, you know.
Look, first of all, there are multiple people on this panel who are not content creators, Doobie being one of them. And
Okay,
I,
all
I,
right.
mys-
But
I
he's streaming
myself,
content
I,
every
mys-
night here.
I myself used to be one. First of all, I was never monetized, and I rarely do any streaming now. So
That's laughable. That's laughable. I've never even watched your stream, but I've heard your voice and I've seen you multiple times. Whether you're a content creator or not, you're here creating content all the time. You're here trying to invest in people's streams. You're constantly involved in people's drama.
Biggle, you're just
Look, I invest
using
in
people for
stream.
cloud chasing at this point. It's great.
I don't even realize
You're
that.
just saying people are cloud chasing. This is dumb.
Look,
Like,
it's not that
I
dumb.
have like 100 followers on
This
Twitch. Ooh, I'm a content creator. Ooh.
Yeah, this criticism is going to fall flat and look really
you.
cringe if you directed it.
Yeah, fuck you, Stardust.
How so?
Everybody's an enemy now, except for Prime.
I don't gain anything from this. My whole goal is to try and prop up
You guys probably
left-wing
invest more in like
platforms.
content creators than anybody else.
Yeah, I spend on this and
This isn't
often
dumb.
lose on it, and and sometimes put myself out there to get criticized, like by you.
Well,
I
you
think-
will
I
be
think the
criticized
main-
by me if you're gonna take the point that you don't involve yourself in drama, in dramatic situations, and
I didn't say I didn't. I said that trying to direct clout chasing as an argument at me is going to fall flat and look cringe.
I think the
How
main
so?
problem is
You
that,
are a
like,
clout
there-
chaser.
How?
Bagel, do you have like Twitch followers? Do you stream on Twitch? Do you
Don't
have a
stream.
Twitter?
I've never streamed and I don't use Twitter, so thank you.
Who loves
No,
the
you-
drama just as
okay,
much.
you're-
He
okay,
loves
okay.
it. He lives
I-
for
I'd
that.
like- I'd like-
let Zonia
love
respond.
the
Like, specifically
I'd-
attack Zonia. Go ahead.
I'd like to hear Wiggle's explanation of this. How do I clout chase?
All right, who are you?
Zonia.
Yeah. So when did you start being in this space?
About probably 3 years ago.
3 years ago. What have you done?
Mostly I work in the background. Usually I support
What does
other
that even
streamers.
mean? What does that even mean? Are you deep state for Twitch politics? Like, what does that even mean? I work in the background.
Deep state would be banana.
I've been moderator for many different creators over the years, usually kind of rotating through it, doing a little bit here and there. Recently, I shed a lot of my moderator duties because I got kind of tired of it.
Honestly, I'm not even gonna get mad at that specific point. I can understand that. That is kind of rough.
You guys, I gotta
Beyond
go.
that-
Thank you so much,
beyond
Prime, for
that,
having me
I
on.
would
This has
say
been
that-
fun. Love y'all.
So, yeah.
What are the people you moderated for, and like what is the positivity that you brought to the space?
Positivity? Usually it's
Yeah, you
for.
said you're here for positivity.
No, I said to support the community. So.
Oh, that's an interesting type of categorization. So you're not here for positivity. You're here to support the space, but the space is incessantly dramatic.
No,
and
I'm
is
here to support left-leaning channels. Not all of them are even political. I support a lot of non-political channels as well.
no matter how toxic they may be.
What do you mean?
I asked you if you're here for positivity, and you said no, just to support the channel.
But why did you imply that it's no matter how toxic they may be?
Because I asked you if you were here for positivity, and then you seemed to be very resilient against answering that, and said no. The answer to that question is no. I'm here to support left-wing
No,
channels.
I said
Whether
that
they're
you
toxic or
stated
not,
the wrong
I assume.
thing. No, because you put words in my mouth. You said you're here. You said that
Aren't you
that I was
talking to
here
me
for
right now because you put words in my mouth? I never originally addressed.
Okay, are you going to keep doing this, or are you going to let me? So
I'm
here,
left wing. You should support me no matter what. But okay.
I don't know where you're coming
No,
from. with
Zonia's
that.
actually based. She's like super based. She's
Probably also
very-
pays your salary. So
So first of all, if you want to keep cutting me off, I could just give you a middle finger, and then we're good. but if you want to, give me an
I'll listen
opportunity
to you.
here.
I'll hear you out.
So you claimed that I said that I was here for positivity. I never said that. If you want to say that that's the case, yeah, sure, I do get a lot of positivity from this community. But my goal here has always been to prop up and support left-wing content creators and spaces. And sometimes I do that also with more center type streams. And then, of course, I do it with non-political ones. I do a lot of art communities, art streams, gaming. So I'm kind of all over the place. But when it comes to the political spaces, I also got involved in just doing stuff like moderating.
Yeah, it's Wiggle. Get your point.
Yeah.
Sometimes other stuff as well. So
They wanted to finish, so I was just letting them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of all over the place. Mostly it's a support thing. I just want left-wing content creators and spaces to thrive and succeed.
Yeah.
Okay, so get to your point, buddy.
Yeah, so what have you done that has been like specific and positive, and then who have you modded for?
Specific and positive?
Yeah.
I've done
This
some
is
research.
weird,
It is.
Why are we interrogating her on this? I think
She was
you
interrogating me. That's the funny part of it.
I never interrogated you. What are you talking about?
I think you had a good. I think you were like on the line to a good point, Wiggle, when you say like the bizarre fucking dramas that crop up in Twitch and the ridiculous hyperbolizing of fucking everything like happens continuously, and it creates a really horrible toxic environment. And I super fucking agree with that. And there's a lot of people who are like way too fucking invested in it, like the people who think it's appropriate to call me a mentally ill fucking tranny and send me like all kinds of fucking hate over the last couple of days, for example, right? Or the people who were like saying that they should be hunting doe or fucking whatever, right? Like we've got numerous examples of how fandoms get whipped up into ridiculous frenzies and end up causing harm that I think is like completely way over the fucking top for whatever kind of offense you think the individual has committed. And that probably does need to be addressed, and I think it probably needs to be addressed first and foremost with the creators, the rhetoric of the creators that basically end up stirring up these fandoms. But unfortunately, those creators are themselves very much motivated by clout, by attention, by money, by all these sorts of things, right? To engage in those kinds of hyperbolic statements, because it is rewarding to them. It increases their status, it increases their audience, it makes them feel like they're part of something, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really, really difficult.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
No, well, I just wanted to kind of.
Oh, sorry,
quickly wrap
Zanya.
this. Wiggle, I wasn't interrogating you. You just made a claim about me doing something for clout, and so I was responding. I don't mind answering.
He was making a general claim. You brought yourself to it.
For me, in general, Zonia, like, I don't care if you're here for like drama or what have you. What I listen to is like the honesty of it. Is that to be in a space and not say that you're here for the drama, the content in general. That's my annoyance. If you were to say that, or you like admitted that, for me, I wouldn't care. Like if you're on the space and you're giving me content, I'm gonna watch. That's the thing. Like I listen to what Vivian says and I understand what she's saying and I agree that she's right. But then there's this part of me that's like, I'm part of the problem. I like watching content. I like watching that dramatic stuff. I like watching all that shit. But the difference between me and many of you guys here on the panel is I'll just admit it, because I don't need to lie about it. I admit it. I watch terrible people online because I like the drama of it. And it's hilarious to see when streamers try to portray it as anything else. Like,
I mean, I agree with you. I just you made a blanket statement, and I just said, "Well, hang on one second. You're applying a very specific set of parameters to me that I don't think are appropriate," and so I challenge you on that. Now, I will agree. Some of this shit is pretty entertaining. I don't really mind that so much, but I do try. My whole goal is to prop up these different creators and the spaces. So that's what I like to do.
I have a question. I have a question, like for a start. Can I have like a question? So I have a question for starters. Do you play up your personality for a stream? Do you do that, like in the political sense? Because that's basically what these people are saying, right?
I think I am who I am on stream. I might be a little bit louder, like it's an amplified version, but it's still me. And I would be like this if I were at a party, right? That's probably how I'd compare it to, right?
Yeah, is this not? This is pretty much what we all do in here, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like it doesn't relate to cloud or whatever, you know.
Okay.
But
it's like a party for me.
I don't.
Prime, you need to explain yourself now. Prime, do you do this all for clout?
Do you do this for clout?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
And I literally get.
And you should support them.
That part I agree with.